In the province of Beijing, deep within Shang, a man lies motionless atop an ancient altar. The murmurs of concern grow louder around him. Voices questioning if he truly wants to go through with the ritual. Emperor Chushu cuts through the tension with an unwavering command to proceed at once. The man on the altar is Eunuch Lee Cheolsu, the shadow behind the throne, the silent architect of the Ming Empire's power. Though hidden from public view, his grip on the empire's authority is absolute. His name carries weight, fear, and infamy. History brands him as its most sinister manipulator, a villain who twisted the empire's fate for personal gain. And yet, he is our protagonist. Through relentless effort, he elevated a powerless third empress to sovereign ruler. Yet for all his cunning, there is one thing he has never been able to grasp. In his chamber, flipping through a book of combat forms, he mutters in disbelief. The poses are familiar, but meaningless to him. As a eunuch, he knows he can never engage in this type of combat. This intimate duel of yin and yang. The silence shatters. Someone barges in, calling him an idiot and shouting for the old man. It's her. Third Empress Yuan Hua. Her voice trembles as she demands to know why he insists on leaving this world behind. She kneels before him, begging him to abandon this mysterious ritual. She pleads to understand why the union of yin and yang matters so much. Why can't he simply live with her by his side? She insists that if it's money or power he wants, she will give him all of it, anything, as long as he stays. But Chushu tells her his decision is final. He asks her to forgive him for this betrayal. He says he cannot remain by her side until the end. The question lingers like smoke. Why does this man, of all people, care so deeply about yin and yang? Most wouldn't understand. But to him, it is everything. Because he carries a reincarnated soul. In his former life, he had also died a virgin. He's still a virgin now, over 50 years into this new life. A freak accident, the infamous reincarnation truck, killed him at 28. He was reborn into this martial world as a 12-year-old. It didn't take long for disaster to strike again. The moment he arrived, he was abducted by a madman. Not just any kidnapper, a butcher who castrated his captives to sell as eunuchs on the black market. Chushu spent decades trying to reverse what was done. He climbed to power with a single obsession: restore his manhood. He elevated a powerless princess to empress just to gain access to a legendary physician. He trained until his martial prowess reached transcendence. He became the strongest fighter in the imperial palace. And yet, when a kneeling man told him it was impossible to create something from nothing, Chushu understood. The man explained that only through rebirth could he regain what was lost. That day, Chushu realized. All the power, all the money, all the mastery, it meant nothing if he stayed a eunuch. That's when he decided to reincarnate. To start over. He longed for a new life, one where he could experience true combat, on and off the battlefield. He was born for close quarters fighting, and he refused to go on without it. As he prepares to depart, he orders the empress removed. She leaves in tears, devastated. She asks how he could choose to die so meaninglessly. She calls him father. He had raised her since childhood. To him, she was family, a daughter, or at most, a little sister. Her sobs nearly shatter his resolve. But the decision is sealed. She will have to grieve, as one does for a parent. A man in a turban approaches the altar with a warning. The reincarnation ritual, he says, is forbidden. Out of every 100 who try, 99 die. He asks Chushu if he truly wants to risk it. Chushu lowers his gaze and says that if this is how he must live, then he would rather die. He orders the ritual to begin. He has already conquered all there is to conquer. He's enjoyed every luxury strength can buy. Now, he seeks rebirth. For that, he's ready to gamble everything. As his body starts glowing pink, he glimpses a blurry old man calling to him from the void. Chushu opens his eyes slowly, disoriented, rising to his feet. The old man smiles and says he's glad to see the boy awake. Kyushu's heart drops. He knows that voice, that face. It's him. The cursed bastard who castrated him 50 years ago in the imperial palace. In his former life, Chushu had tried to hunt this monster down, only to learn he died at the hands of random bandits. But now, it's clear. This wasn't reincarnation. It was a regression. Time has rewound. He assumed he'd wake up in a new body. But as he checks down his pants, reality hits. The old man asks if he's injured. Chushu grins with a mad glint in his eye. He thanks the old man for saving him, then apologizes. As the old man offers herbs and healing, Chushu snaps his finger in one brutal motion and demands to know if he plans to kidnap him again. The man stares, confused, asking how Cheolsu knows about that. Cheolsu grabs his arm, twisting it without mercy. Though just a boy again, he remembers everything, every technique, every strike. The top martial artist of the imperial court doesn't need a grown man's body to kill. He locks the old man in a chokehold and mutters that, in his last life, he was disappointed to learn the man had died so easily. But this time, Cheolsu would be the one to end it. He squeezes. The man goes limp. The corpse collapses. Cheolsu spits on it. The journey has been long, he reflects, but he's finally reached this moment. Last time, power and wealth couldn't bring him joy, but this time he's different. Call it reincarnation or regression, he doesn't care. From now on, he will live for pleasure, you know the kind. And so begins the tale of the second eunuch, who took his manhood back. 2 months passed since Cheolsu strangled the cursed old man to death. Now, in biting cold, he walked across a narrow bridge, his breath fogging in the air. Snow whipped around him, but he pressed forward toward the province of Gamsik, each frozen step a reminder of his determination. He told himself that the suffering was nothing compared to the life he envisioned, one of ultimate pleasure. Despite his inexperience, he believed that pleasure was more than skin deep. If it were only physical, he said, he could easily throw money at the problem and arrange some cheap, private combat sessions. But he wanted more. He wanted genuine intimacy, emotional resonance, a deep connection with breathtaking women who could match him in both soul and body. The kind of love that left both sides breathless and fulfilled. Salivating at the thought, he declared that this was the ideal pursuit. Still, he knew desire alone wouldn't feed him or clothe him. Money and food were necessary. That's why he decided to step into the martial world not as a villain, but as a hero. He had once believed he'd reincarnate in the future, so he buried treasures with his corpse. That plan was useless now. Still, his advantage remained. He knew the next 50 years of history. With his unmatched martial skill, gaining fame and wealth would be easy. First, though, he needed to fix his old habit of laughing like a lunatic eunuch. He swore that from this point on, the legend of the future harem king, Lee Cheolsu, would begin. He pointed toward a large building and called out, asking if anyone was inside. From within, someone stirred at the sound of a child's voice and stepped out, bewildered that anyone could scale a mountain during a blizzard. Cheolsu took a deep breath and announced with resolve that he had lost his family to bandits and was seeking strength. He proclaimed that he wished to become a disciple of the joint clan. This sect, the Gongdong, was known for blending Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism to stand against the dark forces of Django. Outsiders, however, often labeled them as either a demonic cult or lowly bandits. An old man hurried toward him, scolding him harshly for climbing the mountain in winter. Cheolsu replied that joining the clan was all that mattered. The old man paused, asking to see his arms and hands. He pressed his fingers to the boy's wrist and noticed something remarkable. The natural energy in the boy's body was already expelling impurities. It meant Cheolsu had instinctively used the correct breathing technique to survive the climb. The old man praised him, remarking that this feat alone showed potential. He asked if Cheolsu had any martial background, or if his family had trained him. Cheolsu confirmed that they had, though he omitted the detail that he'd honed his craft over 5 decades in a former life. Introducing himself as Zhang Yang, the leader of the Gongdong sect, the old man explained that joining required several steps. However, given Cheolsu's latent talent, he said he'd make an exception. Cheolsu felt victorious. Things were going exactly as he planned. He had come to this place precisely because he knew the sect was teetering on the edge of collapse. That meant they'd accept almost anyone. As he wandered around the grounds, he performed subtle pelvic stretches in anticipation of his grand future. But what he saw disturbed him. The condition of the sect was worse than he remembered. Not a single building was intact. It made him question how such a place could eventually become one of the 5 great sects of the martial world. Zhang Yang mentioned that there was someone he needed to meet, the master of the disciples. Cheolsu considered this further confirmation that his timing was perfect. The more broken the sect, the greater the glory he would gain by reviving it. They stopped in front of a battered temple. Zhang Yang called out for someone named Ru Yi, announcing that a new disciple had arrived, Lee Cheolsu. Snow pelted down as Cheolsu shielded his face. A figure rushed out of the temple and warmly greeted him. He braced himself for a stern elder, but instead found someone around his own age and annoyingly handsome. Cheolsu froze. According to ancient texts, Ru Yi was supposed to be hideous. Instead, the boy before him looked like a divine sculpture. If this continued, Cheolsu's future would be in jeopardy. Ru Yi asked if he was alright, to which Cheolsu answered curtly that he was fine. He then reached out and told Ru Yi to drop the formalities. After all, they were brothers now. But as Ru Yi grinned and reached out to grab his hand, Cheolsu recoiled, irritated by the contact. He didn't like being touched by this dazzling enigma. He demanded that Ru Yi not touch him like that, and then, as he studied Ru Yi's features again, a new doubt crept in. He wasn't sure anymore. Was Ru Yi really a man? Confusion took hold. Ru Yi apologized, explaining that it was the first time they had a new disciple, and the excitement had gotten the better of them. Cheolsu also apologized, admitting he overreacted. Inside, he reminded himself not to mess up this opportunity. Ru Yi, who had been quietly watching from a distance, observed the interaction with interest. The snow kept falling, and Zhang Yang gazed up at the sky, remarking to himself that perhaps winter was finally ending in this place. He silently hoped Cheolsu would get along with Ru Yi. 10 years earlier, he had taken Ru Yi in as an orphan. After discovering her extraordinary talent, he had nurtured her carefully. The truth, unknown to most, was that Ru Yi wasn't a boy at all. She had spent her life in disguise, walking the martial path in a man's world. Zhang Yang's only wish was that her secret wouldn't be discovered, especially not by Cheolsu. That night, Cheolsu lay in bed, reflecting that tomorrow would mark the start of his legendary journey. But so far, the experience had been miserable. He blamed everything on that irritating Jin Wei. Earlier, Jin Wei had introduced herself, apologizing for the sect's ruinous state. She said she hoped to show him the true legacy of Gongdong, even after the massacre that occurred 50 years earlier. She explained that the Rieyangshan Palace still housed the sect's master, a living symbol that the joint clan had not yet died. Cheolsu told her he understood, but asked her not to get too close, claiming he was shy. She respected his request, and he noticed she seemed weighed down with guilt. He reassured her, saying that mistakes happened and there was no need to feel so discouraged. He even suggested that if she wanted to share the history of the sect, he would listen. Jin Wei brightened instantly. Cheolsu knew he had said exactly what she needed to hear. He found it easy to comfort people like this. Just tell them what they longed for. What confused him was how clingy this boy was. Back in his room, he scribbled angrily on the wall, writing that he was tired of being hugged by this overly affectionate boy. After 50 years of celibacy, he couldn't bear being touched by men anymore, especially not someone hailed as a genius, a boy who, rumor had it, could rebuild a broken sect with ease. In his previous life, whispers claimed this prodigy had rejected every woman because he pursued only martial perfection. Now, Cheolsu was convinced of something else. He was certain Jin Wei was gay. What he didn't realize was that Jin Wei was a woman. He remembers catching glimpses of Jin Wei within the castle in his past life, always thinking the boy looked a little too pleased with himself, as though enjoying some odd private joke. At the time, it never occurred to him that Jin Wei was struggling beneath a disguise, hiding her true self from the world. But now, with the truth just out of reach, Cheolsu swears that in this life, he will not be denied. He will wield the weapon he always dreamed of, his own body, restored and alive. Still, today, that weapon feels strangely dormant. It's as if even his most private ambition has caught the winter blues. He decides to warm up with a few familiar exercises, quietly stretching and flexing in the cold air. Somewhere else in the compound, Jin Wei sits alone in her room, stewing in her thoughts. She reflects on the way she behaved toward the new disciple and questions why she was so forward. She admits to herself that the excitement of finally welcoming someone new overwhelmed her. She replays the moment when Cheolsu offered to listen to her story. Though he seemed indifferent, he had cared enough to ask. That memory soothes something raw inside her. She wonders if this is what having a younger brother feels like. At the very least, she hopes to become close enough that a simple hug won't feel awkward or strange. The next morning, Cheolsu finishes scrubbing a battered pot. He sets it down with a grunt and looks around the ruined kitchen, half expecting it to collapse on his head. It feels absurd for someone like him, reborn martial prodigy and future harem king, to be doing this kind of chore. But he knows appearances matter. Building a good reputation with the sect's master and senior disciple is part of the long game. As he scrubs and collects vegetables, he doesn't skip a beat with his unique pelvic exercises. Out of nowhere, Jin Wei appears. She asks what he's doing in the kitchen. He stiffens and quickly explains that he's preparing breakfast. She praises his initiative and flashes a bright smile, leaving him internally groaning about how annoyingly beautiful she is. He answers that losing his family forced him to grow up fast. Jin Wei softens and says she understands. She's also an orphan. She says she admires his strength. Cheolsu finds it odd how often this person apologizes or says they get him. It's like they're trying to establish a connection he didn't ask for. Jin Wei offers to help prepare the vegetables, and he considers the future. He knows that in time, this person will become a towering figure, celebrated, beautiful, and powerful. For now, he figures it's smart to stay on their good side. He thanks her and turns to wash the greens, all while reminding himself to keep a safe emotional distance. Suddenly, the kitchen shelf buckles and collapses. Jin Wei shouts a warning as debris falls toward his head. He reflexively shields his face, then lowers his arms to find Jin Wei right next to him, asking if he's okay. He answers that he's fine but can't ignore the growing discomfort in the pit of his stomach. Jin Wei casually remarks that he's lighter than expected, which makes Cheolsu flush, especially as he catches a subtle, floral scent on her clothes. Panicking, he snaps out of it and yells, demanding to know where his senior brother thinks he's touching. Jin Wei stammers that it wasn't intentional and pleads for him not to misunderstand. Flustered and annoyed, he tells Jin Wei to stop blushing because it's making things worse. Jin Wei apologizes again and offers to leave, suggesting he rest. As she walks off, Cheolsu watches her go, convinced this cursed senior might accidentally get him killed with this nonsense. If Master Zhang Yang had walked in, he probably would have been strangled on the spot. He declares that Jin Wei should stop helping with chores and that as the junior, it's his job. Jin Wei nods, visibly uncomfortable but accepting. Then she hesitates, picks up a small pot, and gently asks if just a little help is okay. Cheolsu sighs in defeat and allows it. 2 months pass. Master Zhang Yang gathers the disciples and asks them what they believe true martial strength is. Some argue it comes from consuming elixirs and absorbing external power. Others believe it lies in disciplined physical training. Zhang Yang explains that real power is the union of both. Only those who master internal and external energies can truly connect with the world and themselves. Jin Wei listens intently, nods, and tells Cheolsu to keep training hard. He grins, saying to himself that even if no one ordered him to, he would give it everything. A superior body meant superior vitality, and he had big plans for both. He watches the sweat drip to the ground and smiles, satisfied with the effort. He compares the feeling to gym rats lifting heavier weights after weeks of struggle. In his past life, he hated his body. No matter how hard he trained, he always looked too cute, too soft. It was the price of mastering a technique tailored to eunuchs. He had no idea at the time that it would halt his development permanently. He had even destroyed nations looking for elixirs to fix himself. The more he remembers, the more furious he becomes. This time, everything will be different. This time, he will be masculine, powerful, and irresistible. As if summoned by fate, Jin Wei approaches. She asks why he hasn't returned yet. He replies that time flew by. He didn't notice training had ended. Frustrated that the days feel too short, he follows her down the mountain, still silently seething about his limitations. She watches him, her expression unreadable. That night, high on the mountain paths, Cheolsu trains alone. He's realized something is missing: endurance. Without cardiovascular strength, he'll never thrive in the garden of pleasures. The sect leader had warned against overtraining at his age, but Cheolsu refused to listen. These nightly runs, as he calls them, are essential to becoming the king of vitality. From a distance, Jin Wei watches. When he finally notices her, he trips over a rock and tumbles downhill. Embarrassed and angry, he demands to know why she's spying on him. Jin Wei asks why he snuck away alone, reminding him that overexertion could hurt him. He curses his inability to detect her presence and worries she might report this to Master Zhang Yang. Still, he can't afford to abandon his training. Desperate, he shifts into performance mode. He apologizes dramatically, claiming he's weak, untalented, and forgetful. He says he trains harder because he's scared of falling behind and being left alone. Tears gather in his eyes as he begs not to be expelled. Jin Wei, shaken, rushes forward and hugs him tightly. She says she didn't know he was carrying so much pain. This was the opposite of what Cheolsu wanted. As he squirms, she tightens the hug, telling him not to cry. He is mortified. This was supposed to be a sacred milestone, his first real hug, meant for a beautiful woman, not a man in disguise. And yet, here he is, caught in an iron embrace. While Jin Wei smiles contentedly, he notices something soft pressing against his head. It's subtle, but undeniable. A memory floods in, of a young girl surrounded by dead animals, called a monster by villagers. She had glared back in defiance. Then Zhang Yian had appeared. offered her rice cakes, and told her they were both human, born under the same sky. He had knelt and asked her to come with him. Back in the present, Jin Wai tells Cheolsu not to worry. The master won't abandon him. Now that he's joined the sect, he's family, and family always stands together. Cheolsu pulls away, still stunned. For the first time, he feels a flicker of sympathy for Jin Wai. Despite all the rumors of greatness, all the brilliance, Jin Wai carried something else too. Gynecomastia. A condition some men had. A faint, almost invisible chest. That, he decides, must be what pressed against his head, nothing more. Feeling a wave of pity toward the confused soul, Cheolsu convinces himself that there's no doubt left. Jin Wai is a man. The palace confirmed it long ago, and there's no room for delusions. Time passes. How much, he's not sure. Then, the sect leader gathers the disciples and announces that they've completed their external body training. Cheolsu's muscles are well developed, sculpted from months of rigorous conditioning. Now it's time to begin internal training. Jin Wai claps excitedly, congratulating him with beaming joy. Cheolsu flushes with irritation. He's grown tired of how much Jin Wai inserts herself into everything he does. The leader picks up on his discomfort and asks if something is wrong. Cheolsu brushes it off, claiming it's nothing serious, all while silently thinking that he has far greater concerns than this overly affectionate senior. He thanks the leader and requests not to reduce his external training schedule. The master's expression hardens slightly. He knows that excessive external focus is inefficient at this stage. Beginners only need enough physical training to stay in shape. The rest of their energy should go toward internal techniques and weapon forms. But Cheolsu's goal isn't efficiency. He wants a body that turns heads, a body that commands awe and desire. He's competing with someone like Jin Wai, after all, someone who naturally outshines him in appearance. The leader questions his persistence, asking why he insists on this unusual path. Cheolsu explains that while he may appear gifted, he's actually slow to develop. He says that if he can't be the most talented, then he'll be the hardest working. He wants to contribute more than anyone else to the sect's revival. He admits that the route he's chosen isn't optimal, but argues that even a small increase in strength can make a difference in battle. Two people may use the same technique, but the one with more raw power will win. He adds that with this strength, he'll be able to protect the sect, and eventually impress a remarkable woman drawn to his might. With a confident smile, he asks for permission to continue. The leader sees something in his eyes, determination that refuses to fade. He reflects on the sect's long decline and how many traditions were lost along the way. Perhaps this kind of stubborn resolve is what's needed to rebuild. He hands Cheolsu a scroll, stating that it contains the core formula for the Yang symbiote martial art. Cheolsu blinks, unsure if this means his request is approved. The leader elaborates, saying that the martial world is harsh to those without talent, but open to those with courage. He grants permission for Cheolsu to continue external training, on one condition. He must also master the technique within the scroll. Grinning, Cheolsu thanks him, eager to prove his worth. The leader then infuses energy into Cheolsu's body, instructing him to guide it according to the scroll's diagrams. The warmth of the Yang energy flows through him, unlike the cold, bitter currents of the eunuch techniques he once mastered. This is Yang Kai, pure, vital, and life-giving. The leader praises him for entering the realm of internal energy. Cheolsu places a hand on his chest, pride swelling. He's no longer just a eunuch who clawed his way to power. Now, he's someone reborn. A master in the making. Jin Wei watches with joy, clearly proud of his progress. That night, she approaches the leader and expresses her desire to join Cheolsu in external training. She explains that as the senior disciple, she wishes to lead by example, just as he does. The master, moved by her sincerity, agrees. Even if it doesn't produce results, he says, it will be a meaningful lesson. As he gazes out at the mountain sky, he feels a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the dreams of the sect's founder might still be realized. The next day, Cheolsu works through his drills. His fists crack through the air as his body begins to respond to the new energy. But something feels off. He still carries the remnants of old habits. His familiarity with the eunuch techniques distorts the sensations of the Yang energy. His thoughts drift back to the sect's emblem, a reversed Taiji symbol. It represents their ancient method, mastery of inverse yin-yang. He resolves to embrace this energy fully. Mastering the dual flow, he believes, is the key to achieving his ideal self. This form of cultivation, harboring both yin and yang, is seen by others as unnatural, even heretical. That's why many have labeled the sect as demonic. But they are not like the real demonic factions. They use their power to destroy evil, not spread it. He reminds himself not to be swayed by rumors. He's lucky to be here. Defeating true demonic sects will only elevate his status in the martial world. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. A boy stands there, crying and desperate. He begs for help, saying that his grandfather needs them. He pleads, claiming that if the sect truly stands for justice, someone must help the old man who has supported them for years. Jin Wei appears and asks what's going on. Cheolsu explains the situation. The boy says someone, or something, stole his grandfather's goats. The master isn't around, which leaves them unsure of what to do. The boy elaborates, saying the goats didn't vanish because of a thief. The tracks left behind and the damage to the area suggest something unnatural. He explains that his grandfather raised the goats to sell and donate the money to the sect. But now they're gone. The boy admits he can't offer payment but begs for help anyway. Cheolsu thinks it over. He reasons that anyone who climbs the mountain in winter deserves at least an answer. He agrees to investigate. At the base of Gongdong Mountain, the boy shows them the scene. Cheolsu inspects the tracks, long, sinuous, unmistakably serpentine. But the scale is wrong. This wasn't a snake. It was a monstrous one. He asks Jin Wei if any legends mention a giant serpent in these mountains. She says she's never heard of such a thing and insists that if it existed, their master would have dealt with it. Cheolsu knows better. Accumulated energy in Gongdong could mutate wildlife, creating new threats without warning. He also knows this is a rare opportunity. If he kills the beast, he can absorb a wealth of vital energy. He declares that he'll handle it himself. Jin Wei protests, saying they should inform the master. Cheolsu counters that stirring panic is unnecessary. Helping villagers is their duty. She concedes, and the boy brightens with hope. Cheolsu instructs her to guide the child back while they follow the creature's trail. Leaping through the forest, Cheolsu traces the path of destruction. Jin Wei follows, still questioning the wisdom of acting alone. Cheolsu assures her that helping people can't be wrong, even though his true motive lies in gaining power. Suddenly, the trail disappears. Perched on a branch, Cheolsu tells her to stay alert, but before he can finish his sentence, the giant snake lunges from above. It slams into his chest, launching him backward. Blood spills as he hits the ground. Jin Wei screams his name and rushes to his side. A voice, distant and prophetic, recalls an ancient tale, how a saint once got lost in Gongdong Mountain and uncovered sacred relics, techniques thought to be lost, and an elixir of legend. For a beast to become demonic, it must consume vast spiritual energy. This snake, it seems, was a product of such energy. Clutching his side, Cheolsu grits his teeth. He tells himself that if he survives this fight, he'll grow stronger, recover the sect's forgotten techniques, and finally break free of his past. Jin Wei draws her sword and charges. Her blade glances off the serpent's scales without effect. She's too inexperienced, and the creature's tail slams her aside. Cheolsu curses her mistake. She had panicked. Grabbing a branch, he leaps forward, driving it into the snake's eye. The beast recoils, writhing. But the venom already courses through his veins. Jin Wei staggers to her feet, asking if he's alright. He says they need to focus. They've fallen into the creature's trap. He asks if she noticed the toughness of its scales. She nods. It's like stone. The only way to kill it is by severing its head. But the creature moves too quickly for that. Cheolsu glances at Jin Wei, noting that she still has a long journey before reaching her true potential. The real concern, however, lies with him. Though his past life's mastery of martial arts remains intact, the venom spreading through his body has already weakened him. He knows he can't hold on much longer. If Jin Wei, still green and untested, were to be poisoned as well, their fate would be sealed. Determined to buy them both time, he tears off his belt and tells her to get ready. When the moment comes, she must release all her destructive yang energy in one strike. There won't be a second chance. Jin Wei hesitantly asks how he expects to accomplish anything in his current state. He tells her that hesitation has no place now. Demonic beasts, no matter how formidable, always have a weakness. He roars as he narrowly dodges the serpent's next strike. Then, with a burst of reckless speed, he loops his belt around the snake's neck and slides beneath its writhing body. At his signal, Jin Wei leaps high, her blade glowing with condensed yang energy. She brings it down in one clean slash, severing the creature's head from its body. The snake crashes to the ground, lifeless. Jin Wei lands, astonished. As she catches her breath, she remarks that the neck truly was its weak point. She's even more surprised by how Cheolsu had recognized it and directed her toward it so decisively. Then she sees him collapse. His body trembles violently. Heat radiates off him in waves as the venom spreads through his system. The legends were true. Jin Wei rushes to his side and cradles him. Cheolsu smiles faintly, thinking it's not as bad as it seems. He plans to circulate his energy, draw the venom inward, and slowly purge it. Looking into Jin Hui's panicked expression, he feels certain he'll recover, but she thinks differently. She blames herself for relying on him again, and, in a desperate attempt to save him, pulls him close and vows not to lose him. Laying him down, she leans forward without hesitation and presses her lips to his neck, drawing the poison out with her mouth. Cheolsu jolts awake, completely disoriented, feeling something soft against his skin. Realizing what's happening, he flails wildly and yells at her, demanding an explanation. Jin Wei quickly sits up, spitting out the venom, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Cheolsu furiously calls her reckless. She brushes off his scolding and insists that she had to make sure he would be all right. Later, as they warm themselves by a fire, Cheolsu sits brooding. Jin Wei, now cheerful again, comments that his pulse has stabilized, though she finds it odd that he suggested eating the meat of the demonic snake. Cheolsu explains that some snake species are known to have incredibly nutritious meat. Jin Wei wonders if the master might enjoy it too. Cheolsu mutters under his breath, irritated that she's thinking about the master in a moment like this. He says that after eating, they should search the snake's lair. The real rewards are likely hidden deeper. After a short trek through the forest, they find the cave's entrance near the mountain's peak. Jin Wei notes the immense spiritual energy radiating from within. Cheolsu is impressed. Her instincts are sharper than he remembered. Had she used this sense in her past life to find this place as well? Inside, Jin Wei is awestruck. She remarks that she never imagined the Gongdan sect had a place like this. She theorizes that the energy might be tied to a lost manuscript. Cheolsu agrees. It could have been a secret training ground or a retreat where a great master ascended. If so, then elixirs must be nearby. Jin Wei spots a cluster of pills, but they're dull, likely already drained of their energy by the snake. They push deeper, eventually stumbling upon a hidden temple. A low table sits before them, books stacked neatly. Jin Wei approaches and identifies them as sword techniques. Both realize they've found something significant, the lost martial arts of Gongdan. Jin Wei can barely contain her excitement, claiming this must be where the ancient masters trained. Cheolsu, having expected as much, stays calm, though inwardly he's just as thrilled. She exclaims that fate has smiled upon them, but Cheolsu quickly suggests they split up to search for more treasures. The moment she turns her back, he sprints into the cave's depths, determined to find the true prize first, the elixirs. Eventually, he spots it, a single floating pill glowing faintly in the dark. He stares in awe, drooling. This is it. His key to leaving behind all humiliation, to finally stepping into his future as the harem king. But before he can claim it, Jin Wei calls out from another tunnel. She's found a bathing spring and mentions something strange. Before she can finish, she hears Cheolsu scream. She races to his side and finds him collapsed before a frozen altar. Her eyes widen. She recognizes it immediately, Medicine Su, the legendary elixir of life. Formed over thousands of years, it holds unimaginable yin energy. While priceless for cultivating feminine power, it's disastrous for someone like Cheolsu. His entire path is built on cultivating pure yang energy. If he consumes it, the balance within him would shatter, and his body would regress to the same delicate state he fought so hard to escape. Tears run down his cheeks. Jin Wei asks why he's crying, and he responds that they're tears of joy. Smiling weakly, he insists she should take it. He explains that it can awaken unimaginable power and would benefit her far more than him. Jin Wei protests, saying that he found it, and therefore should be the one to use it. Cheolsu grits his teeth. The elixir is poison to him. But for her, it could be transformative. He argues that giving it to someone like him, who develops slowly, would be a waste. Split between two people, its effects would diminish. He pleads with her to take it and grow stronger, for herself and for the sect. Jin Wei, touched, argues that precisely because he lacks innate talent, he should take it. With this, he could finally reach her level. Cheolsu's patience thins. He can't understand why she's so stubbornly righteous, refusing to accept a gift. He knows he has to manipulate the situation. He gently takes her hand, lowers his voice, and asks if she could grant a humble request from her junior disciple. Jin Wei blushes, startled. Cheolsu continues, saying he offers the elixir not out of weakness, but out of deep admiration. Cornered by emotion, Jin Wei relents. She agrees, saying that if he insists, she will accept it. Cheolsu smirks internally. A few words of heartfelt respect were enough to break through her wall. Jin Wei reminds him to be careful when absorbing energy. She thanks him and sits beside the scrolls, flipping through them rapidly. Cheolsu watches in awe. She absorbs knowledge with shocking speed. Only someone with such a rare physique and mind could do that. Soon after, she declares that she's ready and walks toward the elixir. Holding it reverently, she reflects on Cheolsu's kindness. Out of respect for his choice, she vows to absorb its power completely. But as soon as she consumes it, a deep chill floods her body. Her heart feels encased in frost. Cheolsu asks what's wrong, but she collapses, overcome by the immense yin force surging through her veins. A violent gust of wind erupts from the cave. Cheolsu watches in alarm. Her body is freezing. This wasn't the result he expected. Inside her mind, Jin Wei drifts through a surreal dreamscape. She realizes she's entered a mental realm, the consequence of absorbing such a powerful elixir. A presence emerges, dark, swirling energy that takes form. She attempts to absorb it, but instead is hurled into a maelstrom of memories. She recalls a brutal moment from her childhood, a crow slaughtering smaller birds. Enraged, she had killed the predator. Yet the people who found her labeled her a monster. They judged her for defending life, not understanding her pain. Then, from the shadows, another figure steps forward, an ominous version of herself. This distorted reflection sneers, then attacks. Jin Wei braces herself, knowing that the greatest battle is no longer physical. Outside the cave, Cheolsu stands still as a silent storm rages before him. He watches the turbulent waves of energy spiraling from Jin Wei, a violent manifestation of the demon trapped within the elixir she consumed. He had believed her rare talent would let her conquer the internal battle alone, but now he sees how deeply he underestimated the price. Her body is locked in a trance, and her mind is under siege. Grumbling under his breath about how much he hates unnecessary physical contact, Cheolsu steps forward anyway. He places a steady hand on the back of her neck and pulls her into a stabilizing embrace. He channels his yang energy directly into her, hoping to create enough warmth and clarity to anchor her in the present. Inside her mental world, Jin Wei hears his voice cut through the chaos. He tells her to guide the foreign energy through her meridians, that if she allows the chaos to consume her, she'll lose herself completely. The temperature plummets in the cave, yet her body hasn't frozen. Cheolsu marvels at her resilience. But he knows if she falls here, all hope of rebuilding the sect with her will be lost. In her vision, the demon mocks her, feeding off her doubts and insecurities. It taunts her with her past, twisting painful memories into weapons. In response, she grabs a nearby rock and strikes the creature, fleeing deeper into the storm of her mind. But she knows running won't be enough, it feeds on her fear. Cheolsu's voice returns, firm and unwavering. He urges her not to quit, telling her that pain is a signal, a passageway. The golden glow of his yang energy floods into her subconscious. It steadies her, grounding her. Despite the growing risk to himself, Cheolsu continues funneling energy into her, refusing to let her face the demon alone. The beast lunges again, but this time Jin Wei meets it with a thunderous punch. The impact sends it crashing back. She staggers, blood trickling from her lips, but she doesn't fall. She understands now. Cheolsu isn't just helping her digest the elixir. He's helping cleanse the demon itself from her mind. She mirrors his energy flow, sitting cross-legged and matching her breathing to his rhythm. Yet the demon reemerges from the rubble of her thoughts. It rises, screaming, refusing to vanish. Outside, Cheolsu senses the final wave coming. He fortifies her with thick shields of yang energy. He yells for her to end it. This is her chance. As the demon charges one last time, Jin Wei opens her eyes, fury and clarity blazing within them. Her spiritual form lashes out, overwhelming the beast in a burst of radiant energy. The demon convulses and disintegrates into dust. The cave finally stills. Cheolsu slumps back, drained but satisfied. He congratulates her quietly, proud of her victory. In her mind, Jin Wei reflects on every moment that brought her here. Cheolsu's kindness, his support, his selfless sacrifice. He had not only offered her a priceless treasure but endured the storm beside her, never asking for anything in return. A newfound resolve rises within her. She promises herself that she will repay him, no matter the cost. Even if the entire world were to turn against him, she would remain by his side. Cheolsu watches her begin to absorb energy in earnest, sensing that her breakthrough marks a critical step in restoring the fallen sect. He stands, stretching his weary limbs, and mutters that the ordeal, while painful, was ultimately worth it. Still, he grumbles about how unfair the cave had been. Instead of a yang-based elixir that could help him recover the strength of his former life, he got front row seats to a yin explosion. Exactly what he didn't need. Scanning the cavern, he spots something, a faint red glimmer tucked behind a jagged rock. He approaches and uncovers a small crimson plant radiating pure yang energy. Not as rare as the elixir, but still potent. With no hesitation, he pops it into his mouth and begins cultivating on the spot. Rather than focusing the energy solely into his core, he lets it flow through his entire system. Muscles, bones, nerves, he feeds every cell, reinforcing his body. For the first time in years, he feels robust yang energy coursing through him, free from distortion. Though he hasn't matched Jinhui's leap in advancement, his body now brims with vitality and resistance. He smiles. He may not be ahead, but he's no longer stuck in his past. Later, he stretches and guesses Jin Wei has gone to bathe. This place, sacred to Gong Dan's lineage, surely has at least one bathing spring. Not far off, Jin Wei soaks in the warm waters, sighing at how rejuvenating it feels. From a distance, Cheolsu calls out, asking where she is. Jin Wei panics and tells him not to come closer. He stops, sitting by a rock and saying he'll wait. Jin Wei silently thanks him, heart pounding, knowing that had he taken one more step, he might have seen more than she could explain. As she relaxes, her thoughts drift. She thinks about how close Cheolsu came to discovering her secret. She's spent her life disguised as a man to avoid trouble, as her master once advised. But this moment, after what they've just endured, feels different. The way Cheolsu stood by her, gave so freely, and never hesitated to act. She can't help but wonder about the strange warmth blooming in her chest. She blushes, unsure of these new emotions. She imagines walking through a quiet garden with him, hand in hand, supporting him just as he did her. She jolts back to reality, scolding herself. Cheolsu is her junior disciple, nothing more. Her duty is to protect him and restore the sect, not to indulge in foolish fantasies. Outside, Cheolsu shifts uncomfortably. He mutters about how long it's taking. A man's bath shouldn't require so much time. Looking around, he marvels at the glittering walls of the cavern, pearls and mineral veins shimmering in soft light. This place, he realizes, holds the true wealth of Gondong. He recalls that in his past life, after the sect was wiped out, only one man survived, the swordsman John Young, who would later lead the sect. Though branded the Demon Slayer, the title was steeped in ridicule. Many believed he had fled while his comrades perished. The name, in truth, was a scar. Cheolsu clenches his fists. Recovering the lost martial texts here could change everything. This place was still intact now, but in his past life, it had already collapsed. That alone suggested that what destroyed it wasn't time or erosion. It was deliberate. Just then, Jin Wei emerges from the mist, radiating a soft glow, her aura steady and refined. She cheerfully tells him to go wash up. Cheolsu stares too long, then punches himself in the face, trying to snap out of it. In the bath, he growls at himself, slamming his fist into the water. Why is this guy getting more beautiful every day? It's driving him insane. When he returns, Jin Wei is already sorting through a pile of ancient books, organizing them by theme and technique. She explains that she's preparing the martial texts for study. Cheolsu's eyes light up as he flips through the ancient texts. These were foundational scrolls, rich with techniques, histories, and training philosophies vital to Gondong's revival. Yet, something was missing. He furrows his brow and turns to Jin Wei, asking if these 7 books were all she had found. She confirms, adding that none of them resemble the famed Demon Slayer technique. That leaves Cheolsu puzzled. In his past life, the legendary blade technique had originated from this very cave. Its absence suggests one thing. Mu Ju Che, the celestial sword lord who transcended mortality, hadn't recorded it in writing. This complicated things. If a technique of that caliber was hidden here, it had to be preserved differently, encoded in something that couldn't decay with time. Jin Wei suddenly gasps. She points ahead and shouts that she's found something. Without waiting, she bolts forward. Cheolsu follows closely behind. She stops at a stone wall, where deep, deliberate cuts mar the surface like ancient battle scars. Cheolsu examines the markings. The moment his fingers touch the stone, he senses a lingering current of energy. He declares that it's not merely decorative, it's mechanical, likely crafted over 3 centuries ago. He explains that it's designed to open only when struck with precise force and energy. Any misstep could bring the entire cave down. Jin Wei theorizes that without the authentic Demon Slayer technique, the structure is locked. Cheolsu agrees, but believes there's still a path forward. He explains that while he never fully mastered the technique, the Imperial Palace had studied martial arts from every sect, especially the famous ones. The Demon Slayer technique was definitely among them. He feels certain that the secret to mastering Mu Juche's swordplay lies beyond this wall. Trailing the engraved slashes, Cheolsu begins studying the pattern of movements. Jin Wei watches, puzzled, until she notices faint paths etched into the stone beneath their feet. The paths guide their positioning, almost like a silent dance meant to retrace the sword's journey. Eventually, Cheolsu stops before another vine-covered wall. With one swift motion, he slashes through it, revealing unfamiliar symbols etched into the stone. He calls Jin Wei over, asking if she can decipher them. It takes 2 grueling days to make sense of the inscriptions. Piece by piece, they decode the embedded technique. It stretches from one end of the cave to the other, a massive sequence of movement, force, and intent. Using the martial tools they'd found earlier, and reverse engineering the sword marks, they correct each motion, refining it stroke by stroke. Jin Wei often asks if her form is correct. Cheolsu grumbles in response, adjusting her footing, redirecting her posture. He's annoyed, not by her incompetence, but by the nagging thought that his first teachings in this new life were meant for a soft-spoken, adoring beauty. Instead, he's stuck with Jin Wei, who outshines any woman he imagined in both grace and power. When hunger strikes, they chew on energy pills, refusing to stop. The excitement of unlocking the sect's lost legacy outweighs the fatigue. Finally, the day arrives. The technique is ready. Cheolsu, caught up in the moment, nearly embraces Jin Wei in celebration, but remembers just in time. Jin Wei steps forward, sword in hand, and asks if the final step is truly hers to take. Cheolsu nods. He reminds her that the master had once said the Demon Slayer technique requires a celestial foundation. She hesitates, admitting she isn't confident she meets that requirement. He reassures her. The structure has weakened over 300 years. He's already manipulated the flow of energy inside, easing the resistance and softening the seals. All that remains is her final strike. He reflects to himself that where he lacks yin energy, she overflows with it, and where she lacks yang, he fills the gap. Together, they're perfectly balanced, an unintentional harmony. Jin Wei exhales, tightening her grip. She leaps into the air, sword flashing, and sends a resounding strike into the wall. A shockwave echoes through the cavern, and the wall slowly creaks open. Jin Wei runs to him, overwhelmed. She asks how he knew it would work. Before he can answer, she bursts into excited praise, exclaiming that the lost techniques must lie beyond. She calls him a genius, smiling wide with gratitude. Cheolsu remains calm, reminding her that they haven't seen what's actually inside. It's too early to celebrate. They step into the darkness. Suddenly, Cheolsu stumbles, collapses, and everything fades. When he opens his eyes, he's chained to the ceiling. Panic strikes immediately. The room, the scent of incense, the sterile cold, it's too familiar. A man in glasses steps forward, asking if this is the child. An older man responds, confirming that this is the stray from Haidong City, one who will fetch a fine price at the palace. The bespectacled man turns to Cheolsu and casually greets him, telling him he's finally awake. Cheolsu's heart plunges. This was the day, the beginning of everything, the moment he lost his manhood and was sold into servitude. But this isn't real. He realizes he's trapped in an illusion, an advanced mental realm, a test left behind by Mu Juche. A sick final trial. Rage rises in his chest. He grits his teeth and swears he'll make that ancient bastard pay for dragging him back into this nightmare. A child's voice echoes nearby, claiming that life in the palace isn't so bad. He says a eunuch can still become powerful enough to change the world. Cheolsu's blood boils. In his past life, he had done exactly that. He had become the second most powerful man in the empire, second only to the empress, and yet, he lived hollow. That version of him, he now loathes. His anger ignites. Though his internal energy is far from what it once was, his mind remains sharp, his body restored. Spiritual pressure bursts from him, shaking the illusion. The captors around him demand to know how he's doing this, but their words freeze, faces distorting, before shattering into dust. This realm was built to test the heart, and Cheolsu's heart is impenetrable. He looks down at the broken symbols on the floor, symbols that once represented his shackles. Anger surges again. These were men he already killed. He refuses to be haunted by them a second time. A gentle voice interrupts. It praises his strength. He turns to see a group of breathtaking women approaching, one leaning in for a kiss. But he narrows his eyes. He's lived a lifetime dreaming of such illusions. That's all they are. He summons his ki and vaporizes them on the spot. Even with his desires, he won't be controlled by temptation. Not anymore. He knows he didn't survive to indulge fantasies, he survived because of his unshakable will. Then, the shadows shift. A tall figure steps forward, sword at his side, eyes glowing with celestial energy. Mu Ju Che, the celestial sword lord himself, stares down at him and finally speaks. He says that Cheolsu has exceeded every expectation. His voice carries the weight of centuries. Cheolsu opens his mouth to respond, but he doesn't even get the chance. A blade of lightning erupts from Mu Ju Cha's hand, cleaving through the air with terrifying speed. The ancient celestial sword lord declares that he wants to see if the boy can handle the real thing. Caught off guard by the sheer force and pressure, Cheolsu summons his energy, constructing hasty barriers as he twists and dodges across the cavern. But he's not fast enough. One strike lands cleanly across his abdomen, sending him flying back and slamming into the cave floor. The pain rattles his bones, and as he gasps for air, he realizes the truth with complete clarity. This isn't just some lingering illusion or guardian remnant. This is Mu Ju Cha, the man who single-handedly ended the demonic invasion 3 centuries ago. A living legend in the flesh. And he's now staring Cheolsu down like an enemy. Cheolsu scrambles up, shouting that he's not here to fight. He insists that Mu Ju Cha must recognize him, that he's not the enemy. But Mu Ju Cha cuts him off with biting sarcasm, asking if Cheolsu thinks he's a fool. He says the boy carries the mental poise of a grandmaster, yet lacks the martial refinement of even a first-tier cultivator. Worse, he says, is the aura of rebellion clinging to his skin, proof, in his eyes, that Cheolsu is an infiltrator from the blood demon cult. Cheolsu collapses under the pressure, unable to mount a defense. Another attack is already coming when he suddenly bows deeply, offering his name and title, Lee Cheolsu, disciple of the Gondong sect. Then, with deliberate reverence, he welcomes the celestial master as his ancestor. The energy shifts. The strike curves midair and narrowly misses. Then, in a startling twist, Mu Ju Cha begins to laugh. He says the boy is clever enough to use a sect-specific technique that only a true Gondong disciple would know. That move alone spared his life. He then introduces himself formally as the celestial swordmaster of 3 centuries past. He says it's rare to meet someone walking the path of reversal and immortality. Cheolsu responds coolly that time travel is no issue, as long as he remains a true disciple of the Gondong sect, the rest is irrelevant. Mu Ju Cha nods with partial agreement. He muses aloud about fighting fire with fire and suggests this boy may be the heavens' answer to future calamities. An anomaly to face another anomaly. Cheolsu, however, is completely lost in this cosmic reasoning. He hadn't come here to fulfill divine prophecy. All he wanted was to reclaim his masculinity. He explains that his reason for being here is far more personal. He's not chasing secret martial legacies or immortality. He stumbled into this place searching for power, and now he's certain the final piece of that power lies here. He says that if Mu Ju Cha is the guardian of that legacy, then he has a request. He asks the celestial master to teach the sword technique not to him, but to his companion, the boy who accompanied him. It's a smart move. Cheolsu has already earned Jin Hui's trust, and this arrangement would let the celestial master rebuild the sect while someone else bears the burdens of leadership. Cheolsu's ambition is clear. Remain second in command, wield significant influence, but stay free of responsibility. Live leisurely, laugh freely, and enjoy the rewards without bearing the crown. Mu Ju Cha considers his words and says perhaps fate did bring him here. But he also says Cheolsu is still foolish, he hasn't realized what's coming. A calamity approaches, one as terrible as the war of old. Cheolsu, now genuinely worried, asks if the blood demon cult is returning. He thought they had been wiped out centuries ago by Mu Jucha himself. But the master gives a cryptic response. He says he cannot reveal more, divine law forbids it. This leaves Cheolsu stunned. He knows the blood demon cult is the extremist branch of the demon sect, an organization obsessed with chaos and destruction. The last time they struck, they turned the Gondong Mountains into a river of blood and drowned the Wang dynasty beneath their cruelty. It took Mu Jucha's divine intervention to end that nightmare and forge the Merim alliance, which later birthed the Ming dynasty. The martial sects were rewarded with political power in exchange for their aid, creating a pact of non-interference. Since then, the demon sect had remained dormant. But now, the old patterns seem ready to repeat. Cheolsu begins to panic, not out of fear for the nation, but for his own future. If war returns, if people are starving and broken again, how could he build his paradise of pleasure? How could he charm women if they're too busy mourning sons and husbands? He imagines a desperate woman crying over her dying lord while he stands in the corner, heartbroken that no one is paying him attention. That future is intolerable. He concludes that if war is coming, then he must become strong enough to stop it, if only so he can live as he wants. Not to be a hero, not to save the world, but to protect his dream of leisure and laughter. He thinks of the emperors he once helped shape, of the dynasty he propped up from the shadows. He vows to prevent the demon cult from laying waste to the land again. Mu Jucha watches him quietly. Then, with a slight nod, he says the boy appears ready. He asks if Cheolsu now wishes to learn the unified sword technique. Cheolsu blinks, surprised. He thought the whole point was to pass it to Jin Wei. He asks what would be required of him to learn it. Mu Jucha replies that he knows the boy's mind is impure. He asks, flatly, if Cheolsu doesn't want to use these techniques to indulge in carnal desires and call it enlightenment. Cheolsu pauses for a moment and then answers honestly. He says his intentions aren't impure, at least, not in the way villains twist them. The union of yin and yang, he argues, is a sacred principle. It is the foundation of harmony in the world. He's not seeking domination or manipulation. He's seeking balance, beauty, bliss. He reminds the master that he overcame the illusion trap through sheer will. That alone should prove he's not some power-drunk hedonist. He says he wants to achieve enlightenment not by abandoning desire, but by embracing it honestly and respectfully. Women, to him, represent love, care, and beauty. He wants to uplift them, not use them. He wants to make them happy, not collect them like trophies. That, he claims, is worlds apart from being a villain. Mu Jucha stares at him, stunned by the twisted sincerity of his philosophy. He shakes his head and mutters that he's unsure what sort of karmic punishment a woman would have to endure to end up involved with someone like this. Cheolsu assures Mu Jucha not to worry. He promises that he'll take responsibility for everything, he always intended to. If he wasn't willing to carry the consequences, he never would have started this journey. Mu Jucha studies him for a moment, then chuckles. He admits that he's impressed the boy is so bold and driven, even if his reasons are unique. He says that ambition like Cheolsu deserves a little credit. But he warns him, if he truly wants to learn the unified sword technique, he must first let go of every martial foundation he's ever built. Cheolsu doesn't hesitate. He says that won't be a problem. In fact, he welcomes it. The yin-based cultivation from his past life disgusts him. It never suited him. Satisfied by his resolve, Mu Jucha declares that the training will begin. Cheolsu will now embark on the path to mastering the celestial art of dual harmony, the supreme martial legacy of the Gondong sect. The name alone sounds excessive to Cheolsu, but he holds his tongue. They suddenly appear in a vast, surreal expanse. It's like floating in a sea of stars, the horizon swirling with shifting currents of black and white. Cheolsu is disoriented, unsure where they are. Mu Jucha calmly explains that this is the depth of yin and yang, something Cheolsu will only truly understand if he masters the technique. Back in the real world, his body remains motionless in the cave. In that suspended state, he hears the master's voice urging him to dedicate himself to learning the art of dual harmony. Moments later, he awakens, jolting upright. Jin Wei is beside him, just beginning to stir. He calls out, nudging her shoulder. She groggily asks what happened, saying she saw the master disappear and the pavilion engulfed in flames. Cheolsu quickly explains. They were both caught in the celestial master's illusion. He managed to endure it and discover what was hidden within, the technique itself. It had been stored in the box all along, waiting to be found. Before they can process it, the cave begins to quake. The walls groan and crack, the protective force keeping it intact is gone. Mu Ju-cha's power had been preserving the space, and with his departure, it's collapsing. Cheolsu rushes toward the box, yelling that they need to grab it before it's lost forever. Jin Wei points to a glowing exit marker, and the two sprint out, the stone walls crumbling behind them. Just as they reach the entrance, Cheolsu turns and sees the faint image of Mu Ju-cha lingering. The celestial master gives him one last silent look before vanishing. Cheolsu doesn't say a word. He just keeps moving. Outside, the sunlight nearly blinds them. Jin Wei sighs, marveling that she'd almost forgotten what fresh air felt like. The cave collapses completely behind them. There's no going back. At least, she says, they recovered some of the lost martial arts. That alone makes the trip worth it. Cheolsu agrees, but says they're not done yet. They need to return to base, but there's somewhere he must visit first. Far away, in a modest home in the city, a small boy stirs awake. His mother urges him to hurry. His grandfather's health is fading fast, and it's time to leave this place. The boy apologizes, saying he's already packed everything. The old man emerges, hesitant. He asks if they truly have to leave. The woman replies that with no money left, and their home ruined, there's nothing more they can do here. They have to start over somewhere else, anywhere they can make a living. It's been a week since the boy last saw the two strangers from the Gondong sect. He wonders if they're alright, or if he put them in danger by asking for help. Just then, a knock comes at the door. A voice calls out, asking if anyone's home. It's Cheolsu and Jin Wei. The mother opens the door, confused. Jin Wei explains that they've returned as promised. Her son had asked for help, and they found the culprit who devastated their home. The grandfather and mother are skeptical, unsure if these two really handled such a thing. The boy doesn't hesitate. He drops his bag and runs forward, hugging them both tightly. Cheolsu grumbles that the kid should have left an address. It wasn't easy tracking him down. But he adds that thanks to the boy, they were able to slay the beast and prevent it from hurting anyone else. Cheolsu reaches into his robes and produces a glowing stone, the core extracted from the demonic serpent. He says it must be properly refined and administered to the grandfather. If done correctly, it will restore vitality and dramatically improve his health. The boy sobs his thanks, overwhelmed. The old man steps forward, hands trembling, then begins to cry as well. Later, the family waves goodbye as the two martial artists prepare to leave. The road ahead is long. Cheolsu, standing quietly, says he wishes he were stronger, strong enough to do more for people like that. Jin Wei agrees softly. Cheolsu glances at the road and starts walking again. He says they've got work to do. Gondong isn't going to rebuild itself. Jin Wei follows without a word. They walk together in silence, their hearts heavy with duty but lit with renewed purpose. The encounter with the boy had given them more than closure. It handed them responsibility. Cheolsu reflects on his past life. Back then, he never managed to awaken the divine fusion technique. The cave had already collapsed when he arrived. That meant someone else had entered it first, someone who retrieved the legacy and, perhaps, destroyed the evidence. If that person had ties to the Blood Demon sect, it made sense. They would want to erase Gondong's history, to ensure no one could challenge them. One thing was clear, something dark was already in motion. The question now was how to explain all of this to their master. As they climb the familiar stairs back to the sect, their master appears behind them. His voice cuts through the air, asking if it's really them. They turn slowly, awkward smiles plastered on their faces, asking how he's been. Without a word, the master storms forward and smacks both of them across the head. He demands to know where they've been, what they were thinking, and why they disappeared without permission. Later, after explanations are given and the truth laid bare, the master stands silent. Jin Wei confirms everything. Cheolsu adds that the luminous pearl was retrieved from the cave. The master opens one of the books they recovered. His hands begin to tremble. Tears fill his eyes. He declares that these are real. These are the lost techniques of their ancestors. He breaks down, overcome with emotion, saying that this must be the ancestors' blessing. For all they'd done wrong, they had still done something extraordinary. Despite the severity of their disobedience, he decides not to punish them. What they accomplished was too important. But he warns them, this kind of recklessness can't happen again. Finally, he pulls them both into a rough, proud hug and welcomes them home. Later, they're seen writing meticulously in the manuals. Jin Wei is assisting the master in organizing the recovered techniques. The leader remarks that the recovery of the luminous pearl is not just a symbolic triumph, it will be of great help in practical terms. At the very least, it means they won't go hungry for the time being, and they'll have the resources to begin stabilizing their sect. At this, Cheolsu raises a concern. He suggests that perhaps it's not wise to reveal their discovery to the public just yet. The leader raises an eyebrow and asks if Cheolsu means they shouldn't sell the pearl. Cheolsu confirms. He says that peace is more valuable than a bit of recognition. To him, the luminous pearl represents more than just rare material wealth, it's a beacon that could draw the wrong kind of attention. He reminds the leader that the reincarnation technique he used in his previous life was born from forbidden magic, an art tied directly to the demon sect. That same cursed legacy is likely related to the strange mark Mu Ju Cha saw on him. Cheolsu reflects on how he and the Empress had wiped out the demon cult in his previous life, believing they had truly ended it. Yet clearly, forces had remained hidden, even from them. If he, in all his past influence, never uncovered their full reach, then he knows they're still dangerous now. For that reason alone, he insists that their priority should be to grow stronger before the world takes notice of them. He turns to the master and states bluntly that rebuilding the sect has only just begun. Showing off treasures they can't yet defend will only invite ruin. The luminous pearl is far too valuable, and far too visible, to risk exposing. The leader takes a moment to consider his words. Then he nods in agreement. He says that Cheolsu is not wrong. In fact, it aligns with something he's been worried about himself. He mentions that the Shadow Society has been gaining power throughout Gansu province. Jin Wei appears confused at the name, unfamiliar with the group. The leader explains that it started as a lowly bandit network, but over time it gained momentum and influence. Now, it's far more than a criminal ring, it's an underground force spreading its reach rapidly. And in a province weakened by the decline of the Gongdong sect, it's becoming a legitimate threat. For now, the leader says, they'll keep the pearl hidden. No one outside the sect needs to know about it. Then, with a smile that breaks the heavy tension, he opens the door and tells them to follow him. After everything they've been through, it's time to eat. He leads them toward the Gongdong Inn. Cheolsu immediately perks up. That name sparks something in him. He knows the white lonely flower resides there. Finally, he thinks he'll be able to meet Su Heron. But as they walk through the city, Cheolsu's excitement dampens. The streets are lined with the hungry and the desperate. Beggars lean against crumbling walls, and silence has replaced what should be a lively marketplace. He starts to doubt there could be any sort of inn operating here. The leader catches his look and explains the decay. He says this decline is the price of weakness. When the sect lost its prestige, so did the city. Gongdong once thrived, streets alive with traders, music, and wealth. But now, the shadows loom heavier every day. Still, the leader adds, one bright spot remains. The Gongdong Inn has never closed its doors. It's the heart of this place, and somehow, it endures. Cheolsu, now salivating, declares that as long as the inn stands, the world can burn. He praises the inn as a symbol of resilience, saying no other place carries the name of Gongdong with as much pride. The leader chuckles, grateful for his enthusiasm, and tells him to go inside. Inside, the mood is surprisingly warm. The streets outside may be quiet, but the inn hums with life. Patrons speak in low tones, and a gentle buzz of hope lingers in the air. Cheolsu is stunned. He didn't expect to feel this level of energy in a dying city. A man appears from behind the counter and greets the leader with a wide smile, saying it's been too long. He introduces himself as Shiwan Wang, owner of the inn. He guides them to a table and welcomes them like family. The leader comments that the place hasn't changed a bit. Shiwan laughs and says he's just being kind. Then he gestures toward Cheolsu and asks who the young man is. Cheolsu introduces himself proudly as a new disciple of Gongdong. Shiwan immediately praises him, saying he radiates strength and purpose. He declares with confidence that this boy will surely help bring Gongdong back to its former glory. Cheolsu thanks him but remains suspicious. The man seems too kind. Then he notices something. The entire room has quieted. People are staring at him, whispering about the arrival of Gongdong martial artists. Their eyes shine with admiration. Cheolsu is confused. He's not famous. Not yet. Why all the attention? Shiwan explains. These people aren't just customers, they're allies. Many of them oppose the rise of the Shadow Society. The inn has become a haven, a gathering point for those who still believe in Gongdong's return. These people see hope in the disciples of the sect. That's why they're watching him now, not out of curiosity, but out of belief. Suddenly, a man runs over, clutching a handful of coins. He offers them to the leader, begging him to accept them to aid in restoring the sect. The leader thanks him and assures everyone that with disciples like these, Gongdong will rise again. Cheolsu sits there, stunned by the wave of love and support. He didn't expect this. Not here. Then the leader leans toward Shiwan and asks about his daughter. Shiwan says she's out on a mission but will return soon. He calls her Heron. At that moment, Cheolsu's heart skips a beat. This was the moment he had been waiting for. In his past life, Su Heron became one of the sect's greatest figures. Alongside Jin Wei, she led Gongdong's restoration, Jin Wei with her strength, and Heron with her mind. Her nickname, the Lonely Flower, suited her perfectly. Mysterious, elegant, and deadly. She was also known as the Ice Blade Princess. Her beauty was legendary. Even martial artists wrote her fan letters begging to be cut down by her sword. And now, Cheolsu, with his masculinity restored, couldn't miss the chance to meet her again. Just the thought sends his heart racing. The door creaks open. A flicker of white hair enters the room. His breath catches. Could it be? But no, it's a child. A little girl walks in, cheerful and innocent. He's stunned. He forgot. He's in the past, many years before Heron's rise to prominence. She's still a child. She tells her father she's back from her errand. Cheolsu can't help but smile awkwardly, reprimanding himself internally for getting carried away. She's cute, sure, but she's just a kid. Looking at her now, he feels the same way he once did looking at the Empress as a child, protective, like a big brother. Shiwan gestures to her and tells her to greet the sect's disciples. She waves and offers a shy greeting. Cheolsu introduces himself warmly, but before he finishes speaking, she stares for a second, then turns and walks away. She slams the door behind her. Inside, she wondered how he could smile when he couldn't protect a single soul. The Gongdong sect had proven useless, and her hatred for them ran deep, so deep, it extended to the entire martial world. Of course, the moment she left, her father apologized, explaining that his daughter was shy around strangers. Zhang Yang responded that it was perfectly fine. After all, she was just a child. Cheolsu, knowing her story, wasn't surprised. A skirmish between sects in the region had ended with her mother's death. That day, not even the Gongdong sect had been able to help. That helplessness had planted her resentment. Still, it saddened him to see someone so young already sealing herself off from others. Later, at least, the food was excellent. He finally got some decent protein after what felt like forever. Glancing to the side, he caught a glimpse of Heron rushing past him. She bolted as soon as she saw him. Then, out of nowhere, Jin Wei appeared right in front of him, asking if he enjoyed today's outing. Cheolsu replied that he had, though he couldn't stop wondering why Jin Wei always got so uncomfortably close when he spoke. Jin Wei beamed, expressing joy that Cheolsu had liked the trip. Cheolsu remained stunned by how good-looking the guy was. No wonder Heron had clung to him in the past life. If things kept going this way, Cheolsu wouldn't even manage to become her older brother. He needed a plan to surpass him. He slammed the table and told the master they should go out like this more often. The trip had opened his eyes to the people's support and their expectations for Gangnam. It motivated him. He declared that he wanted to become a real martial artist, someone worthy of that support. When the master said they'd visit once a month, Cheolsu thanked him with genuine appreciation. Fueled with purpose, he swore he would make Heron his little sister. He wouldn't lose to Jin Wei again. As night fell and they returned to the sect, Cheolsu admitted he had been neglecting what made him impressive. He pulled out a small stone tied to a rope and announced it was time to resume hanging exercises. His pants dropped, and the intent became obvious. The exercise was meant to strengthen the male organ, an essential part of his training to increase virility. Now that he was advancing with the master's martial techniques, he needed to train every part of himself to peak condition. As his eyes opened, the stone began to swing. It felt like night turned into day as he stood there, the stone swaying back and forth. A whole year must have passed. He laughed to himself, claiming he had finally become a real man. Reaching that level in just a year made him a legendary master of virility. He sat down, savoring the sensation, and began focusing his energy. Suddenly, a golden glow began to emanate from him. He grew confused. Ever since he merged with that strange technique from the cave and combined it with these unusual practices, something bizarre had been happening. Each time he activated his powers, something below reacted, something rose. He had no idea how to manage this new complication. At this rate, everyone would start labeling him a pervert. Just then, Jin Wei called out to him. Poor Cheolsu, startled, scrambled to cover himself. Why did this guy always show up at the worst possible moment? He opened the door, covering what needed to be covered, and asked Jin Wei why he was there. Jin Wei said that today was their travel day and he'd been sent to fetch him. The master had instructed them to head to Hujiang County first, so he needed to hurry. Cheolsu felt relief wash over him. Jin Wei hadn't noticed anything. Still, he had recently started finding the guy's behavior odd. Maybe puberty was messing with him. At the inn, Heron poured tea for the two of them. The moment Cheolsu thanked her, she dashed away again. Though she still avoided him, at least it wasn't as extreme as before. But something didn't feel right. The inn was unusually empty. Jin Wei noticed it too and said it aloud. Suddenly, Wan Guang appeared, greeting them warmly. He reintroduced himself, and Cheolsu asked how he was doing, though it quickly became clear that something was off. Wan Guang asked if they wanted their usual order, and Cheolsu confirmed. But when Wan Guang turned to fetch it, he stumbled. Heron screamed for him. Cheolsu rushed over and asked what had happened. Wan Guang assured them it was nothing. Just his health acting up. Cheolsu then asked about the inn's emptiness. Wan Guang admitted the truth. He said he would soon have to close the place. He explained it was all due to the Shadow Society villains, who had grown stronger and more ruthless. They'd been extorting the entire city. Months ago, they began preventing merchants from trading with the inn. With constant fighting outside, people stopped coming in. Bills piled up, and now he feared for Heron's safety. It was time to shut down. Now it made sense to Cheolsu. Heron had joined the Gondong sect because her father hoped she'd be protected, even though she hated martial artists. The Shadow Society might have just been thugs, but they had backing from the Black Dragon of Sichuan. Looking at Wan Guang, Cheolsu realized how hopeless it was for normal people to fight against such forces. Suddenly, someone pounded on the door. A voice shouted Wan Guang's name. 3 bandits burst in, demanding that he pay his debts. They gave him 2 options: money or the inn as collateral. One of them grabbed Heron and declared that if they wouldn't hand over the inn, they'd take her instead. Jin Wei stood up as Wan Guang tried to charge at them. The man holding Heron said that she would now work for the Shadow Society to repay her father's debt. Heron cried, pleaded, and tried to break free before dashing away. Just then, Cheolsu's voice rang out. The man froze when a pair of chopsticks flew through the air and pierced his hand. Screaming, he dropped his weapon. The other 2 bandits drew their swords and demanded to know who dared to interfere. Cheolsu replied that the girl had said no. One look at his robe and they realized he was from the Gondong sect. They mocked the dead sect's audacity to challenge them. But one of them warned the others to be careful. They were dealing with madmen now. They pointed out that Cheolsu looked unusually armed. Cheolsu, still covering himself, burned with embarrassment. His energy had leaked out again. Heron rushed to her father and hugged him tightly. From behind, Jin Wei called out, asking if Cheolsu's martial technique was designed to confuse enemies. Cheolsu responded sarcastically, complimenting Jin Hui's insight. The bandits burst out laughing, saying they'd never seen anything so ridiculous. They joked that Cheolsu and Jin Wei seemed like a perfect couple, but now realized the boy was packing serious heat. One raised his sword, declaring that now, blood would pay for their insolence. Cheolsu crouched and told them to take their shot, but warned that if they missed, they'd lose their most precious jewels. The bandit warned him to watch his tongue. Cheolsu told Jin Wei he'd take care of it and asked him to protect Heron and her father. Jin Wei agreed and moved toward them. The father asked if they could really leave it to the boy. Jin Wei reassured him, saying Cheolsu was stronger than he looked. At that moment, one bandit charged with a sword. Cheolsu ducked, grabbed a twig, and struck each bandit right in the groin. Precision hits. The last one, watching in horror, began to panic. Cheolsu stepped forward and declared he would crack 6 eggs with 1 spoon. Blood sprayed. Moments later, a leader from the Gongdong sect arrived, surveying the wreckage and broken bodies of the defeated bandits. He asked if everyone was all right, his eyes narrowing as he examined the scene. Gazing at the carnage, he demanded to know what exactly had happened here. Cheolsu stepped forward and offered a formal apology, explaining that he had caused unnecessary damage in the process of trying to restore order. He admitted that things may have gotten a little out of hand. Wan Guang interjected with gratitude, expressing that if not for these boys, they would have lost everything. The leader acknowledged the increasing boldness of the bandits, remarking that they had now gone so far as to try robbing the inn in broad daylight. He declared with conviction that the Gongdong sect would finish them off once and for all. But Wan Guang pleaded against it. He reminded them that everyone knew the Shadow Society had the protection of the Black Dragon. He said he didn't want Heron to suffer more pain, not again, not because of him. The leader softened and agreed. He promised that, as far as the Gongdong sect was concerned, Heron would be well cared for. But before the discussion could end, Cheolsu stepped forward, requesting that the leader wait. He said that if things continued this way, Heron would become a sect disciple, just like in his previous life. However, he argued that forcing a child to walk a path against her heart was not right. He said the better choice was to give her the freedom to choose her own destiny, a future not forged in pain. He insisted that what had been seen could not be unseen. If they turned away from the suffering of someone so close, then the Gongdong sect would never truly recover its honor. The leader paused, considering the weight of his words. He admitted that it would be wrong to ignore the selfless actions of a disciple. But he asked what Cheolsu planned to do about the Black Dragon. Cheolsu responded that he would send a letter, a direct challenge to the Black Dragon in the name of the Gongdong sect. The leader seemed skeptical and asked if they would even accept such a proposal. Cheolsu explained that they'd present an offer so tempting, the Black Dragon sect would be unable to refuse. The scene shifted to the stronghold of the Black Dragon sect. The challenge had bypassed the Shadow Society completely, going straight to the heart. One member sneered, saying that the Gongdong fools didn't know their place. The challenge was a 2-on-3 fight. If Gongdong lost, they would close their gates for 50 years. If the Black Dragon lost, they would abandon the region entirely. The Black Dragon sect's leader scoffed, saying the terms were too generous. It was obviously a trap. Yet he remained confident. After all, they had Wei Soyang, the Death Black Dragon. While he considered the challenge, someone interrupted. A stunning woman entered the room, her presence silencing everyone. She said there was no need for concern. Her name was Yueryong. Known across the martial world as the Tiger of the Blade, Yueryong announced that she would take care of the matter personally. She'd heard rumors. Talk of a Gongdong disciple who humiliated 3 Shadow Society members without drawing a blade. The weapon of choice had been a spoon. That rumor, of course, came from none other than Cheolsu, who had been loudly repeating the story to anyone who would listen. He spoke with flair, boasting of how weak the Shadow Society truly was. According to him, if they were pathetic, then the Black Dragon sect had to be even worse. In a meeting room, one man apologized to Miss Yu for underestimating the threat. She placed a calming hand on his shoulder and told him not to worry, she would handle it. Then she asked for confirmation. Was the loudmouth's name Lee Cheolsu? Meanwhile, Cheolsu was profiting handsomely from his tale. People recognized him as the righteous hero who stood against the Shadow Society. He already imagined the adoration of countless women who would swoon at his feet. In his head, they were already calling him a noble savior. Unaware of the storm approaching, Cheolsu continued shadowboxing and loudly proclaimed that nothing charmed a woman more than a man fighting for justice. His energy surged, and once again, he had to cover himself. That particular problem just wouldn't resolve. But this time, he told himself, he had to stay sharp. He was dealing with villains. Even if he had offered them a fair duel, he knew something shady would happen. These people didn't play clean. As a martial artist, he knew they'd likely hired an assassin, masked and dangerous. Looking to the sky, he sighed and mused that evil people must suffer from an illness that made them die if they didn't cause trouble. That's when he noticed someone approaching. The assassin had arrived, and she was lethal. What caught his attention first was, naturally, the fact that she was a woman. In his past life, he had fought the Shadow Society 4 years from now. Not once had he encountered a woman among them. But this was different. His jaw dropped. She wasn't just a woman, she was flawless. Every curve, every move, seemed calculated to distract and destroy. She stopped directly in front of him and asked if he was Lee Cheolsu. Blushing, he confirmed it, declaring himself the hero everyone had heard about. She looked puzzled by his reaction. Without warning, she launched an attack, saying that he would pay the price for daring to challenge the Black Dragon sect. They exchanged blows, fast and furious. She admitted he had decent skill for someone his age, but said it wasn't surprising. She assumed they thought they had a chance just because the genius Jin Y was on their team. Cheolsu struggled. She was far stronger, physically dominant, and every strike reminded him of it. He tried a counterattack, but she leapt through the air with balletic grace and landed like a whisper on the ground. Her movements were too refined for any ordinary sect. Who was she? She smirked and teased that he moved like a frightened little mouse. Then she shifted her stance, and something clicked in his memory. He asked if she was none other than Yi Ruyong, the blade of the tiger. She confirmed it with a smile. Cheolsu's heart dropped. He knew the stories. Yi Ruyong wasn't just dangerous for her swordplay, she was infamous for her twisted challenges and the scarred veil she wore. She had a habit. After beating a man, she would pull back her veil and ask if he thought she was beautiful. If he didn't answer with sincere conviction, if he didn't mean it, she would accuse him of lying and turn him into a eunuch. No man had ever passed that test. Out of all the disasters Cheolsu could have imagined, this was the worst. She walked toward him slowly, saying that since he recognized her, he must know the test was coming. He admitted he did, trying to hide his panic. She lifted her veil. Then she asked him to describe how beautiful she was in his eyes. Cheolsu took a moment to think. He understood that this situation demanded more than flattery. Empty compliments wouldn't work on a woman like her. What moved someone like her was sincerity, raw, undeniable sincerity. And in his mind, there was only one way to prove a man's true heart. So, like a complete fool, he ignited his internal energy. Letting it flare, he declared with full conviction that she was truly magnificent. Startled, Ruyong demanded to know what kind of absurd madness he was pulling. Cheolsu calmly explained that he was simply answering her challenge. She had asked, and he was giving her the most honest truth his soul could muster. He praised the clarity of her eyes, described her hair as silk touched by moonlight, and said that her figure could make flowers wilt in jealousy and even the moon blush with envy. That's why, he proclaimed in the name of the Gongdong sect, she was stunning. Ruyong stood motionless, stunned beyond words. She was 60 years old, a fact Cheolsu didn't know, and she had challenged countless men throughout the years. Yet never before had she met someone who spoke with such blazing, unmistakable sincerity. Watching the aura glow around him, she found herself hesitating. Her usual trick of calling someone a liar didn't come easily this time. Cheolsu, thrilled that his gamble had struck home, silently celebrated. He had long suspected that Ruyong's infamous challenge wasn't just a cruel game, it was a defense mechanism. She wasn't just an eccentric martial artist. She was, in truth, Jukao, the demon of 1,000 faces and the most elusive figure within the Shadow sect. Her power allowed her to change her body, her age, even her gender at will. She spent her life assuming countless disguises, using each new face to explore the martial world under a different identity. Ruyong was one such persona, and Cheolsu believed this one had been born from pain. From a young age, Jukao had been pursued by men who only wanted her for her looks. That trauma had led to her challenge, a method to test whether any man could see beyond the surface. And even though she could detect lies with her unique eye technique, she still struggled to believe anyone could mean the words Cheolsu had just said. Yet, there he stood, glowing, grinning, earnest. Cheolsu stepped closer, confident he had passed the test. He reminded her of the terms. Those who passed the challenge were granted a wish. Ruyong blushed deeply, her heart thudding at the sight of this bold, reckless boy approaching, still carrying that persistent and embarrassing physical reaction from earlier. He was audacious, and worse, he wasn't repulsed by the scar on her face. Cheolsu, unwavering, insisted again. He had passed the test, and now it was time for his wish. Her blush deepened as she imagined what sort of inappropriate favor he might request. He leaned in close and whispered his wish, something we aren't yet allowed to hear. Ruyong's expression changed instantly. She snapped, calling him a bastard. Only in the next chapter would his request be revealed. As it turned out, his whispered wish was exactly what most people would have assumed. On a moonlit night, He wanted to lie beside her and explore the mysteries of yin and yang. Or at least, that's what he truly desired. But he didn't ask for that. When Yuyong asked what he meant by couldn't, Cheolsu explained that, as a disciple of the Orthodox sect, he couldn't let himself be driven by worldly desires. He said that his true wish was simple: she must return the challenge letter to the Black Dragon sect and guarantee that the upcoming duel would proceed fairly. Yuyong, who had braced herself for a completely different kind of request, was furious. She screamed again, calling him a bastard, and accidentally unleashed a burst of internal energy. The force shattered his sword, sent him flying backward, and slammed him into a tree. The tiger blade's roar filled the forest, a sound he never expected to be on the receiving end of. Dazed and broken, Cheolsu lay crumpled, wondering what he'd done to deserve this. Seeing him like that, Yuyong approached in a panic, apologizing. She hadn't meant to use her martial power, it had been an accident. As he coughed up blood, Cheolsu realized she had dropped her disguise for just a moment and reacted as a true martial master. Her regret was clear: she hadn't wanted to hurt him. Taking advantage of the moment, Cheolsu played the wounded victim. He asked how someone could treat a younger disciple so cruelly, especially one who had just admired her beauty with such sincerity. When she acknowledged her mistake, he asked if she would still fulfill his wish. Flustered, she agreed. Victory! Cheolsu silently cheered that his strategy had worked. She placed a few recovery pills on the ground and turned to leave. Watching her climb a nearby tree, Cheolsu knew he'd walked away from the situation with more than he had bargained for. Then someone shouted his name. He scrambled to collect the pills and swore to keep everything that had just happened a secret from both Jin Wei and the master. Meanwhile, Jin Wei was racing through the forest, her heart pounding from the energy blast that had shaken the entire mountain. She feared the worst had happened to her junior. When she found him lying under the tree, she dropped to her knees and cradled him, asking if he was all right. Still groggy, Cheolsu claimed that masked attackers from the Shadow Society had ambushed him. He said the battle was quick but intense, and that he managed to protect the sect. Jin Wei, now trembling with rage, cursed the Shadow Society and vowed never to forgive them for what they'd done. Cheolsu, thrilled with how everything was unfolding, thought to himself that this had been perfect. Now that Jin Wei was furious, she would surely give her all in the duel. Jin Wei promised she would protect him, her grip firm, her emotions raw. Night gave way to dawn. After resting and taking the pills, Cheolsu was feeling much better. Yan Zhong and Jin Wei checked in on him. He, of course, exaggerated his weakness, claiming he had circulated his energy and was slowly recovering. The master, sensing his excitement, asked what kind of food he liked. It seemed Cheolsu still needed proper nutrients. That caught his attention. Food in the sect was always limited to plants. Jin Wei leaned in close, offering to get him anything he wanted. Cheolsu said he'd love some braised pork belly. He also considered oysters but dismissed the idea, knowing they were too pricey. He then stood up and told her not to worry, she had already done enough. Sprinting through the forest, Jin Wei felt a deep sense of guilt. She blamed herself for everything that had happened. She resolved to grow stronger, to become someone capable of protecting him. But every time she got close, her heart betrayed her. It beat faster, pulling her toward a role she wasn't ready to accept. It made her want to be more than just a martial artist, and that terrified her. That weakness had led to Cheolsu's injury. She had to let go of such emotions. She needed to be stronger, for the sect, for herself. Meanwhile, back at the table, Wang had already heard what had transpired. Embarrassed, Jin Wei shyly asked if she could request some pork. He smiled and reassured her. Of course, he said, they'd never ignore someone who got hurt protecting them. She expressed her gratitude with a soft nod. Then, unexpectedly, Heron slammed the table and called out to her. Heron asked if she could take her with her to the main sect, confused. She asks why would Heron suddenly want to come along and that she could take care of her junior herself, so why go through the trouble? Heron, resolute, declared that as his future wife, it's only natural that she does this. This revelation shocked her tremendously as she asks what Heron means by future wife. Guang Yuan explained awkwardly that he'd told Heron she should definitely find someone like young Master Lee if she was looking for a husband. Just a few days ago, Guang Yuan had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol over the Shadow Society's attempt to seize the inn. At that moment, Heron appeared with a teacup. She asked her father whether he was all right, and whether, Even if the Gongdong sect came to help, he was still very worried. Guang Yuan fell silent for a moment. If they lost the martial arts competition against the Black Dragon Gang, not only the inn and their family, but even the Gongdong sect would be implicated. Mentioning this made him smile abruptly and change the subject. He asked Haran what she thought of young Master Lee. Haran considered it thoughtfully and said that he was a good person, but Guang Yuan nodded in agreement. He added that young Master Lee had been very brave when he fought the Shadow Society. A man as outstanding as him was qualified to be his daughter's future husband. Hearing this made Haran blush. She said she didn't object to her father's suggestion, and that was why she had declared herself his future wife and wanted to take care of him. Realizing her intention, Haran spoke again. Young Master Lee had been injured because of their inn, so it was only right that she should go and take care of him. This left Guang Yuan momentarily speechless, although he recognized her point, and yet, he felt unhappy. At this moment, Guang Yuan broke the deadlock. He asked whether, if young Master Lu didn't like Haran taking care of young Master Lee, he could take her up the mountain to see him. In the end, Lu Zhenghui agreed. Since the streets had been in a state of panic ever since the Shadow Society caused trouble, the mountain was safer. Meanwhile, Lee Cheolsu lay in bed, wondering why he was alone with Master at such a good time. He thought that if a beauty came to examine his body and perform some, let's say, hardware softening tasks with him, that would be the best way to take care of a patient. Just then, a sound came from outside the door. Master guessed it was Lu Zhenghui returning and prepared to go out to check. After being left alone in the room, Lee Cheolsu continued to practice Tai Gang Yun Dong. He had been doing this exercise for a while now. Seeing his erect manhood push up the quilt, he instantly recalled memories from his past life. In his previous life he often fantasized but ultimately couldn't relieve himself. Thinking of this, an idea popped into his head. Why not take advantage of being alone now? Relieve himself in secret. However, just as he was cleaning up, Haran opened the door without a sound. She greeted him, saying it had been a long time since they'd seen each other, which threw Lee Cheolsu into emotional turmoil. But his mouth still managed to ask her why she was here. Haran explained that she was going to stay temporarily at Gongdong sect to take care of him. Then she took out a towel and was about to wipe his body. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Before he could agree, she lifted the quilt, and he shouted uncontrollably for her to stop, calling out, "Quick, quick, stop." At the same time, Yu Jinwei was cooking in the kitchen, but his face showed a hint of sadness. He thought it unfair that Haran could openly say she wanted to be his junior brother's wife. She was very beautiful and would only become more so with age. But he, Yu Jinwei, could only ever be a man. Since he couldn't like his junior brother as a woman, and yet the junior brother was his most important person, he decided he couldn't let him casually marry other women. Even Miss Haran would need to pass his verification. Just then, Haran entered with a dejected expression. She said that Lee Cheolsu had said men and women should not be intimate, and that he wouldn't let her wipe his body. She asked young Master Lu if he could help. Hearing this, Yu Jinhui's face brightened and he hardened. On the other side, Lee Cheolsu had just regained his senses as Yu Jinwei rushed in. He said that since Haran was female, it was inappropriate for her to wipe his body, but since they were both men, Lee Cheolsu could entrust his body to Yu Jinwei. Lee Cheolsu panicked and insisted firmly that he didn't need such help now. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Jinwei eagerly began pulling at him. The quilt tore, even his clothes were shredded. Yu Jinwei again and again gave him his first intimate massage. Yu Jinhui's technique was extraordinary, but Lee Cheolsu lay on the bed afterward. Worried, Lady Dayan wondered whether that kid was seriously injured, whether he had fallen and couldn't get up again. She realized it felt wrong. As the #1 Xinjing master in Shipei, the reclusive, highly desired beauty of all men, why was she so concerned about an unknown junior from the Gongdong sect? Could it be that she was really smitten by Lee Cheolsu? She quelled the thought and reminded herself she was simply fulfilling a promise. She summoned the leader of Xianhui and told him she was going to the Black Dragon Gang's headquarters. During her absence, she ordered him not to cause trouble. Along the way, Dayan denied to herself that she could be falling for that person. She was just keeping her promise. She displayed her true power as the once reclusive champion of Shipei to facilitate a martial arts duel. Just as Yu Jin-wei finished giving Lee Cheolsu that body massage, he asked how Cheolsu felt. Cheolsu said it was very comfortable, though inwardly he wanted to die. Every part of his body had been touched by a man. Hearing his words, Yu Jin-wei was overjoyed and said he would give him acupressure massages every day from now on. This startled Lee Cheolsu into sitting up. He insisted no, this session was enough. But Yu Jin-wei refused and promised he'd do anything if the junior brother could get well quickly. He cheerfully offered to get him some water to drink. Although Lee Cheolsu felt unhappy, he admitted that Yu Jin-hui's massage had indeed improved his condition. His body felt significantly better. Still, being touched by senior brother every day was clearly unacceptable. They needed to quickly arrange the martial arts competition. Although Dayan had promised to persuade the Black Dragon Gang, that alone wasn't enough. They needed someone fair to officiate and publicize the results, to prevent Xu Feng from lying about who won. The biggest problem was finding someone highly respected and impartial. With the decline of the Gongdong sect in Gan province, only Xiaomun clan fit the bill. But Xiaomun clan, who disliked meddling in others' affairs, would surely refuse. All Cheolsu could do now was wait until his body recovered, then pay attention to Xiaomun clan's movements. Just then, Yu Jin-wei returned with a cup of water. Lee Cheolsu asked him if he had nothing else to do. Yu Jin-wei happily nodded. Then Cheolsu asked, if he took care of him, who would cook? When he learned from Yu Jin-wei that it was Haran, he spat out the water he'd been about to drink. His pork was ruined, Haran couldn't cook at all. Scene change. Inside the Black Dragon Gang. Dayan tells the leader that the Gongdong sect wants to use Zhonghu custom to settle things with Xian Hui. She told this to the Black Dragon Gang leader, Wei Tianming. Wei Tianming was displeased that for such a small matter, he'd been summoned alone. As he spoke, powerful internal energy erupted, transforming into a fierce-looking black dragon. Yet Dayan remained unmoved. Gathering all his internal energy into a scroll, Wei Tianming threw the scroll at Dayan, but Dayan easily unraveled it. Wei Tianming was astonished. He'd clearly added internal energy. Suddenly, Dayan tore off her disguise, revealing her true appearance. She asked when she had allowed him to be presumptuous in front of him. Wei Tianming hurriedly kowtowed. Alliance leader Lien. Why are you here? At this moment, Dayan looked displeased and called Li Zishou a big scoundrel for having revealed his true appearance. Then she directly said that they should accept the martial arts challenge from the Gongdong sect. Wei Tianming replied weakly that agreeing to this competition seemed to offer no benefit. Dayan laughed at his narrow thinking and pointed out that there was still Xiaomun clan. Hearing this, Wei Tianming suddenly understood. Xiaomun clan. Those despicable fellows had been waiting for an opportunity for hundreds of years. Gan province had always been the stronghold of the Gongdong sect. If the sect were to rise again, it would only be a matter of time before Xiaomun clan would be suppressed. That was why Xiaomun clan had consistently turned a blind eye to the affairs of Xianhui. The sudden decline of the Gongdong sect was something they welcomed. Once the righteous sect fell, they planned to use revenge as a justification to battle the Black Dragon Gang, securing their own status as the #1 sect in Gan province. At this point, Dayan interrupted the discussion, stating that if the Black Dragon Gang completely obliterated the Gongdong sect through the martial arts competition, then Xiaomun clan would lose any opportunity to intervene. Hearing this, Wei Tianming quickly assured Dayan to rest easy. He declared that he would win the martial arts competition and then completely crush the foundation of the Gongdong sect, cutting off their final lifeline. However, Dayan firmly rejected the idea. She ordered not to destroy Benshin. Wei Tianming was clearly confused by this order. What he didn't know was that Dayan was thinking privately. Before Lee Cheolsu came of age, he would still need a place to live. Meanwhile, Lee Cheolsu was racing toward the kitchen in a panic. The idea that Haran had been allowed to cook such precious pork sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. Based on the intelligence gathered by imperial spies from his past life, anyone who had eaten Haran's food had nearly died. It wasn't that it was poisoned, it was just inedible. Lee Cheolsu desperately hoped nothing would happen to the pork. When he arrived, the situation was far worse than he expected. Not only was the pork at risk, it looked as if the entire kitchen might go up in flames. Yu Jin-wei saw the chaos and quickly ran off to get water. But Lee Cheolsu grew even more worried. If the kitchen was in that state, then where was Haran? Could she still be inside? Inside, Haran was in a panic. She just wanted to grill some meat for Lee Cheolsu but now risks burning the place down. If she doesn't do anything soon, the fire might spread and cause more damage to the Gongdong sect. She turns, looking for something to extinguish the fire. Seeing the water container, she quickly fills a bucket and rushes to the fire. But because of the smoke, she starts getting dizzy and lost control of her body. Just then, Cheolsu pushed open the door without hesitation and found Haran lying on the ground. The moment Haran saw him, her eyes filled with light, he immediately picked her up and carried her out. Just after he rescued Haran from the burning kitchen, Haran looked full of guilt and said that she had to go back to put out the fire. Lee Cheolsu rejected the idea right away, insisting that the kitchen was not what mattered right now. What mattered was her. He told her to remember that she was the most important. Hearing those words, Haran's eyes widened, and her cheeks flushed red. Just then, Yu Jin-wei returned, dropping the bucket the moment he saw the scene. He asked why Lee Cheolsu was holding Miss Su. That startled Lee Cheolsu. He tried to explain himself, saying that he was just saving her from the fire and had no other intentions. He swore he hadn't done anything improper. Seeing how eager Lee Cheolsu was to clarify their relationship, Yu Jinhui's face also turned downcast, leaving Lee Cheolsu even more confused. He wondered what had just happened. Then, suddenly, a possibility struck him. Could the rumors from his past life be true? That Yu Jin-wei, the man hailed as the #1 swordsman in the world, avoided women because he had a secret, unspeakable relationship with his junior sister, Haran? The thought stunned him. He realized he had nearly made a grave mistake. He concluded he must separate the two. So, he picked up the bucket and walked over to Yu Jin-wei, saying that thanks to his senior brother's massage earlier, he was feeling much better. He suggested that they clean up the mess in the kitchen together and then go train. Hearing this, Yu Jinhui's heart filled with joy. He asked excitedly whether that was really true. Seeing his senior brother so happy, Lee Cheolsu felt helpless. If he didn't want to lose to his handsome senior brother, he had no choice but to become an exceptional person himself. This martial arts competition would be the first time the world saw the reformed Gongdong sect, and he was determined to change everyone's perception of it. Scene change. Wei Tianming, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, convened a meeting to discuss the martial arts competition ceremony. An elder brought up that the Gongdong sect had formally issued a martial arts challenge. He questioned why they should accept it. Another man with a long beard added that they should ignore it and ask the leader to give him the order so he could go and slice those arrogant challengers into pieces. Wei Tianming raised his hand to signal for silence. Then, he announced that they would accept Gongdong sect's martial arts challenge. This decision puzzled the elders. Wei Tianming then elaborated that although challenging the Gongdong sect seemed unreasonable, accepting their proposal would benefit them. As he said this, he suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He explained that if the Black Dragon Gang defeated Gongdong sect through proper, orthodox means, then even the Seomoon clan faction couldn't find any excuse to interfere in their affairs. The elders of the new overlord sect applauded and praised him, agreeing that he had made the right decision. Then someone asked who should be sent for the challenge. Wei Tianming paused for a moment to consider. He finally concluded that, since it was a battle among the rising stars, the young master should be the one to handle it. Scene changed to the Black Dragon Gang's training grounds. The young master of the Black Dragon Gang, Wei Soryun, stared straight ahead with a focused expression. Suddenly, several muscular fighters charged toward her with swords. With a single elegant thrust, Wei Soryun dispatched them all effortlessly. She scoffed and called them a bunch of idiots, questioning whether this was all they had to offer, even when using real swords. Just then, a subordinate ran over and reported that the sect leader had assigned Wei Soryun a task. Later that evening, Lee Cheolsu sat cross-legged in meditation outside the door. At that moment, Wei Soryun also arrived at the location as ordered. She looked around in disgust and complained aloud that it was pathetic to be sent to such a shabby, beggar-like sect. She demanded that he call the sect leader immediately. Hearing this, Lee Cheolsu slowly opened his eyes and thought, so she had finally arrived. The #1 rising star of the evil sect. Wee Soryun, was now here. Noticing she wasn't getting a response, Wee Soryun grew impatient. She asked once more what the delay was and told someone to quickly call out the sect leader. Perhaps it was because Wee Soryun had been the rising star of the evil sect since childhood that she carried herself with such arrogance. Rumors painted her as a tomboyish beauty, but Lee Cheolsu hadn't expected her to be so outright rude. With that thought in mind, he responded bluntly, saying that he wasn't willing to obey. Wee Soryun's expression turned furious. She demanded how he dared to defy her orders. At this, Lee Cheolsu gave her a knowing smile. Just as he had expected, someone with such pride couldn't handle being provoked. With that realization, he put on a smug look and mocked her, saying that a mere young gang leader daring to command the leader of a righteous sect was laughable. He questioned where she had found such courage. Then he told her that if she apologized now, he might consider going easy on her in the martial arts competition. Wee Soryun laughed loudly and said that the idea of Gongdong sect competing with the Black Dragon Gang was laughable. Hearing this, Lee Cheolsu's expression immediately went cold. He called her overconfident and proposed a bet on the martial arts competition. Wee Soryun replied by asking why she should make a bet. Lee Cheolsu smiled and asked if she was afraid. That remark only added fuel to her fury. Sensing the perfect moment, Lee Cheolsu pushed further. He said the Black Dragon Gang not daring to wager was no different from a group of limp earthworms. Then, he finally laid out his terms. If Gongdong sect lost, he would become her manservant. Wee Soryun, still brimming with anger, agreed on the spot without hesitation. She stated that although she wouldn't lose, if by some chance she did, she would call him brother for the rest of her life. Hearing that, Lee Cheolsu licked his lips with a devilish grin and thought to himself, from brother to dear, from dear to husband. Just thinking about it made him happy. Just as the argument with Wee Soryun ended, the sect master appeared. Having heard the commotion, the master came out and asked whether she was the person sent by the Black Dragon Gang to deliver the message. Upon seeing the elder, Wee Soryun immediately corrected her stance and formally introduced herself as the young master of the Black Dragon Gang, sent by the sect leader to deliver an official reply. This polite behavior shocked Lee Cheolsu. He hadn't expected the rude girl from earlier to suddenly act with such decorum. He began to wonder whether her earlier provocation had been deliberate. Meanwhile, the master slowly opened the sealed letter. The message declared that the martial arts competition would take place at noon, half a month from now, in Haiding County. In full view of the public. This announcement surprised the master. He asked if there were really no additional conditions and whether the Black Dragon Gang was truly willing to accept the challenge. Wee Soryun confirmed this and said that their sect would act as the Black Dragon Gang's impartial judge. She requested that Gongdong sect also find a neutral party to act as their own judge. The master fell silent for a moment before reassuring her. He said that their sect intended to invite Seomun clan to serve as the impartial judge. Before leaving, Wee Soryun once again asked that Gongdong sect secure confirmation from Seomun clan. As Wee Soryun turned to leave, she cast a sharp, cutting glance at Lee Cheolsu. Not to be outdone, Lee Cheolsu responded with a mocking grimace. The exchange left Wee Soryun blushing with a mix of shame and fury. After letting out an uncontrollable curse, Wee Soryun vanished on the spot. A moment later, Yu Jin Wei rushed out in a panic and asked the master what the commotion had been about. The master calmly explained that someone from the Black Dragon Gang had just left and instructed Yu Jin Wei to go deliver a letter to the Seomun clan as well. What none of them realized, however, was that the Seomun clan strongly disliked the idea of the martial arts competition. Sending such a kind and honest senior brother alone might result in him getting bullied. So Lee Cheolsu immediately proposed to accompany him on the trip. He said that since this was Yu Jin Hui's first time stepping into the world of Zhonghu, he, as the junior brother, wanted to be by his side. Hearing this, Yu Jin Wei was visibly moved. He beamed with joy and said that his junior brother was truly thoughtful, then suddenly pulled him into an embrace and expressed his deep gratitude. The next morning, after packing their things, Lee Cheolsu sat by the door and couldn't help but feel a wave of anticipation. Lanzhou City, where the Seomun clan resided, was the largest city in all of Gan province. And now, finally, he was taking his first step into the world of Zhonghu. Just then, Haran appeared with a concerned expression. She said she had heard that he was headed to Lanzhou, and mentioned she hadn't yet thanked him for what happened in the kitchen. She reminded him that this was already the second time he had saved her, and every time it was because of her own incompetence. She apologized, saying she always caused him trouble. Lee Cheolsu signaled to her not to feel guilty. He reminded her that during the time he had suffered internal injuries, it was her care that helped him recover. He added that Miss Su always worked very hard and that she shouldn't blame herself for being useless. As he spoke, he placed a hand gently on her head to comfort her and told her that if she truly wanted to change her fate, she should formally join the Gongdong sect. He encouraged her to learn martial arts and said that maybe she could one day become the #1 woman among women. He emphasized that to grow stronger, one must first value oneself. Haran nodded and said that although she had never thought about such things before, since young Master Lee had said it, she would remember it. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Yu Jin Wei called out and asked what his junior brother was doing, urging him to come out quickly. This abrupt interruption made Lee Cheolsu's heart skip a beat. He thought that Yu Jin Wei really had a talent for ruining the moment. Before their departure, the master gave them a final reminder, telling them to be extremely careful, since this was their first true journey into Zhonghu. Later, as they passed through the bustling market of Hiding County, Yu Jin Wei suddenly stopped at a vendor's stall after spotting some candy. He insisted on buying some. This left Lee Cheolsu speechless. He reminded himself that he wasn't a child anymore and wondered how Yu Jin Wei could still get so excited over candy. But what stunned him even more was that this act of eating candies somehow attracted the admiration of several women nearby. Still, Lee Cheolsu didn't let down his guard. Ever since they had entered Hiding County, he had sensed that someone was following them. Although the man didn't seem to have martial arts skills, his movements were careful and precise. Lee Cheolsu suspected that if the man wasn't a thief, then he was likely connected to the Haomans. He began to wonder if this was part of a plan orchestrated by Dayan. Judging by Dayan's Southern Chan temperament, that possibility didn't bode well. But if that was really the case, then perhaps it could be turned to their advantage. So, without hesitation, he seized the opportunity and caught the suspicious man on the spot. He scolded him loudly, accusing him of stealing his wallet. Then he warned that he would be lenient this time but wouldn't let it go easily. With that, he drew his sword and demanded to know who was behind him. He ordered the man to lead them to the one pulling the strings. Soon after, the man took them to an inn. This immediately made Lee Cheolsu alert. The inn looked ordinary from the outside, but it was unnaturally quiet, and there were no signs of customers. Just then, a man emerged and said that the inn wasn't open yet and asked what they needed. Lee Cheolsu didn't hesitate. He directly asked if this was the Haomun's hideout in Hiding County. The man shrugged and said he didn't understand what Lee was talking about. But before he could continue, Lee Cheolsu tossed a copper coin straight at him. The result was immediate. The man dodged it with unnatural reflexes. That confirmed Lee Cheolsu's suspicion. He exclaimed that the man was indeed a martial artist. Seeing his cover blown, the man dropped his act, drew a thin, long weapon, and prepared to attack. Lee Cheolsu recognized the weapon instantly. It was poison dart, a highly dangerous technique. Fortunately, Yu Jin Wei reacted just in time. And without even bragging, he took the man down with a single punch. The commotion drew 3 more men from inside the inn. Yu Jin Wei stood his ground and fought again. His immense strength sent smoke billowing from the area. Watching this, Lee Cheolsu couldn't help but be impressed. He had known Yu Jin Wei was powerful, but not to this extent. As Yu Jin Wei defeated the last of the attackers, Lee Cheolsu quickly intervened before things escalated further. He signaled Yu Jin Wei to let him handle the rest. He then grabbed the innkeeper by the ear and scolded him, asking why he had escalated the situation, had them followed, and even used Shuini emotion in the inn. He added that his senior brother had been terrified. The manager quickly apologized. But Lee Cheolsu refused to accept an apology. He demanded to be taken to the boss, or else he wouldn't let the matter go. Just then, a calm voice entered his mind. It asked him to stop bullying the poor manager and invited him to come up to a private room on the 2nd floor for a chat. That made Lee Cheolsu instantly wary. He hadn't expected that an ordinary inn in such a remote area could hide someone capable of using sound transmission. And curiously, the invitation had been extended only to him, not to Yu Jin Wei. Could this, too, be Disha's doing? With cautious curiosity, he headed toward the second floor. When Yu Jinwei realized he was going to meet a master from Shaman alone, he immediately tried to stop him. He said it was too dangerous, that it might be a trap. Lee Cheolsu reassured him and said this was a perfect chance to find out what their true plans were. Seeing his resolve, Yu Jinwei relented and told him to be careful, saying he would wait downstairs. Soon, Lee Cheolsu reached the room. Before he could knock, the door opened by itself. A soft, flirtatious voice welcomed him, saying how delightful it was to meet him here by chance. When he saw who it was, he couldn't help but blush. Though he had already known it would be a Qinglu woman, he didn't expect it to be Lin Yuexiang, the top beauty of Sichuan. Men across the land would travel far and go bankrupt just for a drink with her. But Lin Yuexiang was no ordinary courtesan. Her true identity was Disha's second persona and the #1 figure in the Shipai. Though she claimed this was a coincidence, Lee Cheolsu knew she had summoned him out of obsession. As he sat down, Lin Yuexiang's face also turned slightly red. She thought to herself that she had finally caught him. Although he had passed the test of Huamian Hujian, it was likely due to his lecherous nature. She reasoned that she couldn't fall for a man like that, so she decided to test him again. If he failed, she would make him pay dearly. First, she removed her veil. Then, she activated charm arts, an art designed to tempt and cloud the minds of the opposite sex. Her expression turned confident. Her charm arts had already reached the first-class realm, capable of disrupting reason and overpowering the will. As the seductive aura grew stronger, Lee Cheolsu began to feel heat spread through his body. When the moment felt right, Lin Yuexiang touched his hand and asked him why he had come to Shaman. But just when she thought he had fallen into her trap, he suddenly pushed her hand away and said he was here to ask some questions. She was stunned. Her charm arts had no effect on him. Lee Cheolsu pressed forward. He accused her of stalking Gongdong sect disciples, implying that Shaman planned to sell information to the Black Dragon Gang. He said that if the Black Dragon Gang knew their whereabouts, they could send assassins to kill them and avoid the competition altogether, eliminating Gongdong sect in the process. Though he made the accusation, he knew the Black Dragon Gang wouldn't stoop so low. The truth didn't matter. What mattered was that she had shown weakness. He intended to crush her with it. Even if her charm was powerful, it wouldn't affect him. His body might be young, but his spirit, inherited from his previous life, had already reached the heavenly stage. If Desha had appeared in her main persona, things might be different. But Lin Yuexiang was just a mere courtesan. She couldn't shake his focus. Thinking this, he slowly formed a wicked smile. Not only had they followed him and his senior brother, Lee Cheolsu now confronted Lin Yuexiang with cold eyes. He accused her of resorting to such a petty trick as charm arts and demanded to know how she planned to beg for forgiveness for such a deliberate offense. In response, Lin Yuexiang immediately explained the reasoning behind her actions. She stated that the martial arts competition between the Black Dragon Gang and Gongdong sect had already stirred immense attention across the martial world, and that her sect, which survived by intelligence gathering, had no choice but to act. She followed her explanation with another round of sincere apologies. She admitted fault and insisted that the Black Dragon Gang had nothing to do with her actions, asking that young Master Lee not misunderstand the situation. Still, she could not hide her confusion. She thought to herself that the more intelligent a person was, the more easily they should be affected by her charm arts. So why, she wondered, had her martial arts proven completely ineffective against him? With doubt thick in her voice, she asked him whether he felt even a trace of feminine charm from her. Lee Cheolsu denied her firmly but honestly. He stated that she was indeed a peerless beauty and that it would be a lie to say she wasn't charming. But he explained that the reason he remained unmoved was because he held no romantic feelings for her at all. These words left Lin Yuexiang stunned. Her face flushed red. No feelings. Not seduced by her. Could it really be that he was a man truly unmoved by desire? Since he had passed her test, she concluded that perhaps he now deserved a reward. At that moment, Lee Cheolsu continued. He said that seeing her remorse was genuine, he would forgive her rudeness. However, he had a proposal from Gongdong sect that he hoped she would convey to the leader of the Shaman faction. The proposal, he added, was tied directly to the upcoming martial arts competition and to the role of Seoman clan. Meanwhile, within the walls of Seoman clan, a steward reported to the family head that the Black Dragon Gang had officially accepted the martial arts challenge. But the steward expressed concern that if Gongdong sect were defeated in a formal competition, their own sect would have no grounds to make a move. Family head Seoman Hyuncheon, however, told him not to worry. He explained that throughout Gon province, all martial artists ultimately looked to Seoman clan for leadership. He assured the steward that without their endorsement, Gongdong sect would never secure an impartial judge. Later, he and Yu Jin-wei had finally arrived in Lanzhou. Gazing at the bustling marketplace, Yu Jin-wei exclaimed that the city truly lived up to its name as the largest market in Gon province. Even the local townsfolk quickly recognized them by their attire. Someone mentioned they had heard Gongdong sect was preparing to confront the Black Dragon Gang directly, and that the sect had recently uncovered long-lost martial arts techniques. Hearing this, Yu Jin-wei expressed his surprise, saying he hadn't expected their presence to be known here. But Lee Cheolsu wasn't surprised. Though Gongdong sect had faded from glory, it was still the oldest and most respected sect in Gon province. Eventually, the two of them arrived at the gates of Seoman clan. A guard stationed at the entrance stopped them and asked if they had an appointment. He wanted to know if they were also visiting the main family. Lee Cheolsu explained the purpose of their visit, stating that they carried a personal letter from the leader of Gongdong sect. He said they had come to discuss the martial arts competition in detail with the head of the family. The guard, however, remained indifferent. He replied that regardless of which sect they came from, those without appointments must queue. Upon hearing this, Yu Jin-wei became flustered and suggested they get in line before it was too late. But Lee Cheolsu stopped him immediately. He told his senior brother not to worry and said he would handle it. Turning to the guard, he raised his voice angrily and declared that the letter they brought was of great importance to the martial world. He demanded to know how a mere guard could ignore a communication from Gongdong sect. Confronted with Lee Cheolsu's firm stance, the guard's tone softened slightly, but he still explained that only those with scheduled meetings could be admitted. Before the man could finish speaking, Lee Cheolsu cut him off. He warned that the guard's decision might have serious consequences across Gon province and even the martial circles of Sichuan. He asked if the guard could really take responsibility for such a choice. The pressure worked. The guard suddenly panicked and said he would report to the head steward at once. Seeing this, Lee Cheolsu allowed himself a small victorious smile. The tactic of applying pressure had worked. Before long, a man emerged from within the estate. He welcomed them and introduced himself as Feng, the head steward of Seoman clan. He apologized on behalf of the guard and invited both young heroes to come inside. Once seated in the designated room, Lee Cheolsu asked directly when they could meet with the family head, Great Hero Examen. The steward replied politely that the family head was currently preoccupied with both official matters and personal cultivation, so he couldn't say when they might meet. Lee Cheolsu immediately saw through the intent. Despite the polite manner, it was clear the steward, like the guard, intended to delay their meeting indefinitely. But Lee Cheolsu knew he couldn't allow Gongdong sect to be put at a disadvantage before talks had even begun. With that, he crossed his legs and leaned back confidently. He asked the steward to convey a message to Great Hero Examen, Qin Xuanjianwang. He warned that if the family head didn't meet him immediately, he would miss a golden opportunity. The steward, clearly startled by the words, quickly agreed to deliver the message. Once he left, Yu Jin-wei leaned in, full of curiosity. He asked what golden opportunity Lee Cheolsu had meant. In response, Lee Cheolsu simply changed the subject. He suggested they take advantage of their current setting and indulge a bit. After all, they were in a wealthy household. But just as they began to enjoy their meal, the steward suddenly returned and announced that the family head wished to see them immediately. Soon after, Lee Cheolsu and Yu Jin-wei were brought before Seoman Hyuncheon. They had barely begun to introduce themselves when Seoman Hyuncheon sharply interrupted them. He said there was no need for formalities and immediately demanded to know why they were choosing to compete against the Black Dragon Gang. Lee Cheolsu replied calmly that they aimed to restore the righteous spirit of Zhonghu. But Seoman Hyuncheon pressed further, accusing them of colluding with the Haomans to spread rumors. Lee Cheolsu feigned complete ignorance and said he didn't understand the accusation. Seoman Hyuncheon, visibly angry, elaborated. He said that recently, strange rumors had been spreading at an alarming rate. The martial arts contest between Gongdong sect and the Black Dragon Gang was being framed as a clash between righteousness and evil, with the winner positioned to dominate all of Zhonghu. He noted that letters had been sent to Zhu Pai, Yibeng, and Luduman Pai, inviting them to act as impartial judges. He asked whether all of this could really be a coincidence. Lee Cheolsu felt secretly satisfied. Dian had done a thorough and efficient job. His previous proposal to the Haomans had indeed been to ask them to spread rumors, to let the entire martial world know about the competition, and to ensure that letters reached the major sects to secure neutral judges. Lin Yuexiang also quickly understood his strategy. She said that Lee Cheolsu's intention was to amplify the situation to such a scale that Seoman clan would be forced to serve as an impartial judge. But she added that the Haomans never did business at a loss. Even if she agreed, the supreme sect leader might not. Lee Cheolsu had anticipated this. He calmly produced the promised payment and asked her to pass it along to the supreme sect leader. Lin Yuexiang's interest was clearly piqued. She commented that although the reward was small, a luminous night pearl of such purity was extremely rare. She agreed that the transaction was fair. The Seoman leader thought that Tangman, Qingcheng, and Amei had all agreed to act as impartial judges. As the top sect in Gan province, if Seoman clan refused, it would be a disgrace. Thus, Seoman clan could be pushed into a position where agreeing became inevitable. At that moment, the leader voiced his conclusion. He said that no one spread rumors better than the Haomans, and it was obvious to him who had stirred this fire. Through the swirl of rumors, Seoman Hyuncheon concluded that the only one truly benefiting from the chaos was the Gongdong sect. He speculated whether the sect had been colluding with the Haomans. But even as suspicion built, Lee Cheolsu remained fearless. He responded by asking whether Seoman Hyuncheon had any actual proof. He said that without evidence, such accusations were nothing more than slander. Then, with a sly grin, he added inwardly that since Supreme Sect leader Dian had acted personally, it was only natural that no traces would be left behind. As expected, Seoman Hyuncheon immediately denied the implication, but pointed out the risk the rumors had created. He said it was now widely believed that the competition was a battle between righteous and evil sects. If Gongdong sect were to lose, the entire righteous faction would be thrown into turmoil. As he spoke, his right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. In the next moment, he slammed it down onto the table with explosive force. He then declared that if they wanted a martial arts competition, he would personally test whether Gongdong sect had what it took to challenge the Black Dragon Gang. As a senior figure in Zhonghu, he said it was necessary to teach the younger generation a lesson, that there were always stronger people in higher mountains. Before he could process it, Seoman Hyuncheon, enraged by their earlier conversation, suddenly erupted with power. He said he would now test their strength himself. Known as a Huajing master, Seoman Hyuncheon had mastered Tiwang, Balagong, and Qin Chuan Wengjian techniques. Though he used only a tenth of his internal power, it felt to Lee Cheolsu like his body was being crushed beneath the massive press. Was he truly trying to kill them? While Lee Cheolsu struggled to understand his intent, Yu Jinwei managed to stand up, fighting against the pressure with everything he had. He firmly stated that even though Gongdong sect had declined, they had not lost their strength to resist evil or their courage to battle heretics. Witnessing this, Lee Cheolsu was stunned. His senior brother had withstood Seoman Hyuncheon's chi blast. A true genius indeed. Even Seoman Hyuncheon appeared momentarily impressed. He acknowledged the strength but asked if they really thought such ability was enough to earn his recognition. As he spoke, he brought down his left fist. A second wave of powerful chi crashed from above, shattering the ground beneath them. Lee Cheolsu could not help but curse him under his breath, wondering if the man truly meant to crush them both. The strength was overwhelming, far beyond what even Yu Jinwei could handle. As the pressure increased, Yu Jinwei quickly searched for a solution. He thought through various techniques: Shaoyang Shinfa, Sanyan Junwei, Miliu Songshugang, and finally Shungang. Seoman Hyuncheon shouted, asking where all their previous momentum had gone. He warned that if they kept standing there in a daze, they would soon be dead. But Yu Jinwei refused to be shaken. He believed there had to be a way. He recalled that the martial arts of Gongdong sect, when yin and yang were reversed, could produce a tremendous burst of power. He also knew that their arts weren't only strong and marvelous, they were inherently adaptable. Remembering a strange encounter in a cave, he considered that some Gongdong techniques resembled demonic arts, but their essence lay in reversing yin and yang. He understood then. The more one trained in Shungang, the more flexible and versatile it became. He realized that by combining the core principles of Hun Yuan with the explosive quality of Shungang and the stability of Milieu Songshugang, he could forge something new. So, gathering his qi, he formed a ball of energy and released it toward Xiaoman Hyunqian. The pressure in the air dispersed instantly. Lee Cheolsu watched in awe. His senior brother had just created a martial art on the spot. Xiaoman Hyunqian, too, was visibly shaken. He observed the flow of energy and muttered under his breath, wondering if this youth could truly possess the Tianwujidi. Then Yu Jinwei spoke, asking whether Xiaoman Hyunqian still believed they were relying on nothing but brute courage. Still muttering, Xiaoman Hyunqian acknowledged that the old fox had cleverly hidden a little tiger without revealing it. His tone suddenly shifted, and he stated that he was now truly looking forward to the upcoming martial arts competition between Gongdong sect and the Black Dragon gang. That night, Xiaoman Hyunqian stood alone on the balcony of his pavilion. He whispered to himself that if one of Gongdong sect's disciples possessed the Tianwujidi, then it was only a matter of time before he became the #1 martial artist under heaven. He wondered if the Gongdong sect was truly on the path to revival. But as the leader of Gan province's top sect, he could not afford to lose. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Upon seeing who it was, Xiaoman Hyunqian's stern face softened. It was his youngest daughter, Xiaoman Qianga. She asked if the Gongdong sect disciples had come. He replied that they had, and that they were not what he had expected. They had true backbone. He added that he had agreed to their martial arts competition with the Black Dragon gang. Hearing this, Xiaoman Qianga blushed. She said they were indeed worthy of admiration. She then asked whether they had already left. Her father explained that it was too late, so they were staying overnight in the guest house. Hearing this, she immediately ran out. In her heart, she believed the vanguard disciples of the righteous faction, the heroes who stood against the demonic cult, had to be dashing and extraordinary. Meanwhile, outside the guest house, Lee Cheolsu was training quietly. He reflected that it was only thanks to senior brother that things had been resolved peacefully. Otherwise, Xiaoman Hyunqian would surely have used the incident as an excuse to cancel the competition. Still thinking about how Yu Jinwei had instantly created a new martial technique, he began to channel his own qi. But then he immediately stopped. As soon as he moved, his little brother sprang up again. He groaned internally, wondering what was going on with his body. Then he heard a strange noise from behind and quickly curled up. He wondered if it was senior brother again, but when he turned, the person screamed in shock. A female voice asked who had allowed him to behave that way. Lee Cheolsu's heart jumped. The girl watching him was a disciple of Xiaoman clan. He recognized her instantly as Xiaoman Qianga, the youngest daughter of Xiaoman Hyunqian. Encountering her here, so late at night, was unexpected. Before Haran appeared, Xiaoman Qianga had been widely known as the most beautiful girl in all of Gansu. She had admired Gongdong sect in secret and would eventually become an obsessive admirer of Yu Jinwei. When her love went unreciprocated, she turned emotionally extreme, becoming a dark, intense character. Right now, Xiaoman Qianga angrily accused Lee Cheolsu of practicing indecent techniques under the name of Gongdong sect. She said a disciple of such a righteous sect shouldn't do something so shameful. Lee Cheolsu immediately straightened up and demanded she retract her statement, but she continued scolding him. She shouted that he should first worry about hiding the shameful part of his body. As his qi calmed and his body relaxed, he began arguing. He said the rules of the martial world clearly prohibited spying on someone's training. Xiaoman Qianga fired back, calling him shameless and insisting that what she had seen was no cultivation. With a serious face, Lee Cheolsu argued that true masters trained both internally and externally, and that he was simply refining his external technique. But Xiaoman Qianga accused him of twisting logic. She said he had shown a woman something she never should have seen, and she vowed to hold him accountable. This pushed Lee Cheolsu to the edge. Like father, like daughter, he thought. He decided it was time to teach her a lesson. He suggested they resolve the matter the Zhonghu way, through martial competition. It was only right, he said, to determine responsibility through strength. Xiaoman Qianga immediately agreed, suddenly brimming with confidence. She asked if he was truly challenging Zhongfeng Xiaoman Qianga to a duel. He confirmed it, adding that he wanted the entire martial world to witness her rudeness. Then, seeing the moment was right, he proposed a condition. The loser would accept their wrongdoings and accept the victor's judgment. Xiaoman Qianga accepted without hesitation, declaring that even if he begged during the fight, she would show no mercy. Watching her storm off, Lee Cheolsu allowed himself a smile of triumph. He thought this was the perfect chance to defeat her and bring glory to Gongdong sect. Even better, he might gain a proud and eye-catching maid. It was all coming together beautifully. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Yu Jinwei, who was already on his way back to the sect. The visit to Xiaoman clan had gone well. Not only had they secured an impartial judge, but an official challenge with Xiaoman Qianga had been established. But just as Lee Cheolsu was immersed in his thoughts, Yu Jinwei leaned in and asked if he was smiling because something good had happened. Lee Cheolsu forced a grin and replied that thanks to his senior brother, they had indeed secured the impartial judge. And that, he said, was worth smiling about. Hearing this, Yu Jinhui's face lit up with unmistakable joy. He said that he was genuinely touched by the compliment, and thanked his junior brother for thinking so highly of him. Lee Cheolsu responded by saying that all of it was only possible because Yu Jinwei possessed the heavenly martial physique. He reminded him that he had even created a martial art on the spot. Yu Jinwei modestly replied that the technique had been derived from Hanyuan Yikagong. He said he had given it the name Hanyuangong, though it was still just a prototype. Then he asked Lee Cheolsu if he wanted to learn it, suggesting that even before mastering the complete Hanyuan Yikagong, this form could be quite useful. Seeing the surprised look on his face, Yu Jinwei continued. He said that since Lee Cheolsu was his only junior brother, he had even created a special mnemonic to make it easier to learn. With that, he began teaching seriously, going through the movements and energy flow with care. By his side, Lee Cheolsu watched closely and mimicked the techniques. In a short time, he was able to grasp the core principles. After successfully learning it, he expressed his sincere gratitude to Yu Jinwei. He noted that while Hanyuangong might not be as refined as its origin technique, it fit perfectly with Gongdong sect's swordsmanship. More importantly, as he thought about it, he turned his gaze toward his lower body. With this martial art, his little brother would no longer rise up at inconvenient times. He didn't understand the mechanics behind it, but it felt like a missing piece had been restored. Scene change. They finally returned to Gongdong sect. After delivering the good news, their master's face lit up with satisfaction. He said that seeing them complete their first Tianyu journey so successfully brought him great joy. He added that during their time away at Xiaoman clan, the sect had also received good news. As he spoke, he placed a stack of letters in front of them. He explained that for some reason, the martial arts competition between Gongdong sect and the Black Dragon Gang had evolved into a symbolic clash between righteous and evil factions. Moreover, he said that Tangmen, Qingcheng, Amei, and even Hengshan sect had all agreed to serve as impartial judges. Hearing this, Lee Cheolsu was stunned. He acknowledged that it was logical for Tangmen, Qingcheng, and Amei to agree, since they had always been opposed to the Black Dragon Gang. But Hengshan sect was a different story. They were the very sect that had replaced Gongdong sect among the 9 great sects. There should have been a lasting grudge. He wondered aloud if that meant Sword Empress Yin Shuilong would also attend. Upon receiving confirmation from his master, his face immediately shifted into a lecherous grin. He couldn't believe the opportunity had come so soon. Finally, he would meet his first official wife candidate. At the same time, within the halls of Hengshan sect, a disciple was passionately recounting stories about the sect leader. She explained that back when Yin Shuilong was just 16, During the Longfeng Dawei, a gathering for martial arts prodigies, she had boldly declared that she would marry any man capable of defeating her in combat. Anyone who could win would become her husband. Hearing this, the other disciples were filled with admiration. They exclaimed how rare it was for a woman to choose a husband this way, reversing the usual dynamic. They called her declaration bold, unique, and completely awe-inspiring. The woman went on to say that decades had passed, and still no man had managed to defeat her. Hengshan sect's rise to join the 9 great sects was, in large part, due to her unmatched prowess. She concluded by saying that everyone in the sect owed their gratitude to Sword Empress Yin Shuilong. Just then, a calm but commanding voice interrupted. A woman slowly walked over and instructed everyone to prepare for departure. She said they were heading to the Gongdong sect's martial arts competition. The speaker was none other than the sect leader herself, Yin Shuilong. One disciple, confused, asked why they needed to attend. She claimed that, compared to Hengshan sect, both Gongdong and the Black Dragon Gang were insignificant. Before she could finish her thought, Yin Shuilong cut her off, saying that this competition had become a symbolic battle between righteous and evil forces. She said that as one of the 9 great sects, they had a duty to be present, not just for righteousness but for Hengshan's own honor. And so, the highly anticipated competition drew closer. Meanwhile, Lee Cheolsu was preparing to make a formal declaration before the event. Holding a letter, he approached his master and said he would deliver it himself, informing the Black Dragon Gang that an impartial judge had been secured. Yu Jinwei immediately voiced concern. He pointed out that the ground was wet and slippery, and they couldn't predict what people from the Black Dragon Gang might try. Lee Cheolsu felt uncomfortable at the sentiment, finding such deep emotional concern between men a bit much. He forced a smile, slowly removed Yu Jinhui's hand from his arm, and reassured him. He said that the competition was too close now for the Black Dragon Gang to try anything reckless, even if they were demons or heretics. Hearing this, Yu Jinwei finally let out a breath of relief and reminded him to return quickly. Not long after descending the mountain, Lee Cheolsu revealed a sly grin. He thought to himself how fortunate it was that Yu Jinwei hadn't followed. Though he claimed to be delivering a letter, he had other plans. Scene change. Wei Sorian met him with a smirk and asked if he truly brought a letter from Gongdong sect. Lee Cheolsu confirmed it and said it was to inform them that an impartial judge had been secured. Wei Sorian hadn't expected a declining sect like Gongdong to secure so many judges. Her expression quickly shifted as she reminded him that he was about to become her servant and should start preparing. Lee Cheolsu, annoyed by her arrogance, shot back that she should be practicing how to call him brother, because Gongdong sect would definitely win. As he turned to leave, he gave her a playful wink and called her a cute little sister. Then he walked out, still feeling smug. He thought to himself how Wei Sorian had tried to act clever but ended up outplayed. Next came the real reason for his trip. He turned to a disciple nearby and said he wanted to meet their leader, claiming he needed to borrow money and had heard they were in the lending business. Soon after, his request reached the ears of Xie Inwei's leader, Wei Tianming, who was confused by the request. He asked why a disciple of Gongdong sect would come to borrow money. Lee Cheolsu responded by saying that businessmen shouldn't discriminate against customers. Wei Tianming laughed heartily and tossed him a cloth bag. He said it didn't matter to them, and handed over 50 taels of silver, though he warned that the monthly interest rate was 30%. Lee Cheolsu gritted his teeth but accepted the money anyway. He cursed silently, knowing the rate was basically daylight robbery, but he had already run the numbers. It was still worth it. Soon, he arrived at Konyulu, the headquarters of the Haomans, carrying the borrowed silver. Since the martial arts competition had been declared a righteous versus evil showdown, it was inevitable that a betting pool would be involved. His plan was simple: bet on Gongdong sect to win. With the odds stacked against them, the payout would easily cover the interest. He approached the front desk and asked for the manager to take him to the betting area. To his surprise, the manager told him a VIP room had been arranged again. He assumed it must be Lin Yuexiang who wanted to see him. But when he entered the room and saw the person inside, he froze in disbelief. Standing there was none other than Bai Mananduan, also known as Mei Jiliang, the sect leader of the Haomans. He was not only Xie Inhui's sole disciple but also infamously known throughout the world as the strongest gay man in the martial arts world. At this moment, Mei Jiliang was the first to speak. He said it was a pleasure to meet young hero Lee and asked what business had brought him to their sect. In response, Lee Cheolsu carefully handed over a cloth bag and explained that since the Haoman sect had opened a betting pool for the martial arts competition, he had come to place a wager. He asked about the current odds for Gongdong sect. Mei Jiliang opened the bag, counted the silver, and confirmed that there were 50 taels. He said that if Lee Cheolsu bet on Gongdong sect to win, the payout would be 20-1. Then, leaning in close to his ear, he added with a soft, deliberate tone that it would become 300 taels. Startled by the closeness, Lee Cheolsu instinctively pulled away. He said that if there was nothing else, he would take his leave. But before he could exit, Mei Jiliang handed him a wooden token and said that once the competition was over, he should present it to the manager to collect his winnings. After Lee Cheolsu left the room, Mei Jiliang turned and addressed someone behind a screen. He said that the guest had gone far enough. A voice responded immediately. Dian stepped out and asked for his thoughts. Mei Jiliang confidently confirmed that young hero Lee was not gay. Hearing this, Dian's face lit up with delight. She said that to become her partner, one must pass the strictest verification process. The following day, the highly anticipated martial arts competition between righteous and evil factions finally began. Just as Lee Cheolsu was marveling at the sheer scale of the event, a voice called out from behind. The speaker was none other than Yin Shuilong, the leader of Hengshan sect. Seeing her, Master Quan Ying quickly stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself as the leader of Gongdong sect. He said that it was a blessing of 3 lifetimes to meet the Sword Empress in person. Lee Cheolsu, seeing her face up close for the first time, couldn't help but feel stunned. He thought to himself that she truly lived up to her title as the #1 beauty of the righteous faction. Yin Shuilong then addressed the two of them directly, saying she presumed they were the Gongdong disciples participating in the competition. She said she looked forward to seeing their skills on display. Blushing, Lee Cheolsu made a bold promise. He said she should anticipate great things, that they would make the world see Gongdong's revival through this competition. Then, speaking with subtle mischief, he added that he hoped she would take special interest in him as her junior. Internally, he made a quiet vow. Even though he had been reborn into the past, his first official wife candidate would absolutely be Yin Shuilong. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the arena. The announcer stated that the martial arts competition was about to begin, and called for the disciples of each faction to take their places on the platform. With calm resolve, Lee Cheolsu stepped forward. He told himself this was the first step. As a true Zhonghu hero, this moment would be his debut. And not just in martial arts. Thinking this, he turned to face Yin Shuilong and made a public declaration. With full volume, he announced that once he came of age, he would challenge her, defeat her, and become her husband. Gasps spread through the crowd. The entire audience was left speechless. Lee Cheolsu grinned with satisfaction. His operation, public confession, was a complete success. Though he had always been seen as an unremarkable disciple, he had just boldly challenged the Sword Empress of Hengshan sect. Many were shocked, but some recalled that Yin Shuilong herself had once said that she would marry the man who could defeat her. Still, the female disciples of Hengshan were furious. They said that for such a young brat to challenge the Sword Empress was pure arrogance. They declared that Yin Shuilong was a master-level elder, a pillar of the righteous path, and that such behavior was disrespectful to the entire sect. Lee Cheolsu quickly clarified that he was being completely serious. He said that although he expected opposition, he was ready for a legitimate martial arts duel. His words only made their expressions colder. One disciple stepped forward and said she would test his strength immediately. Lee Cheolsu was taken aback by how aggressive the reaction was. He hadn't expected her to escalate so fast. But before the situation worsened, Yin Shuilong raised her hand and told the disciple to step down. Then she turned her gaze to Lee Cheolsu, studying him quietly. She thought to herself that his challenge was reckless, but also full of youthful passion. It reminded her of her own declaration years ago at the Longfang Dawei. Although childish, In the context of Hengshan sect's current circumstances, it might even be an opportunity. With that thought, she made her decision. She declared that she accepted the challenge from Lee Cheolsu of Gongdong sect. The crowd instantly exploded. The Sword Empress of Hengshan had just agreed to a duel with a young upstart. Yin Shuilong added that any man from the righteous path could challenge her, and therefore she had no reason to refuse this one. However, she warned that if he was only toying with her, she would personally make him pay the price. Lee Cheolsu smiled and promised that he would give it his all. He said that he would now demonstrate his sincerity and prove to the world that he was worthy of becoming her husband. But standing across from him, the Black Dragon Gang disciple looked on with disdain. He sneered and said that just as the rumors claimed, Lee Cheolsu was nothing more than a reckless fool. He warned that he would teach him the cost of making a mockery of the platform. In reply, Lee Cheolsu raised a hand and made a vulgar international gesture. He said that if the opponent had any guts, he should bring it on. He declared he had no interest in wasting words on weaklings. Provoked, the Black Dragon Gang disciple attacked without hesitation. He called him rude and said he would now pay the price. But as the smoke cleared, the disciple stood frozen, staring at the sword held against his throat. He looked stunned. He couldn't believe he had lost so quickly. From the sidelines, Yin Shuilong observed the entire exchange with sharp eyes. She noted that the way Lee Cheolsu moved, fluid and evasive, was classic Gongdong light footwork, designed to counter heavy, straightforward strikes. When the referee raised Lee Cheolsu's hand, it marked his official victory in the first round. With a cheeky grin, he told his opponent to stop standing there like a fool. He said that since he was the weakest, he should hurry up and get off the stage. The defeated fighter clenched his fists in rage, but a large hand clamped down on his shoulder. A deeper voice said he should calm down and reminded him not to underestimate others. Lee Cheolsu blinked in surprise. Were they really blood brothers? The elder one was significantly more imposing. The older man introduced himself as Zhang Shuashan of the Black Dragon Gang. He said that anyone who insulted the Zhongshu brothers would pay dearly. With that, he launched a fierce strike. Lee Cheolsu barely dodged it and quickly judged the situation. This brother was on a whole different level. Footwork alone wouldn't be enough this time. He realized he would have to use a special technique. He licked his lips and said again that he didn't have time to waste on weaklings. He dared Zhang Shuashan to come at him full force. The man obliged, stepping forward and slashing at Lee Cheolsu's shoulder. But in the very next instant, his expression changed to horror. It had been an afterimage. Lee Cheolsu had used a precise combination of Gongdong body technique and Dongcheng's Zhongshuashu, an unpredictable move few could anticipate, even if they knew it. In the flurry of exchanges, Zhang Shuashan finally made a mistake, and Lee Cheolsu seized it. With a swift move, he pressed his sword to the man's neck. The referee immediately announced him the winner of the second round. The crowd roared in approval. Lee Cheolsu glanced behind him. The next match was the most anticipated one of the day, his battle against the young master of the Black Dragon Gang. Lee Cheolsu turned to face the final opponent. This would be the defining match. The duel with Hailong's Wei Sorian. Wei Sorian was the first to speak. She said that since they already knew each other, there was no need for polite formalities. In response, Lee Cheolsu flashed a wicked smile and thought that he would start by provoking him. He added with deliberate weight that they had a special connection after all. Hearing this, Wei Sorian's face immediately twisted with embarrassment and rage, but she forced herself to stay composed. She exclaimed that Lee Cheolsu was a shameless fool and insisted that she wouldn't fall for his tricks again. She admitted that she had previously underestimated Gongdong sect's martial arts, but said coldly that even with that adjustment, Lee Cheolsu was no match for her. Her gaze turned sharp as he declared that, as a true martial master, she would allow Lee to make the first move. Not wasting a moment, Lee Cheolsu lunged forward. He reminded himself that in a match like this, taking the initiative was crucial. He decided to use his strongest technique to open the battle. With that thought, he sprang into the air, drawing power from his dantian, channeling it through his acupoints, generating explosive yin-yang conduction. This was Hunyuan Gong. His hips and lower back trembled slightly with the flow of energy. But as the smoke from the impact began to fade, Lee Cheolsu was stunned by the scene before him. His attack had been blocked, completely. Without pause, Wei Soryan counterattacked. She gathered internal energy into her left palm and pushed Lee back, then advanced with her long sword gripped in his right. She scoffed and said that Gongdong sect's techniques were inferior, and compared to the Black Dragon Gang's Panlong sword technique, they were laughable. Under this sudden and fierce attack, Lee Cheolsu had no choice but to defend desperately. He knew full well the power gap between them. But this was no time to fall. Gritting his teeth, he mustered everything he had and unleashed a sweeping slash. Yet Wei Soryan evaded it with ease and sneered. SGE said the match was nearly over, and now it was time for Lee to taste her full strength. Lee Cheolsu, in contrast, let a sly smirk cross his face. He thought to himself that he clearly had no chance of winning. But that wasn't the point. His goal wasn't victory, it was to go down in a way that would fulfill his plan. This was about disruption, not success. A glorious defeat would be far more valuable than an unexpected win. He told himself that if he somehow defeated Wei Soryan, his fame would overshadow his senior brothers, and that went against everything he had intended. From the very beginning, he had planned not to win, but to be defeated with flair. And more importantly, he had used the Hunyuan Gong that his senior brother had passed on to him, a technique that helped keep his little brother from rising in inappropriate moments. But just as he began circulating the internal energy required, the opposite happened. His lower half began to rise again, entirely on its own. Across the audience, many faces showed the same stunned reaction. On the platform, Master Quan let out an awkward laugh and remarked that Lee Cheolsu's energy was truly excessive, even for someone his age. Wei Soryan, caught off guard, lost focus. Her supposedly final blow missed completely. Infuriated, she grabbed Lee Cheolsu by the collar and demanded to know what game he was playing. She accused him of mocking the sacred martial arts platform with childish tricks. Was he really trying to humiliate her this way? Just then, Yu Jinhui's voice rang out from the edge of the arena. He called for his junior brother to regain focus and shouted that he must not abandon Hunyuan Gong. He reminded him to guide his energy properly, it would help control the uncontrollable. Hearing this, Lee Cheolsu snapped out of his daze. He muttered that the match was not over yet. He then apologized sheepishly to Wei Soryan. As compensation, he offered a new proposal. They would settle the outcome with a single decisive move. Wei Soryan, filled with disdain, agreed immediately. She said there was no need to waste more energy on someone so beneath him. Lee Cheolsu, now regaining composure, thought that his internal energy had stabilized, but he still didn't know when it might spike again. So before he made a fool of himself once more, it would be best to lose as quickly as possible. With no more words exchanged, both fighters charged at each other simultaneously. As their powers clashed in a violent explosion, Master Quan watched from the sidelines and let out a sigh. He said that Lee Cheolsu's internal energy had grown impressively. Had it not been for the earlier disruption, he might have had a real chance against Wei Soryan. In the center of the arena, Lee Cheolsu collapsed to the ground as expected. The referee's voice followed swiftly. The winner of the third round was the Black Dragon Gang's Wei Soryan. Wei Soryan sneered as she looked down at her fallen opponent. She mocked Lee, saying that someone with such pitiful skills still dared to call himself an elder brother. But just as she finished the insult, her clothes suddenly tore open. Gasps rippled through the crowd. No one had expected such a dramatic ending. The final sword pressure had been that intense. Some spectators whispered that if Lee Cheolsu had been just a bit stronger, Wei Soryan might have lost an arm. Others, however, were more critical. They said that even in martial arts combat, what had happened was excessive. Not only had Lee risen again mid-fight, but now Wei Soryan had been publicly stripped of her dignity. Still, some voices in the crowd proposed a different view. They speculated that everything might have gone exactly as Lee Cheolsu had planned. He hadn't fought to win, but to shatter his opponent's composure. One onlooker pointed out that Gongdong sect still had one more contestant. Shameful as it was, if this chaotic display had disrupted the Black Dragon Gang's rhythm, then only Lee Cheolsu could have pulled it off. He might be shameless, but he was also clever. The eccentric hero of Gongdong sect had been born. Inside the arena, Yu Jinwei cradled Lee Cheolsu in his arms. He said that his junior brother had done enough, and now it was his turn to finish things. Wei Sorian, standing tall, removed her ruined upper garment and remarked that Lee's gaze had been surprisingly sharp. She said this was the match she had been most looking forward to. And so, the battle between righteous and evil approached its climax. Yu Jinwei stepped forward and ignited the atmosphere with Gongdong sect's ultimate sword technique. Wei Sorian, having just defeated Lee Cheolsu, now focused entirely on the next match. Yu Jinwei drew his sword, his energy flaring as he simultaneously activated Sanyan Junwei, Jinju, and Shaoyang Shinfa. When the opposing energies of Ming and Yang reached their peak, he launched a forbidden technique against Wei Sorian. Before Wei Sorian could react, the arena quaked from an explosion. The shockwave sent debris flying in every direction. The spectators were stunned. Even Sword Empress Yin Shuilong looked visibly impressed. She whispered that the strength of Gongdong sect's disciples was not to be underestimated. She then turned to Master Quan and asked if he truly had confidence in his disciple. Quan Ying responded honestly. He said that compared to his own disciple, he was more concerned about his disciple's opponent. Back on the platform, for the first time, a trace of fear appeared in Wei Sorian's eyes. She realized that her opponent's speed and strength were overwhelming. If she hadn't instinctively blocked that last strike, she might already be lying unconscious on the stage. With the arena still clouded in smoke, she closed her eyes and relied solely on her chi sense. Moments later, Yu Jinwei struck again. Though Wei Sorian managed to react just in time, she barely blocked the attack with her saber. She muttered to herself that Lu's speed was unreal, his figure almost invisible. To make matters worse, Yu Jinwei vanished again. Wei Sorian knew that if this continued, she wouldn't survive. So, she began swinging her saber wildly, using the weapon's energy to clear the smoke around her. Then, from below the stage, a shout rang out. One spectator pointed and declared that the Gongdong disciple had reappeared, at the far edge of the platform. Wei Sorian scoffed. She taunted that Yu Jinwei must be scared of the Panlong sword technique and was trying to escape. But inside, Yu Jinwei was thinking something very different. He was determined to end this match. He refused to let the person who hurt his junior brother walk away unpunished. Just then, Wei Sorian completed her technique and charged forward. Yet Yu Jinwei remained calm. He said it was time to show the world that the Fumo sword technique of Gongdong sect had returned. As the two forces collided in a single moment of impact, flames and shattered debris exploded around them, lighting up the entire arena. During the stalemate, Wei Sorian was shocked. She exclaimed in disbelief that this was the demonic blade. She wondered when Gongdong had managed to obtain it. The realization unsettled her deeply. She questioned internally whether the Jujiazhen Longdao of the Black Dragon Gang was on the verge of collapse. Her suspicion was confirmed in the very next moment when the Jujiazhen Longdao shattered instantly. The residual force hurled her violently to the ground. She muttered to herself that calling this person a prodigy was absurd. This, in his words, was nothing short of a monster. At that moment, Yu Jinwei fixed his gaze on Wei Sorian. He raised his long sword once again. He declared that it was still far from over. He said coldly that since Wei Sorian had made his junior brother cry, he would make her shed tears of blood. His eyes were filled with resolute fury as he cast judgment. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed across the martial arts stage. Wei Sorian cried out that she surrendered. Just as he spoke, the long sword stopped at her neck. Yu Jinwei slowly sheathed his sword. He warned Wei Sorian that if there was a next time, he would not spare her. Then, the referee declared the result of the match. He announced that the winner was Yu Jinwei of Gongdong Pai. As soon as the announcement was made, the righteous faction in the audience erupted into loud cheers. At that moment, Inshualong finally understood the words of her master. She realized why sect leader Quan had been so confident. She now understood that demonic blade had truly been discovered. She whispered to herself that this was indeed a blessing for the righteous faction. However, what surprised her even more was the identity of Gongdong Pai's senior disciple. She thought to herself that this was going to create a major stir in the martial world. 3 days later, in a dim grotto, a warrior dressed in red blood-colored garments came forward to report. He greeted respectfully, addressing him as Blood Demon Supreme. As soon as the words were spoken, the blood pool began to bubble and boil. A moment later, a red-haired, fair-skinned handsome man emerged. This was the cult leader of the blood sect. At that moment, the man in red reported softly that Gongdong Pai had defeated Hailong Bang in the martial arts competition. He continued, stating that demonic blade had appeared during the battle. He added that it was said a disciple had the heavenly martial physique, and they had also discovered the 100 Origin hidden cave. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed through the Blood Demon Supreme's blood-red eyes. He remarked that it was truly interesting. He then ordered for the operation to be accelerated. He muttered darkly about those who were slow. As he spoke, he merely lifted his hand. The blood within the claws instantly solidified into a short blade. The next second, it flew straight toward the red-robed man's neck. He reiterated that all the slow ones were to be killed. The red-robed man acknowledged the order and left immediately. As he did, a chilling smile curled on the Blood Demon Supreme's lips. He murmured that even the appearance of a heavenly martial physique would not change the outcome. He declared that once their plan was complete, the world would belong to them. As he slowly opened his eyes, his vision gradually cleared, revealing a familiar figure. It was Haran. He acknowledged that he had troubled Miss Haran again. He asked how long he had been unconscious. Upon learning it had been 3 days, he urgently asked her about the outcome of the martial arts competition. Haran gave a faint smile. Haran said that the martial arts competition had ended with Gongdong Pai's victory. She continued, stating that the martial world now referred to young Master Ning and young Master Lu as the Gongdong twin heroes. Hearing this, Lee Cheolsu felt instantly overjoyed. He thought to himself how powerful and stirring that title was. Just hearing it could cause women across the world to swoon. Haran went on, saying that 2 heroes had emerged from Gongdong Pai. The first was Gongdong Xingxia, Lu Zhongwei. The second was Gongdong Guixia, Li Zexiu. Lee Cheolsu was stunned. He questioned internally why it wasn't Gongdong Zhengxia. Then he remembered that during the martial arts competition, it was his younger brother who stood up. So, people had used the character, Guai, meaning eccentric or strange, to describe him. He felt unwilling to accept it. That character, he thought, was typically reserved for martial world scoundrels. Still, there was at least one thing to be glad about. Gongdong Pai had won. According to the agreement, he was now Wei Xiaonian's older brother. After meeting with his master, the master praised their performance and publicly announced Haran's induction into Gongdong Pai. Hearing this, Lee Cheolsu glanced secretly at her. Sure enough, she had accepted his proposal. Soon after, Haran completed the formal discipleship ceremony. Lee Cheolsu then suddenly spoke, informing his master that he might have to compete with Xiaoman clan. After briefly explaining what had happened, his master sighed lightly. He stated that Xiaoman Qianga had peaked at his martial arts practice, and an argument had followed. He admitted that the martial arts competition was now inevitable. He added that although Xiaoman Qianga was not as formidable as Hailong, the #1 prodigy of the evil faction, he was still a rising talent with the title of Longfang. Lee Cheolsu then gestured for his master not to worry. He assured him that if he had thought he would lose, he never would have agreed to the match. He asked for his master's trust. Faced with this unavoidable duel, the master had no choice but to agree. However, Yu Jinwei was displeased. He voiced his concern, saying that junior brother's body had not yet recovered. Lee Cheolsu smiled with practiced ease. He responded that it was all right and that he needed to stand on his own. He vowed that in this martial arts competition, he would prove that he was not a burden to the sect. He noted internally that his senior brother, handsome entitled Gongdong Xingxia, could never understand how he felt. He resolved that he must present a brilliant performance, shed the nickname of eccentric hero, and win the admiration of the righteous martial world's beautiful women. But first, there was something more important. He asked Yu Jinwei if he knew the whereabouts of Hailong Wei Xiaonian. Eventually, he arrived at Shanwei Manor, the location Yu Jinwei had mentioned. Standing before the entrance guard, he confidently asked if the guard knew who he was. Upon seeing his face clearly, the guard was utterly stunned. The guard exclaimed angrily that the twin-blade pervert had the audacity to show up there. Lee Cheolsu's face twisted at the mention of pervert. He asked if the guard was referring to him. The guard confirmed furiously. He said that during the martial arts competition, Lee Cheolsu had been utterly disrespectful to their young gang leader. He questioned whether someone like that could still be called an upright and honorable disciple of the righteous faction. Lee Cheolsu was instantly furious. He thought that being called eccentric hero was one thing, at least, hero was part of it. But, Sejian, or lewd sword, these bastards from the evil faction, he fumed, had gone too far giving such a suggestive nickname. Just as he was about to act, the voice of young Master Yuding came from inside the gate. Soon after meeting Wei Soryan, she spoke up first. She stated that according to the agreement, all the people from Shanwei had already been handed over to the authorities. She added that the silver Lee Cheolsu borrowed had also been waived. Then, with a cold tone, she asked what more Gongdong could possibly want. Hearing that, Lee Cheolsu's expression turned frosty. He noted to himself that Wei Soryan had actually used that wretched nickname. He wondered aloud if Wei Soryan thought he came for something so trivial. With that, he walked up to her directly. He reminded Wei Xiaonian that she had promised to call him Big Brother. This caused Wei Soryan's face to flush red instantly. Lee Cheolsu questioned mockingly whether the world-famous young gang leader of the Black Dragon Gang intended to go back on her word. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Soryan reluctantly addressed him as Big B Brother. But Lee Cheolsu deliberately pretended not to hear it. He demanded more loudly that he didn't hear it. Then, with her face still red, Wei Soryan closed her eyes and shouted the word, Big Brother. Satisfied, Lee Cheolsu thought that should do. He winked at her with great satisfaction and remarked that next time they met, she would have to remember that. Then he left quickly. He thought inwardly that she's just pretending to hate it. Since she likes bad boys, he is certain that she will fall for him soon. Next, he thought to himself, it was time to collect the reward from the martial arts competition. But what worried him was one thing: could it be that infamous strongest gay there again? However, when he opened the door, the sight before him left him stunned. A table full of delicacies, some rather revealing attire, and a captivating fragrance filled the room. He questioned internally whether this woman was planning to devour him. The woman proactively removed her outer garment, seemingly preparing to seduce him and trap his heart. But with a single flirtatious remark from him, she appeared completely thrown off. Just as he arrived at Kanhulu's VIP room to collect his winnings from the martial arts tournament, the scene before him raised alarm bells. A table full of food, clothes that looked too revealing, and that overwhelming scent, it all resembled a classic Hongman banquet. Then Lin Yuexiang asked him to sit next to her and personally picked up a delicacy. As he opened his mouth, ready to accept it, he snapped back to his senses the next second and knocked the chopsticks from her hand. He thought to himself she was truly a seductive vixen, and he had almost been fooled. He reminded himself that the top figure of the evil faction wouldn't be treating him kindly without a reason. Though he couldn't tell her true intentions, he believed she was testing his resolve. He swore he wouldn't fall into her trap. He decided to end things there. He stated flatly that he had only come to collect his winnings, not to flirt. Mingyu Shangqi, irritated, threw a pouch of silver. She stated that there were 200 taels inside and asked if they could now discuss business. As she spoke, she suddenly began to take off her outer robe. Startled, Lee Cheolsu questioned what she was doing. Lin Yuexiang explained shyly that she had made up her mind. She declared that in the 9 prefectures and 8 desolations, her only one was him, young Master Lee. She said that as long as he was willing, she would give him everything. Hearing this, he was utterly astonished. He recalled hearing in his past life at a Dongchang banquet that Lin Yuexiang had never shown her body to a man. He wondered if this woman truly had feelings for him. He asked her in disbelief if she would truly do anything for him. Lin Yuexiang nodded with anticipation. Seeing this, he immediately grew confident. He thought to himself that he had already captured half of Lin Yuexiang's heart. He knew he had to use this opportunity well. He requested her help in spreading a rumor in the Jianghu martial world. Lin Yuexiang reacted angrily, demanding why he wouldn't play with her yet expected her to help spread news. He responded eagerly. He declared that Xiaoman Qianga, daughter of Xiaoman clan, and Gongdong sect disciple Lee Cheolsu would soon have a martial arts competition. He explained that the loser would become the servant of the winner. As he spoke, he leaned in close and gently played with a strand of her hair. He asked her, calling her Shangmei, if she was willing to help him spread the news. Lin Yuexiang was caught off guard by this. She repeated the name, Shangmei, in surprise. She stated that this was a term men used only for their lovers. He took the opportunity to press his advantage. He confirmed it with confidence and said once more that he could only rely on her, Shangmei. Lin Yuexiang, her face deeply flushed, turned her head away. She said that since it was his request, Shangmei would definitely help. At those words, a mischievous smile immediately appeared on his lips. Before she could say anything more, he offered another polite, "Please," and left quickly. Meanwhile, Lin Yuexiang's heart remained in turmoil. She repeated the word Shangmei to herself. She thought that the feeling was like being poisoned. Even if Lee Cheolsu proposed to the Sword Empress, it wouldn't matter. Because she, Lin Yuexiang, was now his first lover. She vowed to spread the rumor for her lover. But she cursed that boy in her heart, saying he was truly despicable for using her like that. Elsewhere, Lee Cheolsu was still feeling pleased with himself. He reflected that since defeating the Black Dragon Gang, Gongdongpi's prestige had soared. Xiaoman clan, concerned for his sect's honor, had no choice but to agree to the martial arts competition. And this competition had naturally become the arena to determine the strongest rising star among the righteous factions. But there remained one key problem. They needed a fair and impartial judge for the duel. Though such duels between righteous sects held no official weight, he already had the ideal candidate in mind. After a while, he arrived at the relatively intact reception hall. There, little Sword Empress Xian Zhaobing stood at the door, sword in hand, barring his way. She asked why Gongdong Sejian had come. Suppressing his irritation, he asked why they, who were not heretics or evil demons, used such a humiliating title for him. He suggested letting that matter pass for now and said he had something to discuss with Sword Empress. She replied coldly, saying she was sorry, but Sword Empress had gone out for a walk. She added that he should return tomorrow. However, she explained, they were heading back to Hengshanpai the next day, so he wouldn't have another opportunity to meet their master. At that moment, a voice came from behind. It was Ying Shuilai, who addressed him as young Master Li and asked why he had come so late at night. After learning that Lee Cheolsu had a favor to request, Ying Shuilai invited him inside. After some brief conversation, Lee Cheolsu got straight to the point. He said that he was about to compete with a rising talent from Xiaoman clan in a martial arts match and asked whether Sword Empress would be willing to act as the impartial judge. Ying Shuilai took a thoughtful sip of tea. She repeated that Lee Cheolsu wanted to compete with someone from Xiaoman clan and questioned why she should be the one to judge it. Lee Cheolsu quickly explained. He acknowledged that he could understand Sword Empress's hesitation. After all, he had once challenged Sword Empress publicly. But, he emphasized, when he said he wanted to become a man worthy of Sword Empress, he had spoken from the heart. He said this martial arts match was the first step in proving his sincerity. Then Ying Shuilai raised another concern. She asked whether there wasn't a long-standing feud between the Gongdong sect and Hengshanpai. She explained that Hengshanpai had taken advantage of Gongdong sect's decline to force their way into the 9 major sects and that others mocked them for being opportunistic. Hearing this, Lee Cheolsu felt a sinking certainty that the answer would be no. But to his surprise, Ying Shuilai's tone shifted. She said that she admired the challenger's growth and was willing to serve as the impartial judge. However, she noted, she had one condition. She stated she would reveal it when the time was right. Lee Cheolsu immediately expressed his deep gratitude. But inwardly, he was puzzled. He remembered that in his past life, Hengshanpai was always shrouded in mystery, with very little known about them. He questioned silently what Sword Empress truly wanted from him. Meanwhile, in a different scene, Xiaoman leader questioned with a grave expression whether it was true that Xiaoman Xianga and that reckless youth from Gongdong sect had agreed to a martial arts duel. He stated that this news had already spread across the martial world. He added that the outcome of this match would decide who controlled Gan province. Then he asked in dismay why Qinghe had agreed to fight that man. Xiaoman Xianga expressed her deep regret and said softly that she never intended for it to happen. Seeing this, Xiaoman leader realized his words had been too harsh, so he softened his tone. He explained that as long as she could defeat Lee Cheolsu, everything would turn into a blessing. He asked his daughter if she was ready, saying this was a great chance to crush the Gongdong sect. This immediately reignited Xiaoman Xianga's confidence. She requested her father to write the challenge letter at once. She swore she would drive that man out of the Gongdong sect. Cheolsu had entrusted Shizuyu to spread rumors. By now, that should almost be complete. Just as he was preparing to write the challenge letter, Yu Jinwei ran over with a face full of excitement. Yu Jinwei said that the Xiaoman clan had sent a challenge letter for the martial arts competition. He added that he had specially prepared something for his junior brother. He said this with a meaningful smile. Yu Jinwei then emphasized that they had to crush the Xiaoman clan without mercy. With that, he passed on the improved Hunyuan Gong to Lee Cheolsu. Surprisingly, this time, it was much easier to use than before. What Lee Cheolsu found hard to deal with, however, was how overly enthusiastic Yu Jinwei had become. At that moment, Yu Jinwei brought up the confession to Senior Sword Empress and asked if it had been sincere. Lee Cheolsu was caught off guard by the question. He wondered silently how his senior brother could be so direct. He questioned if he had perhaps taken a major hit emotionally. Thinking that, he patted Yu Jinhui's shoulder and clarified that his confession to Sword Empress wasn't sincere. He explained that the martial arts match against the Black Dragon Gang had been a declaration of Gongdong sect's resurgence. He stated they had needed something that left a powerful impression. Hearing this, Yu Jinhui's face lit up with admiration. He said that he hadn't expected such deep thinking from his junior brother. Lee Cheolsu offered verbal thanks for his understanding, but inside, he was thinking that his goal was to win the favor of the Tianwujidi. Still, Yu Jinhui's over-the-top joy was beyond anything he had expected. He questioned why this would make anyone so happy. A week later, after days of continuous practice, Hunyuan Gong became more refined. Yet what still caused him headaches was the damned Nilao Zhengsuaojing. To fully utilize Fumo Jinfa, one had to incorporate Nilao Zhengsuaojing. However, every time he attempted it, he ended up with an erection. He asked himself what he was going to do about it. He noted that the Xiaoman clan was taking this martial arts duel seriously. If he didn't prepare properly, he was certain to lose. So he concluded that no matter what, he had to master Nilao Zhengsuaojing. Just then, from the nearby bushes, came a rustling sound. Sword Empress Yin Shuilin appeared, walking slowly toward him. She commented that she hadn't expected to run into young Master Li while strolling through Gongdong sect. She asked why he was in such a remote area, suggesting he was practicing. Lee Cheolsu quickly covered himself and responded. He explained that quiet places made it easier to concentrate. Sword Empress then observed that he seemed tired and asked if it was due to weak inner cultivation. Lee Cheolsu replied that an important martial arts competition was coming up, making him anxious. After a moment's pause, Sword Empress remarked that meeting was fate and offered to lend a hand. She asked what he thought of the idea. For Lee Cheolsu, receiving guidance from a Sword Empress was an extraordinary honor. He quickly assumed a combat stance and unleashed a full-power attack. To his surprise, Sword Empress not only blocked it with ease, but also identified several flaws. She then told him it was his turn to defend. As soon as she said it, she launched a fierce attack. The intense offensive forced him into a purely defensive stance. Sword Empress pointed out that young Master Li's Fumo Jinfa had a very weak defense. In the next instant, she slashed toward his chest. Her strike tore open his robe. Afterwards, Sword Empress highlighted the key problem. She explained that the way of yin and yang was the foundation of Gongdong sect. At its core was harmony between the two forces. But she said that young Master Li's martial arts were heavily imbalanced. He was stunned upon hearing that and reflected deeply. He realized that in this life, his focus had solely been on training. His cultivation had leaned entirely toward yang energy. He wondered whether this imbalance was the root cause of his lack of progress. Sword Empress reminded him again that focusing on yin-yang harmony could be his breakthrough. Suddenly, it all made sense to him. Because he had once been a eunuch, he had subconsciously rejected yin energy. That rejection had broken the balance of yin and yang and caused his erections. Only through balance could Hanyuan Gong and Nilao Zhengsuaojing coexist. He began by using Hanyuan Gong to increase his internal energy, then integrated it with Nilao Zhengsuaojing. Finally, he used Fumo Jinfa against Sword Empress. In his past life, this was the path of Fumo. Sword Empress blocked the strike with satisfaction and praised him. He hadn't expected to unleash Sword Kai, and more importantly, this time his body stayed calm. He realized he had stepped into the first-rate realm. Elated and exhausted, his body went limp. Seeing this, Sword Empress supported him in her arms. Still, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He thought again that tonight's moon was truly big and round. Later, lying in his room, he kept thinking about last night, the encounter with Sword Empress, their moonlit sparring, his breakthrough to the first-rate realm, and their unexpected closeness. Just thinking about it made his heart race. Suddenly, Haran burst into the room. She said she had heard many rumors about him in the marketplace. She said that people were calling him a two-timer. It turned out she had been buying fruit when she overheard gossip about the martial arts competition between Xiaoman clan and Gongdong sect. The rumor was that Zhanfeng Xiaoman Xianga and Lee Cheolsu had been secretly in love. But because their sects were enemies, they had kept it hidden. Then, after a breakup, Lee Cheolsu started dating Lin Yuexiang. But Xiaoman Xianga, unable to let go, had challenged him in a martial arts competition to win him back. Additionally, there were whispers that he intended to marry Lin Yuexiang instead of Sword Empress. These conflicting rumors were spreading fast in the martial world. Haran found them hard to believe, and that's what brought her storming into the room. Hearing this, Lee Cheolsu was furious. He questioned how such ridiculous rumors could exist. Later, his master also approached him to ask what was going on. He warned that with the competition tomorrow, such rumors, true or false, would hurt him even if he won. Lee Cheolsu clenched his fists and denied everything on the spot. But in his heart, he knew only Zishao could have spread those stories. He believed her goal was to publicly claim him as her lover. With tears in his eyes, he told his master a revised version of events. He claimed that during the righteous versus evil battle with the Black Dragon Gang, to meet with the impartial judge unnoticed, he had sought help from a Howman. He concluded that the evil faction, bitter from defeat, had resorted to rumors. His master rubbed his head in disbelief, saying that even for the evil faction, such tactics were shameless. Lee Cheolsu reassured his master not to worry and vowed to clear his name. He then went to the tavern to verify things himself. But what infuriated him more was that people were treating the rumors as post-meal entertainment. Some even joked about his physical attributes. As he stood there, fuming but observing the scene, a voice caught his attention. Someone said that everyone knew it was Lin Yuexiang who started the rumor. They explained she was afraid Xiaoman Xianga and Li Zhexiu would grow closer, so she had it spread. The crowd quickly lost interest. Lee Cheolsu, meanwhile, was puzzled. He realized the narrative had started to shift. He wandered through the market a while longer and then reached a conclusion. Someone had intervened, changing the direction of the rumor. The new version, casting Lin Yuexiang's feelings as one-sided, actually worked in his favor. But he wondered who was secretly helping him. To find out, he went straight to the outskirts where the beggars gathered. Immediately, someone recognized him. They asked if he wasn't the infamous Gongdong Shijian. Though awkward, he wasn't surprised. The beggar sect, though poor in appearance, was a highly respected righteous faction known for its code of honor and vast intelligence network. He got straight to the point and said he had a commission. The lead beggar took him to a room and asked what the issue was. Lee Cheolsu took out a money pouch and made a request. He asked them to investigate a eunuch from the imperial palace named Zhang Yian. He stated that Zhang kidnapped boys and mutilated them, selling their parts to the palace. He called him a monster. The beggar sect members were furious. They said such a person deserved no mercy. They remarked that young hero Lee was truly a righteous man for caring about such matters. What they didn't know was that Zhang Yian was the very man who had turned Lee Cheolsu into a eunuch. From the day of his rebirth, he had vowed to kill him. The beggars said it would take a week to get the information. Lee Cheolsu left with a heavy heart. Only Dongchang had the power to override rumors created by the Haoman. And only one person controlled Dongchang. That person was the emperor in his previous life. Though he wondered if his rebirth had created a delusion, he knew only the emperor could have covered up Zhang Yian's crimes. So, if he could confirm whether Zhang Yian was alive or dead, he would know if the emperor had intervened. He just hoped it wasn't her. In any case, the matter was now settled. All that remained was the martial arts competition against Xiaoman Qianga. On the day of the duel, Xiaoman Qianga is of course furious. She accuses him of spreading rumors of them having an affair. She vows to make him pay for that, calling him twin-blade pervert. Lee Cheolsu, irritated, argues that he's an honest gentleman, so how can she say such things? He pulls his sword and says that as long as he won, he could shift public opinion and finally get rid of that humiliating nickname. Before the fight even began, there were already people around asking if the rumors about the two of them were actually true, if they were really in a relationship or not. Others commented that seeing them argue like that was proof enough the rumors were legit. And this reaction, this exact one, was the father's reaction upon hearing people talking crap about his daughter. You know? Funny thing is, he exclaimed that he would smash the behind of whoever it was that dared speak trash about his daughter right in front of him. And with that, the gossip started to die down. The empress beside him said that the condition of the loser becoming the servant of the winner was quite uncommon in duels like this. He replied that it was all the fault of that boy, for seducing and provoking his daughter into this duel. She asked if that was really the case and all, and he responded that it was pretty obvious. Switching topics, now with the man enchanted by the beauty of the sword empress. It's understandable, she really is beautiful. He commented that it had been a while since they last saw each other, and that her beauty hadn't changed a bit since back then. Curious, she asked if he was talking about that time, looking away as he changed the subject, saying it was time for the duel to start and all that. Now was the time for some real punches. Xiaomun Changhe called Lee Cheolsu disgraceful for getting excited in the middle of a duel and refusing to admit his mistake. That's why, she said, she would expose his shame in front of everyone today. She released all her energy, telling him to get ready. It was an immense and intense energy that filled the whole place. He, on the other hand, thought that her presence easily dominated the arena, since the family's martial arts relied on heavy sword techniques that channel internal energy into the blade. A powerful style that gives no room to escape. Finally, she charged at him, raised her sword gracefully, her sharp eyes locked in, ready for the attack. She struck a heavy and powerful blow toward Lee Cheolsu. As he defended, he thought it was a slow strike, but packed with overwhelming power. Pulling back, he reflected that when it comes to martial arts, he also has his fair share of techniques. From a short distance, Xiaomun Changhe asked if he had used the essence of the extreme demon subduing sword to neutralize the impact of her strike, acknowledging that he was indeed talented for pulling that off. Once again, she came at him, telling him to try blocking her next move too. Again, he defended, but to his surprise, wondered if that had been a feint. Suddenly, she grabbed him and landed a huge knee right in his face. In some way, he managed to block it. Honestly, he thought that the sect's sword style burned the enemy with pressure before delivering a single decisive blow, while the Gongdong sect's sword focused on integrating attack and defense with an emphasis on powerful strikes. That's why, he thought, the two styles are incompatible, and that's why he intends to end this duel quickly, without getting tired. And so, the intense duel unfolded. Now it was Cheolsu who was putting on the pressure. His eyes were locked on her, following every one of her moves, surprising her with how his aura had shifted. Suddenly, Cheolsu launched an energy attack, and the blast caused a huge explosion in the arena. Changhe Yu Jinwei was over there in the stands, all happy, thinking that Lee Cheolsu was amazing for holding his own. Just cheering him on. Meanwhile, on Changhe's side, she stood untouched, successfully defending against his attacks. Cheolsu asked how she had defended against that, and full of chuckles, She admitted that it hadn't been easy, but it still wasn't enough to bring her down. She raised her sword and asked what he was planning now, then rushed at him again, landing another heavy blow. Laughing, she asked if he was just going to keep defending. He already knew it wouldn't be easy, but she was even stronger than he had expected. He asked himself what he needed to do to turn the tables. Suddenly, something came to his mind. He remembered the Empress and the concept of yin-yang balance. Breathing in and calming himself, he wondered if he shouldn't just make things unpredictable. That's when Changha shouted that she wouldn't allow it and charged at him, slamming the ground with full force. Surprised, she asked where he had gone. Well, with a martial art he specialized in during his time as an eunuch, Shadow Swan Steps has a great advantage in exploiting openings and launching surprise attacks. Even now, in his current state, he can use that martial art to momentarily fool Changha's senses. Changha, who's at the peak of the first line realm. By using one of the secrets of the martial arts from his past life, he recognized that Changha was a strong opponent. Repositioning, he thought he needed to mix the essence of the demon-subduing sword with the shadow steps. He charged at her, knowing his power might be reduced, but determined to destroy everything with one unpredictable blow. Seeing his movements, she focused, thinking it was obvious and that she only needed to defend that one attack, and it would be easy. Suddenly, he shifted his position, changing the trajectory of his sword. That move caught her completely off guard, and before she could react, she was struck hard by Lee Cheolsu. Her father, from the stands, was shouting at the top of his lungs, and Lee Cheolsu, having finished his attack, made her sword fall to the ground. And finally, right there in front of him, she gave in as well. With that, the victory of the Gongdong sect was announced. The audience looked confused, which also left Lee Cheolsu puzzled, wondering what was up with this strange atmosphere. Looking back, they questioned whether Changha had been seriously hurt or something, and Changha was standing there, completely red, wondering what was wrong with her clothes, because they were tearing. Literally tearing apart bit by bit. Seeing that, Lee Cheolsu started wondering what the hell was going on, asking himself why her clothes were ripping like that, thinking maybe it was because she hadn't managed to defend against his last attack. Poor thing, she started screaming as loud as she could, completely embarrassed, calling Lee Cheolsu indecent, saying it was such a perverted technique. People in the stands were saying it was no wonder he was called the weird hero of the Gongdong sect, that clearly, he only thought with his little brother. Nervous, he tried explaining that it wasn't on purpose or anything, but she didn't want to hear it, no way. Her eyes were tearing up, and she called him a pervert. He quickly took off his shirt and handed it to her, telling her to cover herself. Embarrassed, he apologized, thinking this only happened because of the shadow steps, which had spread the energy of the blow and ended up destroying all her clothes. Since he didn't want a fatal strike, he held back. Now in tears, clearly furious, because this wasn't the outcome he wanted at all. And then we cut to the angry father-in-law, clearly fuming, shouting that he could not accept the result of this duel. Roaring that the boy dared to insult his daughter and the honor of his family. That's why, he said, he would personally take responsibility for this criminal act. Right there on the ground, Lee Cheolsu got scared, thinking to himself what was going on. But that's when the Empress stepped in, telling both of them to stop. She walked to the edge of the platform and said the match had already been decided. Serious, she asked him to just accept the result of this official duel. Outraged, he demanded to know why she was protecting that brat. She also released her inner energy and said that as a witness of the Gongdong sect, it was her duty to stop anyone who refused to accept the result. He, still furious, asked how she could say that after what the boy had just done. And yes, she agreed, it is shameful when your skin gets exposed during a duel, but the guy had already apologized. She told him to let go of that old-fashioned thinking, saying that before being a woman, his daughter was a martial artist. Lee Cheolsu, for his part, was happy, praising the heavens for having her by his side as a witness. This was expected from his future wife. Her father then brought up the confession Lee Cheolsu made to the Empress during his last duel, asking if she had also fallen for him now. He shouted, asking if she was in her right mind, since the strange hero from Gongdong sect was young enough to be his son. Our MILF, no, Our Lady, told him to shut his mouth and stop saying nonsense. Then she commented on the confessions, asking if he himself hadn't also confessed to her some time ago. That caught him off guard. That also caught the attention of Lee Cheolsu. And well, 30 years ago, during the Phoenix Dragon Assembly, He had declared he was in love with her. He confessed his feelings and challenged her to a fair duel to win her hand. But with a few quick moves, she had defeated him, called him an insignificant man, and ended that duel with a single blow. Now, with sharp eyes, she asked him if he still had feelings for her. Burning with embarrassment, he heard the chatter from the audience. Lee Cheolsu couldn't help but laugh at the whole situation, since he didn't know anything about this juicy backstory. In the end, the most beautiful granny in all of Manhwa asked if she should share more about her past. He shouted for her to stop. You know? Addressing Lee Cheolsu, he said his actions were an unfortunate accident, and that he would let it slide this time. Quickly, Lee Cheolsu thanked him for the pardon. Sometime later, after the duel, there was a meeting between the Empress and the Gongdong sect. Jeon Young thanked her for calming down the situation earlier. She said it was her duty as an officer, though Jeon Young refused to let her be humble, thanking her once again. In this case, she asked about the possibility of organizing an exchange tournament between their sects. That sounded great. Happily, Jeon Young agreed. Honestly, this came as a surprise to Lee Cheolsu, curious about what might come next. In his past life, in the Empress's sword sect, she was isolated, closed off. Of course, they never organized an event like this. In the end, she and the Empress said their goodbyes. Looking toward Lee Cheolsu, the Empress said they would meet again during the exchange event, and then they could talk more. He nodded to her, wondering if it was because of that favor she had mentioned earlier, about acting as an officer for this duel. Watching her walk away, he set those doubts aside, thinking he'd figure it all out during the exchange anyway. Either way, happy, he figured it was time to go claim his rewards for this duel. That said, we cut to the Seomoon sect, with Changha now being the servant of Lee Cheolsu. Her brother told her not to worry, and that if anything happened, she should contact the main family immediately. Finally, he addressed Lee Cheolsu, cursed him out with every name in the book, and said that if he ever made their girl cry, he himself would make the guy cry blood. That was the stance Lee Cheolsu had to deal with. In the end, he shouted. Lee Cheolsu shouted back. He got called a pervert, but he won the argument. Yeah, no comebacks to that. Changha, now baffled, asked how things ended up like this. In the end, he called for her attention, telling her to hurry up because they were heading to the Gongdong sect. Somewhere else, Changha walked a bit behind, clearly reluctant, totally embarrassed, because she had ended up becoming the servant of the biggest pervert of all time. Finally, they arrived at their sect. He said they had something to discuss. That caught her by surprise. She wondered what was coming. Her mind already dirty, she asked herself what was going to happen at this hour. Just the two of them. This could only mean one thing. My God, he's going to pull her into his arms and tease her in every way possible. Then take her lips for himself. Then humiliate her in every possible way. And there's even a certain place. Thinking all this would happen, you feel me? Lee Cheolsu looked at her and said that this place would work. That already had her thinking. Thinking those things, you know. If those wrong things were about to happen, she'd draw her sword right then and there. Lee Cheolsu, completely chill, said that this was a perfect place to give out his orders. And so, to her disappointment, he told her to go to Wajan County, Ganharu, and collect the winnings from the bets on the duel. Anxious, she asked if that was all, if he wasn't planning to do this and that, with her in that dark and secluded spot, which was perfect for the arts of seduction. But no, looking totally blank, Lee Cheolsu asked what the hell she was imagining with that filthy mind of hers. Completely mortified, my God, she ran off. And Lee Cheolsu was left surprised that she had such a vivid imagination. In the end, something popped into his head, reminding him of our beloved girl Chisha Yu. He wondered if the girl had been spreading rumors around, and of course, seeing her happy about his victory, she said that this was exactly what she expected from her man. That's what she called him. Lee Cheolsu burned with rage, saying that he wouldn't keep getting dragged into her little tricks anymore. The next day, Chang had told herself she never imagined she'd end up as the errand girl of a scumbag. She cursed Lee Cheolsu, calling him the worst of the worst, the ultimate worst. That's when someone caught her attention, asking what brought her here. A bit red-faced, she answered that she came on behalf of Lee Cheolsu to collect his winnings from the duel bet. The guy asked why he didn't come himself, which made her even more annoyed. Eventually, he pointed to the second floor of the building and said there was a VIP room where she could go and get the prize. The words, VIP room, caught her attention. She wondered what that meant. remembering Lee Cheolsu saying that when she got here, they would show her a VIP room and that she shouldn't be surprised, just grab the money. Surprised, she thought to herself that his words were true after all, even though, there was really no reason for him to lie about that, right? Upstairs on the second floor, our Lil lady introduced herself as the boss of the whole place, acting as professionally as possible and asking Changha to sit. This time, Changha was red-faced because of all that beauty. Yep, the nun was really something. It wasn't for nothing that she was called the most gorgeous hostess in all of Sichuan. And in the middle of it all, there was that classic female rivalry kicking in. She thought to herself this was the skank who fought her man and tried to make him her servant. And yeah, that rivalry was felt. The poor girl sat there not understanding a thing. After a slight greeting, the hostess commented that she heard Changha came to collect the winnings. But then asked if there wasn't anything else she wanted to say. Puffing her chest, she asked if Lee Cheolsu hadn't sent any other message. No words, no letter, nothing. Those words left Changha speechless, seeing the hostess act like that about Lee Cheolsu. She wondered if those rumors about the two of them being lovers were actually true. Hesitant, she replied that actually, there was something Lee Cheolsu wanted her to say. And that hit the hostess hard, caught her off guard, made her sweat. Changha said that Lee Cheolsu was very disappointed in her, for spreading false rumors. Poor Nung instantly got worried, asking what she meant by that. Then came the memory. When meeting the hostess, Changha was supposed to tell her that he hated her more than anything else in this world, because he only liked honest people. Mouth wide open, she thought the hostess would be seriously shaken by that. And shaken wasn't even the right word. With tears in her eyes, she asked Changha if he really said that. Changha, clearly uneasy, confirmed it, saying that was all he had to say. In the end, the hostess placed the bet money on the table and asked her to take it. As she was leaving, she tried to cheer her up, seeing the girl was crushed, saying she would talk about her with Lee Cheolsu when she got back. Then she left. The hostess was confused, unable to believe this was actually happening, especially since not long ago he and Lee Cheolsu had called her my love. Poor thing, completely fooled. She imagined the possibility that he might never speak to her again because of the lies she herself made up, just to spice up the rumors. Desperate, she screamed no, 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 this couldn't happen. If she couldn't see him anymore, her heart would stop. Until now, she had thought it was all just a joke. But by the way Changha reacted, it seemed like he was really upset, so she knew she had to do something to fix this. Back with Changha, she thought it was strange. How could such a fine woman with a tiny waist be so into a jerk like Lee Cheolsu? But then something hit her. Mana Eugene Wei, Little Haran, Master Carvala, even the Sword Empress, all of them were friendly and seemed to like him. Confused, she started to question why everyone liked such a shameless pervert so much. Suddenly, she hesitated for some reason, her face turned completely red. She started thinking that maybe all the bad things she'd heard about Lee Cheolsu had just been misunderstandings. She thought maybe he really was the one who defeated the Black Dragon Gang to protect his sect, who challenged the Empress of the Sword to restore the honor of the Gongdong sect, who fought against the powerful Xiaomun family. Lost in thought, she realized these were the actions of a true hero of the Murim world. And maybe, just maybe, that hero from the Gongdong sect she had always dreamed about wasn't anyone else but our Lee Cheolsu. That's when someone called her attention. It was the man himself, Lee Cheolsu, saying his servant had returned. And that's when all the magic of Lee Cheolsu vanished. In the end, she handed over the money. He thanked her. But despite everything, she still couldn't help but think, maybe. Because even now, there was a tiny possibility he was really the one she had dreamed about. That thought caught her off guard. Blushing like mad, she apologized to him, saying she was really sorry for what happened. Lee Cheolsu, totally confused, wondered what the hell she was talking about. Meanwhile, she took off running, embarrassed by the whole situation, calling him an idiot, a fool, a scumbag. She cursed him with every word she had. And Lee Cheolsu, standing there, wondered what kind of wild delusions she was having. But that wasn't important now. What mattered was the money in his hands. But before he could feel the joy of that sweet cash, someone arrived at the sect, yelling if anyone was around. It was Hostess Nung. She had come to make a generous donation. She walked up to Jaeon Young and asked him to accept her offering. That made him feel a bit awkward since the sect didn't really need such a big donation. Lee Cheolsu walked over, asking what this was all about. Nung said she had heard the sect was suffering because of the scandal she caused with those rumors. And besides the donation, this was also an apology. She asked for a moment alone with Lee Cheolsu, which caught him off guard. Jaeon Young thanked her and, seeing how persistent she was, said he would accept. And there was the face of someone realizing what he had done. He just wanted to mess around a bit with her, with Nung, playing a few games. But she had taken it all way too seriously. Sometime later, Changha asked Eugene Wei what was going on. Eugene Wei answered that she had no idea. How could a total bombshell, among bombshells, feel this way? She said she was worried about what the other girl might want with their boy, and Changha asked what the point was of even staying around then, saying that she had just come up with a great idea. Elsewhere, beside Lee Cheolsu and Nung, who, poor thing, was sobbing hard, she apologized between hiccups, saying she didn't even have the words to express herself. That left him confused, wondering how things ended up like this. That's when Nung spoke from the bottom of her heart, saying that she did what she did because she liked him very much. Her words caught him off guard, thinking that they sounded genuine, and her reaction surprised him. He thought to himself that seeing her act like this was unimaginable in his past life, and if he kept playing hard to get with her, something bad might happen. So he accepted her apology and told her not to do it again. That made Changha Nung smile. He thought it was actually pretty cute. No denying it. Not far off, behind some paper walls, the nosy trio stood in shock, mouths wide open, wondering what the hell was going on. Seeing Nung jump into Lee Cheolsu's arms, they thanked him from the bottom of their hearts for accepting her apology. So indecent, was Changha's reaction. Such shamelessness, was our other girl's response. Skank. Cow. Damned hussy. Shameful trash, and a few more words YouTube wouldn't approve of. Those were Eugene Wei's exact thoughts as she watched Nung cling to Lee Cheolsu, thrilled, saying she'd never do that again because her love for him was truly real. As the afternoon faded, we see Nung saying goodbye. Lee Cheolsu told her to go back safely. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand in the most graceful way possible. There was no resisting her, and said that whenever he wanted to find her, her back door would always be open. He replied he'd be going often, though in his head he was thinking he'd only show up if he had business. That's just how it is. The thrill of the chase, the boredom of possession. With that, Nung let out a laugh and thanked him. Then she left. Meanwhile, Lee Cheolsu was thinking about how annoying all this was, still unsure if her feelings were real or not. Stroking his chin, he let out a long sigh, wondering if Nung's obsession grew worse. It'd be one hell of a headache. Suddenly, someone called his attention, saying he looked pretty happy. It was the trio of jealous babes, led by Eugene Wei. He replied that he wasn't in a good mood at all, wondering why they seemed so mad. Eugene Wei, slightly irritated, told him to follow her. They had something to do. Later, we saw Lee Cheolsu in training, exhausted. He said it might be better to continue the training the next day, but Eugene Wei wasn't having it. She said he'd keep training even harder. He just went back to training, thinking he couldn't say anything anymore, just kept his mouth shut. That's when Eugene Wei made a move and told him to pay attention. Poor thing. Though she acted that way, it hurt her inside to see him like that. But there was nothing she could do. It was all part of the plan to protect him. Hours earlier, Changha had mentioned the hug between Nung and Lee Cheolsu. Haran said they couldn't let someone like Nung steal their man away. Now was the time for the three of them to come together. Changha asked if the situation was really that serious, and Eugene Wei questioned why she was included, especially since she was technically a man. That's when the other girl said, she already knows. Eugene Wei was caught off guard, wondering if her cross-dressing secret had been discovered. But no, that wasn't it. The girl said she knows how much she worries for the young master and asked if Eugene Wei was just going to stand there and let their man become the lover of a fox. Eugene Wei didn't know how to respond, though she wished she could say those words herself, but her current situation didn't allow it. Changha asked what their plan was to break up such a passionate couple. Haran answered that first, every time Cheolsu had free time, they'd train with him so he wouldn't have time to think about anything else. Eugene Wei said they'd hold the training here for now, then continue at the main training ground. And that's how Lee Cheolsu reacted, running through the courtyard when someone called to him. It was Changha, asking if she could stay by his side. Haran also said she'd be staying too, putting their plan into action. During breaks, she and Changha would take turns watching him to make sure he didn't go visit Nung. Out of sight, out of heart. They'd keep Lee Cheolsu from seeing her until next year, during the exchange competition at Hang San Sect. And that's how the plan was put into action. They literally kept Lee Cheolsu locked to Gongdong Sect. A year later, we cut to Lee Cheolsu, more fired up than ever. Looking around, he wondered when his sect's buildings had multiplied so much. Rubbing his stomach, he said to himself that money really was a beautiful thing. He was happy, proud to eat pork at least once a day. He said that after the duel against the Black Dragons, the Gongdong sect gained a lot of fame, so visitors brought in a lot of money. The view now was completely different from when he first arrived. Still thinking, he told himself that to raise more funds, they'd need an investment presentation. And the best way to attract investors was to show results. That's when someone caught his attention. It was Eugene Wei, with a beautiful smile. No resisting that. She said a whole year had passed already, and it went by too fast. With a slight smirk, he replied yes, though he was thinking that the last year felt like being a prisoner. Later, we saw Lee Cheolsu's group gathered in front of Jaeon Young. He said they had worked hard to prepare for the exchange competition. He could see how much they'd grown, and that gave him confidence. Finally, they set out toward the sect of the Great Beauty, the Empress of the Sword. Lee Cheolsu, thinking to himself, said this was the moment. Thank God, he almost cried. He thought he would finally escape the strict surveillance and finally see the woman who would be his first wife, the mighty Empress of the Sword. At her sect, we saw Sobin saying that the bastards from Gongdong sect were coming, and that's why she felt uneasy. Still, the Grand Lady said to prepare a good reception. Annoyed, the other one replied she wasn't so sure. Looking at her, they said her sect was strong enough even without some exchange tournament, asking if this event was really necessary. The Mighty One asked if she had forgotten the spirit Gongdong sect had shown during the War of Justice against evil. That spirit would be useful for their sect too. A bit red in the face, she let out a few awkward laughs, saying Lee Cheolsu's performance had also been, well, excellent. The subordinate replied with a simple, understood, and asked for further instructions. Outside, we saw her fuming, irritated, thinking about that slight smirk the Empress gave when talking about the bold actions of Lee Cheolsu. She said it couldn't possibly be what she was thinking. Approaching all the disciples of her sect, she asked if they were all gathered. Puffing her chest, she shouted to deliver her orders. Everyone got excited to hear the words of the great Empress of the Sword. That's when the subordinate said that the Grand Lady had prepared the competition with the Gongdong sect. She asked everyone if they knew what that meant. They all listened closely. With her eyes burning, she shouted that for the shameless guy, Lee Cheolsu, and his gang of a sect who dared act arrogant toward the Empress, they had a duty to teach them all a lesson. Everyone agreed, shouting that it was exactly that the arrogant punk had to be defeated. Raising their fists, they shouted as disciples of the sect, as sisters of the great Empress of the Sword. In unison, they repeated her words. The subordinate, radiating no-nonsense energy, screamed that they would reveal the true nature of the shameless, scheming rogue called Lee Cheolsu. In a mountainous place, we saw our squad. Eugene Wei didn't stop commenting on how many mountains and cliffs there were. Cheolsu said it really was a famous mountain, worthy of being called the northern peak of the Central Plains. That's when a group arrived. A messenger from the Empress's sect, who asked them to follow her, as she would be their guide. Jaeon Young thanked her for the courtesy. Lee Cheolsu was full of cheeky chuckles. He said he indeed always wanted to go to the female sword sect even in his previous life. That sect had once been a gathering of a group of powerful female martial artists who gathered to protect a temple of Buddhist nuns. Although marriage wasn't forbidden, nor was interaction with men, after our mighty woman made her unprecedented declaration, to choose her partner through a duel among the disciples who admired her. Celibacy became an unwritten rule among them. Thus, the Hang San sect, which turned into a man-free zone, became sacred ground for single masters. Full of smug giggles again, Cheolsu thought about all that, since he would soon be stepping into a place full of fairies, flowers, toned physiques, etc. Suddenly, someone called his attention, saying his sinister stare hadn't changed a bit. It was the little sword queen, Sobin, commanding respect, puffing her chest out. He asked, offended, if she really planned on treating him so rudely after all this time apart. but she ignored him, told him to stay alert, and ordered him to follow her. That attitude left him furious, thinking she believed she could act like that just because of her pretty face. Later, while climbing the mountains, he commented that despite her rudeness, the path wasn't difficult. She replied that she couldn't lead guests through a hard trail. Switching topics, she asked if he still planned on challenging their mighty Empress of the Sword. He said that as a real man, he couldn't go back on his word. She said bluntly that no one expected anything from a demon who only thought with the head below, letting out a cheeky laugh and stating no one would be surprised if he backed out of the challenge. He got furious, shouting that he planned to succeed in his courtship and told her to drop those thoughts. At last, they reached the sect's gates. Sobin was still full of attitude while he thought that things would be tough considering his goals. She alone opened the gates. Then came a grand reception. The girls were stunned by the breathtaking view. This time, Cheolsu thought that compared to the Forbidden City, the scale was still small, but the buildings stretching endlessly into the sea of clouds were spectacular. With that, the mighty Empress welcomed them. Jeon Young expressed his thanks, saying their sect would never forget such hospitality. Politely, she replied that this was the least she could do for those who accepted her invitation. Extending her hand, she said they must not be tired and invited them to rest in the guest hall. Everyone thanked her respectfully, full of chuckles. Cheolsu thought to himself that the mighty one just kept getting mightier over time. Suddenly, interrupting his thoughts, she told him she'd see him at the exchange competition tomorrow. He replied simply, thinking things were getting interesting. Later, walking through the sect after stuffing his face, he looked at the full moon and wondered if it was time. He told himself that the Empress's telepathic message earlier had been unexpected. She had asked if he could come to the pavilion under the next moonlight. Feeling cocky, he thought it was like going on a date, and that got him all giddy. Already at the pavilion, something caught his attention, silver hair glowing in the moonlight as the breeze lifted it. It was her, the one who carried the title that had to be carried, the mightiest of the mighty. No doubt now who the author's favorite was. Same for him. He thought it was amazing to see her beauty shine in that moonlight. Looking in his direction, she said she needed to say some delicate things, which was why she had summoned him like that. As she approached, she said there was a favor she needed, but first, something else had to be addressed. With a serious look, she explained that her sect was in grave danger. As he already knew, the disciples admired her deeply, but over the years, that admiration had turned into obsessive fanaticism. They declared celibacy in her name, cut all ties with the outside world, and even began holding secret rituals to worship her. Surprised, he asked if they were worshipping her like a religion, saying that wasn't good, though she did seem like a goddess. She said if this were exposed, the sect could be labeled a secret cult. She believed the issue stemmed from the sect's extreme isolation and asked him to show during the exchange that a vast, diverse world still exists. Confident, he replied with a sure thing. She gave a beautiful smile and thanked him. Later, as he walked through the sect, he thought about how he once found it strange in his past life, so closed off from the outside. Now he understood. The memory of Sobin came to his mind and what she said earlier. He muttered softly, thinking her actions made sense now. She was careful with him. Still, the strange phenomena in this sect weren't so simple, especially since they practiced anti-demonic arts. He wondered if these seemingly random events were warnings. Then someone called him out, asking if he wasn't the demon who only thought with his lower head from Gongdong sect. It was a girl from the sect. Shocked he noticed her. Curious, he asked what she was doing out so late. She replied she was chasing a kitten and got lost. He offered his hand kindly and said he'd take her back. But she said no, he was lecher. She heard that touching him would bring 10 years of bad luck. He wondered where such absurd rumors came from. Brushing it off, he said he couldn't just leave her there and asked her to follow him. Suddenly, she bolted, catching him off guard. Looking around, he noted she was lost but couldn't have just run off like that. Besides, he sensed something, a spiritual presence. Then, a sound caught his ear. Near his feet, he saw a small hair ornament. Pushing aside the brush, he called for her, saying she dropped it. That's when something drew his gaze. Before him, water droplets sparkled on her toned body under the moonlight. Their eyes met. Then came the scream. She started shouting all kinds of insults at him, saying he really was a demon who only thought with his lower head, and that this was unforgivable. Shocked, he covered his face and yelled it was all a misunderstanding. He had no idea Sobin was there. Just then, other disciples appeared, rushing to her. Furious, she called him a pervert for spying. Then someone stepped in, telling him to stop being ridiculous. It was Changha Sobin, asking if she hadn't caught him, would he have kept watching her body? He apologized again, saying it wasn't like that, but she didn't want to hear it. She said apologies wouldn't fix anything. Pointing at him, she told him to take responsibility, leave the sect, and not join the exchange. He tried saying it was a mistake, that he was following a child. The disciples told him to shut it. There was no child there, and they weren't buying such a lame excuse. That's when something clicked in his mind. Thinking about it now, everything seemed off. Looking at the disciples approaching, he thought that when Sobin screamed, they showed up almost like they were waiting for it. Looking at Sobin, he thought she was demanding he leave the sect like it had all been planned. Putting the pieces together, he got irritated, wondering if they really thought he was that stupid. Sobin shouted again, demanding he take responsibility and go, but he refused. Surprised, she asked what he meant. He smirked slightly, saying she never planned on believing him anyway. Crossing his arms, he said they now had no choice but to settle this the Murim way. The next day, furious, Jaeon Young asked what he had done, if he was really spying on young Empress Sobin during her bath. Smacked upside the head a few times, he said no, that's not what happened. He saw her by accident, it wasn't intentional. Jaeon Young believed him, but said this exchange was meant to build friendship between the sects, and now it was a disaster. Nervous, Cheolsu thought it was totally unfair, but there was nothing more he could say. That's when the Mighty One arrived and took everyone's attention. She walked up to Jaeon Young and said she heard about last night's unpleasant incident. He apologized immediately. But she said there was no need, her face was solemn. She said the truth of what happened was still unclear. She thought to herself that she wanted to believe in Sobin from the bottom of her heart. Still, she also knew about the obsessive impulses among her disciples. Sad to doubt them, but just as Cheolsu had said, there might be another reason this whole mess happened. After those thoughts, she spoke to Lee Cheolsu, suggesting they settle things the Murim way. She asked if they could have a duel before the exchange competition to resolve the matter once and for all. Jaeon Young agreed with her. This time, Lee Cheolsu thanked her sincerely for giving him this opportunity. Hours later, in the arena, the father of Changha, you remember him, commented that it was strange for the Hangsan sect to host such an event. A small monk beside him said it wasn't a big deal, just normal for righteous sects to bond. Either way, the father said that Lee Cheolsu always stirred up trouble wherever he went, and this time, he was about to duel as the opening act of the exchange competition. The great master from the Shaolin Temple, Wangguk, said that Lee Cheolsu was just at that lovely age of falling in love. That said, we cut to Sobin standing before Lee Cheolsu. He raised his sword and said that if he lost this duel, he'd leave the sect, but if he won, she'd help him prove his innocence. She raised her sword back and simply replied that it was all fine by her. Charging straight at him, she shouted that if she could expel him, any conditions would do. A brief exchange of swords began. He had expected that level of strength from her. Still, he had trained tirelessly this past year. Striking back, he pushed her away and quickly dashed toward her again. Another honest clash of blades followed. Wangguk commented that his skills were impressive, while Xiaomu noted that he clearly trained hard this last year. This time, Lee Cheolsu expanded all his energy, thinking this still wasn't everything he had. He lunged at Sobin with fierce intensity, wearing a focused expression. It worked well, and Sobin thought his movements were hard to predict. Yu Jinwei and Changhe were both surprised by his performance, commenting that he had improved a lot. Lee Cheolsu kept up the pressure on Sobin, asking where all that confidence of hers had gone. Laughing, he said that if she gave up now, he'd even accept her apology. That only made Sobin more furious. She told him to shut up and stop talking nonsense. Pushing him back with her sword, Lee Cheolsu was stunned, realizing her attack had gotten stronger. He wondered if she'd been hiding that power all this time. Sobin shouted that the Empress of the Sword was a flower too unreachable for someone like him to desire, and that she had to win this duel. She rushed toward him with everything she had, locking blades with him at full force. Watching her movements, he was surprised, asking himself if that was the supreme technique of the Hangsan sect, the sword of the feminine style. But her moves were flashy and slow. He dodged all her strikes and thought maybe that was why they were so easy to avoid. Panting with fatigue, Sobin called him a bastard, and Lee Cheolsu called her attention. He said that in battle, you lose the moment you lose focus. Raising his sword, he expanded his inner energy and said this ends now. Charging at her at full speed, his attack exploded with immense energy. And there she was, partly supported on one knee, her expression visible in the aftermath. Finally, Lee Cheolsu stood as the winner, and it was announced. Changha shouted aloud saying he had won. It was a victory worthy of a hero of the Murim world. Eugene Wei shared in her joy. Cheolsu turned to Sobin and said that it had been a good duel. Sobin, on the other hand, was in disbelief. She told herself this couldn't be true. Lee Cheolsu turned and reminded himself to focus on the upcoming event. He thought that this time, it was a truly splendid victory, and he hadn't even gotten excited mid-fight. Suddenly, a sharp headache struck Sobin. Her eyes rolled back, and a voice echoed in her mind, saying she was jealous. The voice pushed her anger further, claiming that bastard would steal her master. It asked if she really planned to just let him go. Suddenly, she stood and shouted that she wouldn't. Clenching her fists, she said she couldn't allow that to happen. Then she called out to Lee Cheolsu, catching him off guard as she rushed at him, sword in hand. He asked her to stop, said the duel was over. He wondered if she'd lost her mind. But before he could finish thinking, she struck him with her sword, and a strange energy spread through his body. With a twisted smile, Sobin told him to die. Lee Cheolsu fell to the ground. Eugene Wei ran to him, caught him in her arms, and screamed, asking if he was okay. The crowd questioned whether Sobin had really used a lethal strike after the match had ended. They called it outrageous. Eugene Wei looked at her and asked why. Sobin, now with a wicked look on her face, said that anyone who insulted the Empress of the Sword must die, no matter who they were. All the disciples shouted in agreement, saying the young Empress of the Sword had done the right thing. Sobin's fury grew strangely stronger. She declared that she'd finish off Lee Cheolsu right here and now. But Eugene Wei, while releasing her energy, said that if Sobin attacked again, she'd have no choice but to take her life. Then, something unexpected happened. Sobin was struck from behind. It was the Mighty One, who quickly rendered her unconscious. With a serious look on her face, the Empress turned toward the scene. Her disciples asked why she had done that. This was their best chance to eliminate that bastard. Enraged, she screamed for them all to shut up. After a few words, she approached Eugene Wei and asked if Lee Cheolsu was okay. Eugene Wei held her back and told her not to come closer. That reaction shocked the Empress. She said she was only concerned, but Eugene Wei didn't want to hear it. She replied that she couldn't let the Hang San sect anywhere near him. Suddenly, someone else spoke up, saying this had turned into a mess. It was none other than our man of the hour, Wang Guken, walking toward them. He said that using a lethal technique during a duel was a serious matter. The Empress of the Sword apologized, saying it was due to her lack of guidance. But he replied that apologies weren't enough. She needed to explain in detail why this had happened. Wang Guken said this with stern conviction. Later, in another place, a small meeting took place. She explained everything about the issue with her disciples. After hearing it all, Wang Guken let out a soft murmur. He then commented that this obsessive worship leading to the incident fell off, which made the Empress curious. With a serious look, he said that earlier that day, someone could have died during what should have been a peaceful sect duel. His words made her ask if there could be another reason behind it all. She remembered how Sobin had been acting strangely. Not just her, but all the disciples, who defended such unjustifiable actions. He said he could sense a faint aura from them, an aura that was not at all from a righteous faction. He spoke seriously, saying it was demonic energy. That shocked the Empress. He added that this might be more serious than they thought. If it was tied to a demonic cult, then it had to be reported to the Murim Alliance. If that happened, he asked if she knew what kind of punishment her sect would face. With a melancholic voice, the Empress said that her sect might even be forced to shut its doors. That possibility hit hard. Sounding cold, Wang Guken thought that would be worse than closing the sect under the Alliance's orders, because then, shame would follow her sect for all eternity. At last, Wang Guken stood up and said he would give them 3 days to resolve everything. Looking straight at her, he ordered her to find out exactly what was happening, saying they couldn't afford to ignore anything beyond this. Changha replied simply that she understood. Later that night, furious, She clenched her fists to the point of shaking, saying she couldn't tolerate this any longer. Eugene Wei declared that she was going to challenge the Little Empress to a duel right now, even though Jeon-young told her to stop. He asked if she thought he felt comfortable about the situation as their own master, saying that if the Empress of the Sword hadn't intervened, he might have used his own strength. After the incident, the Empress apologized to them all. Still, since she had done that, they couldn't escalate things. He reminded them that conflict between righteous factions never ends well. Finally, he said that Cheolsu's injuries weren't fatal, so once he recovered, they would return to Mount Gongdong, since holding the competition no longer made any sense. Haran said that something about all this was really strange, catching everyone by surprise as they asked what she meant. She said that both the little Empress Sobin and her disciples were acting odd, and with a serious look, she asked if the great Empress of the Sword would really teach her disciples to behave like that. Deep in thought, Jeon-young said it truly didn't make sense, prompting Haran to suggest maybe some unknown issue had arisen among the disciples. Jeon-young said that theory seemed to fit, as someone watched from afar. It was that same girl from earlier, the one surrounded by a vile aura, now wearing a wicked smile. Elsewhere, in the Blood River, we saw the elder of the demonic sect watching their actions. Grinning ear to ear, he said it was delightful seeing those righteous sect bastards turning against each other. Suddenly, someone approached, one of his disciples, asking about their preparations. He answered that years of effort had finally borne fruit, and the final phase was near. By mixing a small amount of blood energy into the rivers of the Hang San sect, they had spread their influence, isolating the disciples from the outside world for years. The disciples of Hang San, including Little Empress Sobin, were now addicted to blood energy and were moving according to the will of the blood cult leader. There would be no issues in continuing operations. The elder warned not to lower their guard, not until the end. He said the Empress of the Sword would never realize what she was up against. His disciple commented that the situation involving Gongdong sect had been unexpected, but thanks to the plan, everything improved. By manipulating Hang San's disciples and magnifying their resentment toward Gongdong, they provoked Sobin into using a deadly technique during a duel. He said this incident would confirm the sect's decline. For the righteous faction, avoiding closure would be tough, and if everything continued as planned. Clenching his fists, the blood cult leader shouted that this was only the beginning. The blood river boiled as he glared forward, screaming that the righteous sects would destroy themselves from within. The next day, the master said it might be best to cancel the competition. Though aware of the weight of the matter, she asked if he could reconsider. Jeon-young replied that the mere fact they weren't making a public scandal was something she should already be grateful for. She replied that she knew, but the truth behind the incident hadn't fully come to light, which made him curious. She said seriously that she didn't want to believe it, but maybe another organization's power was at work in her sect. Her words caught Jeon-young by surprise, who asked if that could really be. She answered firmly that there was a chance the demonic faction, or worse, the blood cult, was involved. Elsewhere, inside a cave, a group of disciples were whispering that Sobin had done a great job, that she could have taken down that bastard if the Empress hadn't stepped in. Still, they were relieved Gongdong sect would be leaving soon. Then someone approached them, saying she was thirsty. It was Sobin, the little Empress of the Sword. The disciples rushed to ask if she was okay. She said she was, and asked if there was water in the cave. A cup was handed to her, and she drank it, water tainted by the blood cult. After drinking, the demonic energy around her intensified. She said she felt much better now, asking what was going on. They replied that, unfortunately, Cheolsu, injuries weren't serious. With a smug grin, they said Gongdong sect had chosen to treat the incident as a reason to cancel the exchange and return home. Surprised, she asked if they were really leaving. They confirmed it, but her smile turned sinister as she asked where exactly all the Gongdong sect members were. Meanwhile, Haran was beside Cheolsu, tending to him. She couldn't stop worrying, noticing how much he was sweating, saddened to see someone so bright look so pale. After receiving so much help from him, she now felt ashamed of her own helplessness, remembering every good moment they had shared. She said to herself that she wouldn't just stand around. This time, it was her turn to return the favor. With resolve, she thought that she'd discover the real reason behind his attack. After some thought, she went to a river. She had come to wash her clothes. Suddenly, something caught her attention. She asked herself if someone was about to appear. Something about that riverbank felt suspicious. The Hang San disciples kept disappearing, always following that river path. No matter the time, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups, they walked that way. Looking toward it, she thought that if it was a secret route used by Hang San, it was worth investigating. Suddenly, she saw one of the disciples walking nearby. Hiding in the trees, she told herself this was her chance. The path was long and rough, and she thought she'd been following the girl for a while now, wondering where they were going. As she followed carefully, a blur passed by her. It was a fox, making her wonder where it came from. But she refocused on the disciple, only to realize she had vanished. She told herself she'd lost her. Then someone called her attention, asking what she had lost. Swallowing hard, she wondered when this person had gotten behind her. She hadn't sensed anything. Suddenly, she was attacked and collapsed unconscious. The attacker was none other than the little Empress of the Sword herself, wearing a faintly wicked smile. In the end, the sound of a body being dragged echoed through the forest. A light rain began to fall. Back near Cheolsu, slowly waking up, he asked himself if this was still the Hang San sect. As he stood, a sharp stomach pain hit him. Then he remembered what happened during the duel with Sobin, wondering if she had actually struck him with a fatal blow. Looking around, he asked himself where everyone had gone. Then a noise outside drew his attention. Outside, he saw the disciples running frantically, shouting that they needed to find the little Empress of the Sword. Changhe ran over, and he asked what was going on. She replied that Haran had vanished. That caught him off guard. Then she added that the little Empress had also disappeared, so Hang San sect was now searching for both. He was baffled that both had simply vanished. Recalling the duel and the strange blow, he realized something was definitely off with Sobin. He thought maybe Haran had been hurt too, and for that reason, he had to find her fast. Then, that small girl from before caught his attention. Looking at her face, he told himself it was the child who had lured him to the river where Sobin was bathing. Seeing her sneaking through the forest, he thought that if he followed her, he might find Haran's whereabouts. And so, with that in mind, he took off running. Deep in the woods, he wondered where she'd gone. Looking around, he feared he'd lost her again. But thinking it over, it was hard to believe a child could move so quickly. And for her age, hiding her spiritual presence was impressive. He told himself not to trust his spiritual senses and to find even the faintest trace. Then, a movement in a nearby bush caught his attention. It was that same girl from before. Cheolsu smiled, thinking he had found her. He approached and told her to stop. But she ran off. He chased after her, and when he thought he had her, she turned and said he couldn't catch her. Desperate, he asked what the hell she was talking about. Then, the girl leapt off a cliff. He reacted instantly, diving after her and grabbing her arms. The fall was painful. They crashed into a tree. Quickly, he grabbed a branch and sighed with relief, telling himself she was alive. Later, after building a small fire to warm up in the rain, he was caught off guard when the girl said she didn't remember anything that had just happened. Nervously, she said it was true. Desperate, she said she was sure she'd been napping, and suddenly she was here. Cheolsu asked what happened that day by the river. Confused, she said this was the first time she was seeing the demon who only thought with his lower head from Gongdong sect. She didn't seem to be lying. Surprised, he thought she truly had no memory. Pulling out something from his clothes, he revealed a hairpin. The girl gasped, saying it was one of hers. He told her it was proof they had met before. He asked if she had been hit or could recall anything. Anything would help. But she was still uneasy, saying she'd been told not to speak with him. He explained that one of his sect's disciples had gone missing that night, his precious younger sister. He said anything she could tell him would help. Uneasy, the girl replied that it was actually part of a secret event held among Hang San sect's disciples. All of them gathered inside a certain cave in the mountain, worshipping the Empress of the Sword while drinking a certain red-colored water. Strangely, drinking that water not only gave them pride as disciples, but also a strong sense of reverence for the Empress, which seemed like a good thing. But from a certain point on, if they stopped drinking that water, an unbearable thirst consumed them. To quench that thirst, they began to drink more and more of the red water, and in recent days, their consciousness would simply shut off, just like it did today. Already within the cave, the little girl admitted that there were things she couldn't remember anymore. Cheolsu asked if that was the place where they usually gathered, and the girl confirmed it, pointing toward a river and saying that's where the red water flowed. Hearing that, he walked over to the river and lightly touched it. He was immediately caught off guard, thinking that he remembered seeing this type of energy in his past life. When he once requested the great dharma of reincarnation from the descendants of the blood cult, they had been using this same red water. They asked him to drink it, saying it would strengthen the bond of the spell. This was the same energy he now felt flowing from that water. A realization struck him, recalling how even small amounts, consumed over time, could lead to addiction, just like what was happening to this very girl. And in more severe cases, it was even possible for their bodies to be completely taken over by the bastards of the blood cult. He thought that was seriously bad news. It meant the demonic claws of the blood cult were already gripping the sect of the Great Empress of the Sword. In his previous life, a brutal slaughter occurred within this very sect, known as the annihilation of the righteous faction. The cause of that conflict was the secret cave of the Empress of the Sword, where Hang San's ultimate technique had been hidden. Inside that same cave was a supreme anti-demonic martial art. Once the rumor spread that such a treasure existed inside the cave, the battle among martial artists escalated rapidly. In the chaos, the anti-demonic art was lost. So, in the end, the ones who benefited the most were the bastards of the blood cult. He thought seriously that in his past life, everything that happened had been orchestrated by the blood cult, and now, if the goal remained the same, they would surely try to intensify the conflict among the disciples of the Hang San sect. Looking toward the forest, he felt a growing concern. This could mean that the next targets were going to be disciples of the Gong Dong sect. Elsewhere, we saw Changhe Eugene Wei thinking to herself that she hadn't been able to do anything all this time. She thought she had to find Haran, no matter what. Suddenly, something caught her attention. A mysterious figure appeared, asking what a member of the Gong Dong sect was doing there. With a cold aura, Eugene Wei thought she'd never felt such a chilling energy before. It sent shivers through her entire body. That man told her she didn't need to know anything, raising his hands and saying she was going to lose her life anyway, and that her name would be erased from history. Suddenly, a group of beings surrounded her, demonic beasts. Shocked, she thought to herself. That man shouted that he would finish her right then and there, sending all those zombie-like creatures toward her. After leaving that cave, Cheolsu told the little girl not to drink that water anymore and to go back and rest. The girl answered with a big smile, saying she now realized he was a good person, not like the rumors, and that she would tell her sisters. He replied that was great and asked if they could stop spreading those rumors about him, too. With that, they said their goodbyes, and he told her he would find a solution for the red water. Minutes later, near a stream, he said to himself that he now understood Subin's extreme behavior, still stunned that the Hang San sect was being manipulated by the blood cult bastards. Deep in thought, he said that to find Haran, he would need to understand the cult's plan, and his only clue right now was Subin's disappearance. The body of the little Empress of the Sword had been overtaken by the blood cult members, and it would be really helpful if Changhe knew what the blood cult was planning to do now that they controlled her. Then something occurred to him. To unlock the sealed path at the entrance of the Empress's secret cave, the Moon Maiden sword technique was needed. That technique was a martial art passed only to the sect leader and the top disciples of Hang San. And if the bastard from the blood cult had taken over Subin's body, then entering the secret cave of the Empress made perfect sense. Thinking to himself, he concluded that those bastards were setting up a major clash among righteous factions, just like what happened in his past life. And with those thoughts in mind, he went to a certain place, the entrance to that cave. Jaw dropped. He told himself this was insane, because the cave had already been opened. In his past life, it was only discovered and opened 8 years later. As he touched the cut carved into the stone, he couldn't help but think the intruder hadn't been gone for long. That's when someone arrived, asking if it was him. Curious, they asked what he was doing there. She approached and asked if he was okay. He replied that he was. Curious as well, he asked what had brought her there. The question left her a bit uneasy. She said the atmosphere within her sect was deeply unsettling now. For that reason, she had gone to the reception hall worried about his safety. But when she got to his room, she discovered he was no longer there. Blushing slightly, she admitted she had traced his aura and followed it to this place. He felt a warmth from that, secretly happy to hear it, thinking she had been worried about him. Changing the subject, she then asked what this cave was. Scratching his head, he struggled to answer. He asked himself how he was going to explain the secret cave of the Empress of the Sword. Still, running into her here and now might have actually been a stroke of luck. Inside that very secret cave, not only was the little Empress of the Sword present, but also the corrupted followers of the blood cult. Nervously, he thought to himself that even for him, handling this alone might be too much. In addition, Lee Cheolsu so deeply needed the help of their revered Sword Empress. But the problem was he had to invent a plausible excuse that would explain how he learned all this, while hiding the fact that he had reincarnated. Catching her attention, Sword Empress asked if this cave was the secret Hang San sanctum, and to her surprise he affirmed that yes, it was. She then asked how he, a person from elsewhere, knew the location of this place, saying that until now the secret cave's whereabouts remained unknown and her sect had been seeking it. Our hero stepped closer, raised a finger and said that the story he was about to tell would be a secret just between them. The sudden intimacy made her blush a bit as she said she understood, no matter what he said, she would swear by the name of her sect that she would take this conversation to her grave. Then out of nowhere, without hesitation, he declared that he was the successor of the Sword Emperor Hong Yuan, the Mugoki master. His words left Sword Empress stunned and speechless. He claimed to be the founding master of the Murim Alliance. She replied that yes, that was correct. He explained he had inherited the martial arts from Mugoki's remaining thoughts left behind in Hongwan Cave, where Yu Jinwei discovered the Gongdong sect's manuscripts. So technically he hadn't lied up to that point. He continued. As she already knew, the Sword Emperor and the first leader of Hang San sect, Baek Ji-su, had been close comrades. Over 300 years ago, during the Great Panyang Lake battle, they joined forces to slay the Blood Emperor and the leaders of the blood cult. Afterwards, Baek Ji-su traveled the world seeking the lost supreme anti-demonic art of Hang San sect, and the divine sword technique Shin Ryong vanished. After she retrieved that treasure, she was ambushed by remnants of the blood cult who secretly followed her. Mortally wounded and near death, she created the secret cave of the Sword Empress and shared its location only with her closest friend, Sword Emperor Hong Yuan. So she told him, as her successor, that he could locate the secret cave, and thus he had come here. All these revelations shocked Sword Empress, leaving her in disbelief. Meanwhile, he played the part of proud advantage seeker, thinking a man should seize a truth-laden position. He reflected that in official and unofficial historical accounts, there had been suggestions that the Sword Emperor and Baek Ji-su were lovers, and perhaps that was why he omitted some details and lied about the romantic angle. Not because it wasn't rumored, but because it was only a rumor. Sword Empress thanked him, saying that thanks to him she now knew the location of the Sword Empress's secret cave, and she had no way to repay him. Changing topics, he asked about traces of the sword technique inside. He suggested that perhaps only the disappeared Sword Empress had triggered the cave's entrance mechanism using the Moon Maiden sword technique, and then entered. Confused, Sword Empress asked how Sobin had known this place. He responded, saying it must have been the work of the blood cult, and urged her to hurry and enter before something worse occurred. Inside the cave, they walked until they reached a crater. He said to Sword Empress that the passage was sealed. She observed that it was a cliff. Peering into the abyss, he concluded the secret cave must be underground. Sword Empress replied that the drop looked dangerous, but there was no other choice. He would have to jump in. They looked down. He realized it was much deeper than he thought and he couldn't see the bottom. Suddenly his vision clarified. The depths of the cavern suddenly loomed close. At that moment Sword Empress channeled her energy and shouted that it was dangerous. She swooped down, caught him midair, and carried him in her arms. She protected him from falling. Worried, she asked if he was okay while he reacted as a helpless princess, shouting, "Kya!" In his thoughts, he told her he was fine, letting her cling to him anxiously, asking him to calm down or he would just fall again. Then she looked toward the exit and expressed a desire to bring him to a safe place, and he only needed to rely on her strength to get there. At this point, the humbling realization struck him. Having a strong fairy like her carry him was one great perks. He got carried in her arms and begged his little soldier not to rise. But he would. His little soldier stood proud and asked how he was, if he was all right. The appearance of little Cheolsu was, at this point, inevitable, causing her to stare, wide-eyed. The Sword Empress turned completely red in the face, and in a panic, hurled him far away with a loud, mortified shout. Underwater, still reeling from the embarrassment, the young man reflected that even though his yang energy was highly developed, that in itself was a bit of a problem. Feeling humiliated, He apologized to the Sword Empress, but neither of them could manage eye contact. Too flustered to face each other, the Sword Empress simply turned and began walking ahead, telling him to hurry up and leaving him behind as he laughed nervously, on the edge of losing his mind. He thought he was going crazy. There was no getting up from a situation like that. Sure, having all this testosterone might seem great, but right now, it was a problem. Looking toward the Sword Empress, he thought the rumors about him were already strange, but now she'd probably think he was a total creep. She, on the other hand, was stunned. Even though it was the first time she had ever seen yang energy in such a raw, pure state. If you catch the drift. It was a lot. Covering her mouth with her hand, she considered that, yes, he was young, but clearly, he was also a very healthy young man, if you know what she meant. She gave a playful twist to Lee Cheolsu's tail, drawing his attention and signaling for him to move forward. Fine, she replied calmly, as if nothing had happened. In another part of the cave, the mood still awkward between them, the path narrowed, leaving them with no choice but to walk close, shoulder to shoulder. Blushing, he kept thinking she had always been beautiful, but now, the image of the Sword Empress soaked and dripping wouldn't leave his mind. It was driving him insane. The Sword Empress snapped him out of it, saying there was a problem up ahead. She pointed to a bridge that once connected to the far side of the cave. She explained that it had been cut, and they couldn't move forward that way anymore. Looking over at him, she said she could probably reach the other side using her movement technique. Lifting her hand, she admitted it was a bit awkward, but asked if he could hold onto her. Lee Cheolsu stroked his chin and said that if this was the only way, then they had no choice. Internally, he admitted to himself that this was amazing. Honestly, there was no other way to describe it. This situation was way too good. Once again, the scene unfolded of this lucky bastard living the dream, while the Sword Empress channeled her energy and asked him to hang on. And yes, at that moment, he felt like leaping from a Dakar rally car straight into a fantasy. As she activated her double dash technique, straight out of a video game, he admitted to himself that exploring this secret cave was turning out to be way more enjoyable than expected. But when he glanced down at his giant warrior, he reminded himself that he couldn't let that situation repeat itself. And for that reason, he closed his eyes and decided it was time to calm himself down, by quietly singing the national anthem in his head. At last, they made it to the other side. Lee Cheolsu called out to Sword Empress and said there was a strange smell coming from that side. Sword Empress, surprised, sniffed the air and noted that it was the scent of blood. She remarked that this didn't feel like a simple situation. Then, they both noticed a trail of blood nearby. Lee Cheolsu said that if there was this much blood around, something like a ritual must have taken place. Sword Empress pointed him toward the bridge cables, asking him to take a look. She showed him how the cross-section had been torn apart, explaining that it was the mark of undead techniques from a blood cult, the same kind she had seen among the records of her sect. That confirmed her suspicion that the blood cult was indeed present. Sword Empress, now sweating, said she thought all of them had vanished. Lee Cheolsu replied that if they were using zombie techniques, they must have prepared thoroughly. He added that the situation was far more serious than expected, and for that reason, they needed to stay extremely alert from now on. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a zombie was lurking. That same creature lunged at Eugene Wei. She thought to herself that its skin was too tough, her sword couldn't pierce it. So she gathered her energy and shouted whether he could handle this now, striking the zombie with a massive blow to the head. The impact hurled it across the field, slamming it hard into the ground. The cult member behind the attack laughed, saying that she fought with brute force. He channeled his energy into his hand and questioned how long she would be able to last. Then all of his zombies charged at Eugene Wei. She dodged, leaping back from their attacks. But in that moment, one of them grabbed her foot. Off balance, she fell, slamming her head into the ground. The man commented that he had heard she had the celestial martial body, but wondered if that was all she could do. He said it was truly disappointing, and ordered all of his zombies to tear her apart. And so they did, launching themselves toward her all at once. Seeing them close in, Eugene Wei admitted to herself that nothing she tried was working. Shaking, she wondered if it would all end here. But then images flashed in her mind, of Lee Cheolsu, of her master, of her junior sister Haran, of Changhe. She remembered that last battle, and how she could no longer see any of the Gangdang sect members. Haran was also still missing. And that's why she couldn't fall here. Steeling herself, her strength surged again. Her fellow disciples were still in danger. She thought that she didn't want to stay useless forever. What she truly wanted was to protect those around her with her own hands. That was what she believed as she focused her internal energy, which then burst out toward the zombies. One of them was thrown into the air. The blood cultist looked on, shocked, wondering where this sudden power had come from. Yu Jinwei screamed that she would cut them all down, then charged forward, slicing through the horde with her blade. This time, her attacks finally landed true. The cultist asked himself if this was key sword technique. He noted how her energy had become clearer, stronger. Furious, he questioned whether her martial rhythm had evolved this quickly. All of this played through his mind as he watched Yu Jinwei cut down the remaining zombies with precision and grace. Lifting her key sword, she raised her arm. Her eyes shone with absolute resolve. She declared that now, without a doubt, she would put an end to all of this. She shouted at him to tell her everything he knew, unless he wanted a painful death. She demanded to know why they were here. But the cultist struck back with a blade to his own hand. He answered that he had no kindness to offer to someone standing at death's door. With a manic grin, he yelled in ecstasy that the second coming of the blood demon was near, and the blood cult would soon rule the world. He begged the venerable blood demon to lend him power, even to one as insignificant as himself. Yu Jinwei, alarmed, wondered what this sinister energy was that had grown so strong, so fast. Then, the presence of the cult leader emerged. Speaking to the cultist, he said he would grant him the honor of contributing to his second life. Suddenly, the cultist's form began to shift, leaving Yu Jinwei stunned as she watched it unfold. The cult leader looked at her and said it was unfortunate, bad luck, that she had to meet him. Yu Jinwei could feel it instantly. Another being had taken over that body. She asked who he was. The cult leader, now fully possessing the body, said that her talent was both a blessing and a curse, but he told her to consider it an honor nonetheless. Catching her off guard, the cultist vanished from her sight. From above her head, he called her name, mocking her, and asked where she was looking. From that position, he struck the ground with full force, but Yu Jinwei managed to dodge at the last second. A fierce exchange of blades followed. His strikes were heavy, overwhelming, making her realize this was a completely different level from before. The man said he would love to enjoy this much more, but he feared time was short. Then, wrapping his energy around a strike, he landed a direct hit on Yu Jinwei. The blow flung her across the field and slammed her into a wall. She fell to the ground, trembling in pain. The cultist, now possessed, walked slowly toward her. He said that a budding talent like her must be crushed before it blooms. Back in the cave, the Sword Empress cut down a zombie. Cheolsu commented on how amazing she is, and she warned him that it's not over yet. As they were quickly surrounded by zombies, she continued chopping off head like cabbages while Cheolsu could only watch like a helpless princess. She got irritated at the zombies calling them vile for trying to hurt Cheolsu, calling that unforgivable. The headless zombies trembled on the ground while she told them to wait there so she could slaughter them soon. All of this was being watched by the Demon Supreme, who commented that he didn't expect her to show up there. He wondered how she knew the exact location of the secret base. He suddenly received a message from one of cultists informing him that all the blood zombies they brought had been defeated by the Sword Empress, and at this rate their plan could fail. Rubbing his chin, the Demon Supreme said that the fate he foresaw has begun to unravel. His eyes lit up as he deduced that someone is constantly changing destiny and wonders if he somehow overlooked some variables. The cultist said that he is ready to give his life to aid the resurrection of the Demon Supreme. The leader replied that there would be many chances to destroy the celestial martial body later, and that for now, he would lend him power. He explained that the secret cave plan was the real priority, and if the follower offered his entire life force and vitality, then even with his pitiful abilities, he'd still be capable of standing against the Sword Empress. That vassal screamed that the second coming of the blood demon was near and that the blood cult would soon rule the world. His shouts echoed through the dark corners of the mysterious cave deep within the forest. Meanwhile, the Sword Empress commented that the zombies were no longer in sight and warned that the cult's servant might appear at any moment, which meant they couldn't afford to lower their guard. That's when something caught her attention. Surprising her comrade, she lowered herself to the ground and used mental transmission to tell him there was an enemy presence ahead. She advised that a surprise attack would be the best way to end this quickly. Up ahead, in the distance, they both sensed a strange energy. They exchanged a brief look. They were about to move when something felt off. Out of nowhere, with no warning, she suddenly collapsed. Lee Cheolsu felt the same energy. Without knowing why, he too dropped to the ground. Confused, he wondered what was going on. A strange force seemed to pull both of them down. Around them, a blood-drawn formation pulsed, and their consciousness began to fade. Suddenly, he woke up groggy, someone's voice asking if he was okay. It was his beautiful, radiant Sword Empress, saying she had been waiting for him. The alluring Nung said Lee Cheolsu belonged to her alone. The girl from the dragon sect called him brother shyly, Haran, calling him young lord, and, of course, Changha, who bashfully called him a pervert. Caught in that odd situation, he wondered what the hell was going on. He could understand seeing Haran and Changha, since they'd traveled together to the Hangsan sect, but Nung and the others showing up here? That made him question if he'd been thrown into some sort of illusion. That's when the Sword Empress walked up and, calling him her husband, said it was time for them to share a bed. Nung interrupted, demanding to know what nonsense the Sword Empress was spouting, saying that Lee Cheolsu would be sleeping with her tonight. All the women began to compete, each pulling at a different part of him. Irritated, he gave each one a quick smack on the head and asked what the hell they were doing. They all blushed from embarrassment over their behavior, which struck directly at the weakness of any man. The weakness that belonged to him, to all of us, because seriously, who could resist the soft, sultry voice of a gorgeous fairy? He couldn't stop thinking that this was basically his dream come true. 3 wives and 4 concubines. And yet, he still felt something was off. That veiled malice behind whatever had created this illusion. He gathered his internal energy and reminded himself that illusions of this level couldn't trick him, not after all he'd been through. He had experienced this kind of trap before. Releasing his internal energy, he shouted that he would not be fooled, freezing all the women around him. With that burst of power, the illusion shattered. Back in reality, near Eugene Wei, one of the cult's goons commented that the Sword Empress's attack had been far too swift, and they were forced to activate the illusion technique. That's why he needs to escape the area fast. He told Eugene Wei that she was lucky this time, but assured her that next time, he'd kill her for sure. With that, he disappeared, leaving her collapsed on the ground. Breathing heavily from exhaustion, she thought about how that beast-controlling warrior had left without finishing her off, and questioned why. Struggling to rise, she told herself that whatever the reason, she needed to move, fast. But it was difficult, given her state. She realized that taking such a heavy internal injury from just one palm strike had been unexpected, yet she had to act. She had to find Haran. But before she could finish that thought, she collapsed again. Just as her vision began to fade, she saw figures approaching. They were calling her name. It was her sect master, along with the female sect's disciples. He shouted for her to get a hold of herself. Meanwhile, Lee Cheolsu and the Sword Empress were still within the illusionary barrier. Then, Lee Cheolsu awakened. With effort, he stood, cursing the blood cult for daring to use such a despicable technique. That's when he noticed his dream wife lying motionless. He rushed to her, asking if she was all right. Seeing that she remained unconscious, he realized that the illusion had been so powerful that even she, a master at the mystical realm, had fallen victim. As he approached, he thought that the only way to wake her would be to use his spiritual elixir. Pulling the pill out, he muttered that he never expected it would come in handy like this. It was the spiritual elixir left behind for him, and now, he'd use it to restore the Sword Empress's key, offering the elixir to her. To his surprise, even while unconscious, she mumbled from beneath him, asking her husband to wait just a moment. Blushing, he wondered what kind of dream she was having, but decided it didn't matter now. He told himself to stay calm, and that calming her was part of what he had to do. Once she received the elixir, beloved the Sword Empress slowly woke up. Still disoriented, she asked where she was. Cheolsu answered that they had been caught inside a blood cult illusion barrier, and he had to use an elixir to wake her. A little embarrassed, she got to her feet and asked if he was okay, and apologized for dragging him into the mess. Time was running out for them, and they had no choice but to hurry. As they moved forward, they noted how the scent of blood was getting stronger. That's when he muttered that the mastermind behind all of this would likely show up soon. Just then, something caught Cheolsu's attention. He quickly called over the lady, pointing out the small sword queen and their Haran, both lying unconscious on the ground. They rushed toward them. The lady checked Sobin's condition and told Lee Cheolsu that, thankfully, the internal injuries weren't severe. Sobin slowly regained consciousness, clearly disoriented. The lady asked her if she was all right, which only left her more confused, unsure why she was even there. The Sword Empress Ul stepped in and asked how Sobin knew the location of the Sword Empress's secret cave and why she had brought Haran along. Shocked, Sobin questioned herself, wondering if she had really done all that. As they talked, Lee Cheolsu thought that she must have lost her memory. He realized it was the same condition affecting the girls whose bodies had been taken over by the blood cult. He called out to the Sword Empress Ul and explained that while investigating the strange behavior of the Rumsun sect's disciples, he had discovered something. When she asked what it was, he revealed that the blood cult had cast a spell on the sect's water source, causing its members to lose their minds. He said that once they lost reason, the cult could manipulate them and take control of their bodies. Outraged, the Sword Empress Ul cursed the cult, throwing every insult she could think of. Lee Cheolsu then said their first priority was to get the girls to safety. But just then, a voice interrupted, demanding to know who had given them permission to leave. A member of the blood cult stepped out, saying he hadn't expected her to break through the illusion and make it this far. The Sword Empress Ul yelled, asking if he was one of the cult. At that moment, she used her ability to speak telepathically with Lee Cheolsu, telling him that instead of fighting, they should retreat and focus on protecting the girls. The cultist snapped his fingers and asked mockingly if they really thought they could escape. A second figure arrived, the same one who had fought Eugene Wei earlier. He said he had given up killing the celestial martial body to deal with this. That mention made Lee Cheolsu wonder who he meant. Was it possible that Eugene Wei had fought him? The cultist clapped his hands together and shouted that he would end their lives right here. In an instant, a swarm of undead rose up around them. Cheolsu, now cold with dread, muttered that there were far too many. The Sword Empress said she would handle the zombies, then asked if Lee Cheolsu could break through and create an escape route. He turned to Sobin and asked if she could manage. She said she was feeling better. Handing Haran over to her, he explained that he'd draw the zombies' attention and she should use the opening to flee. Facing the swarm, he reminded himself that his martial skills couldn't overpower them all, but if that was the case, then... Slashing his own hand, he sprinted forward, using his light footwork techniques. He thought his blood scent would draw them in and help clear a path. Trusting his movement techniques, he darted between the undead. Sobin watched him, amazed at how fast he had opened the way. She told herself she had to move now. But just then, a cult member appeared before her, asking where she thought she was going and saying that trick wouldn't work. Sensing the end, she whispered that this might be it for her. But then, in a flash, a blade sliced through the cultist's hand. It was the Sword Empress, shouting that those filthy hands had no right to touch her disciple. With her energy flaring and her eyes burning with fury, she declared that every last one of them would regret picking a fight with the Hang San sect. Standing before Sword Empress's blade, the cultist stumbled, coughing out laughter. He said that she was clearly no ordinary person. Just as expected from the Sword Empress. Still, he claimed none of it mattered anymore. His eyes gleamed with dark malice as he said her efforts meant nothing. Sword Empress commented that despite losing an arm, he still dared to act arrogantly. She called it pathetic. The cultist raised his remaining hand and summoned his inner energy, saying it was perfect. There was blood everywhere for him to work with. As he chanted, the zombies rose again. He pointed at Sword Empress and roared that the real battle started now. She told herself these demonic beasts were incredibly stubborn, but that didn't matter. She leapt forward, blade drawn, shouting that she would wipe out every last one of them. Her comrade watched and thought she was immensely strong. Her sword technique was razor sharp. He smiled to himself, confident that with her power, she could easily deal with these cult members. He called out, asking her to conserve her strength and bait all the zombies into one focused strike. And just like that, he used his own blood to draw all the undead toward him. He called out the signal to Sword Empress, who took the chance and tore through them all with deadly precision. Excited, he shouted that she was incredible. She brushed it off, saying not at all. But the deeper they went into the cave, the lighter she felt. He wondered aloud if that had to do with Lee Cheolsu's influence. She answered that this place held deep importance to the Hang San sect. She looked at him and explained that this was why she had to kill everyone who tainted this sacred ground. The cultist admitted that her abilities were stronger than he had expected. Taking his severed hand, he said that was exactly why he was giving her this glorious chance to face him. The Sword Empress asked if he was serious, when he was only a barbarian with pitiful strength. The man charged and shouted that soon enough, she'd understand how weak she truly was. But before he could finish speaking, a hand came out of nowhere, another cult member, grabbing him firmly. He claimed this was their chance to witness true power. In front of that chaotic scene, both of them were stunned. She shouted, demanding to know what the hell was going on. The cultist howled that, for the sake of the venerable blood demon's second coming, he was ready to offer his life. Without hesitation, he drove his blade into his own body. Cheolsu, trembling and drenched in cold sweat, asked aloud if he had just taken his own life. Then the bald one began screaming in ecstasy, saying he was honored beyond words. His eyes burned with high-level bloody energy. He declared he too would gladly sacrifice himself. And that's when the signs of the transformation started. His legs thickened, horns burst from his skull, and claws grew from his fingers, and just like that, he became that thing. Sword Empress commented that his body became grotesque. Lee Cheolsu answered grimly, saying it was a spell that defied heaven itself. The transformed creature let out a monstrous laugh. Cheolsu warned the Sword Empress to be careful, saying this one was nothing like the others. She acknowledged that. Raising her sword, she said she was ready. She leapt from her position, channeling her internal energy into her blade, and launched herself at the monster. But before she could land a hit, the creature leapt off the ground, shaking the battlefield. He taunted her, saying it wasn't a bad move, and then in a blur appeared behind her, declaring that if she wanted to challenge him, she should show what she was really made of. He struck the earth with another heavy blow as she dodged, leaping backward to create space. Then, unexpectedly, her outfit started to tear. She questioned whether it happened from making contact with him. Another barrage of strikes came her way, forcing her to dodge again and again. The monster mocked her, asking if she planned to do nothing but evade. His next attack landed near her feet, destroying her balance. She fell hard to the ground. Before she could recover, the creature loomed over her, stating that the Hangsan sect would be annihilated that very day. But suddenly, someone shouted for the Sword Empress. The monster looked up and spotted a falling stalactite, crashing directly onto his head. It was the work of Cheolsu, who admitted his martial techniques weren't enough to handle this thing. He said he had no choice but to use the terrain to his advantage. The monster let out a furious roar that shook the cavern. Seizing the moment, the Sword Empress raised her sword and landed a clean, direct strike on the creature. Seeing this brought joy to the boy's face, until something else grabbed his attention. The monster had blocked the Sword Empress's strike with ease. He sneered, admitting that the move was decent, but not enough. Lee Cheolsu was chilled. If a sneak attack from the Sword Empress, a master of the mystical realm, failed, then things were worse than they'd feared. The creature retaliated with full force, striking the Sword Empress. She was thrown to the ground, and he marched toward her, demanding to know how she had discovered the location of the secret cave. He said he was very curious about that. His gaze shifted to the boy, wondering if this was the unforeseen variable. Lee Cheolsu asked himself the same. Could this monster really see through everything? Raising his hand, the beast shouted that he'd take the boy's life first. But the boy dodged. He crashed to the ground, groaning, struggling to rise. Before he could react again, the monster charged at him. Sword Empress, summoning her last strength, dashed to intercept. She cried out his name as she threw herself in front of the blow. The full force of the attack hit her, and she collapsed into his arms. He called to her in a panic, seeing her slipping into unconsciousness. He could feel her body going cold. He thought her wounds were worsening. The martial arts technique used by the monster was corrupting her blood, rotting it from within. The monster looked down at Sword Empress with contempt, calling her pathetic for shielding a mere subordinate. Cheolsu begged her not to move. Her wounds were too severe. But she told him not to worry. She said she was controlling her ki around the damaged area to contain it, to prevent it from spreading. She then asked him to go and bring reinforcements, saying she would buy him the time he needed. The monster laughed hysterically, mocking them as lovers, watching her struggle just to stay on her feet. Lee Cheolsu clenched his fists, thinking that things couldn't go on like this. He was desperate. He told himself he had to find another way. The monster told them not to worry, because all of them would die here anyway. That's when something caught his attention. Looking at the cultist's hand, Cheolsu remembered, before that creature transformed, It looked like he had been sacrificed by someone. He recalled the exact moment everything had gone wrong. He suddenly realized someone was channeling power into that monster, most likely through the hand which was acting as a conduit. That's why he broke into a sprint. Worried, she asked him what he was doing. He replied that an idea had just come to him. He asked her to hold off the monster and not let it get close to him. The creature, enraged, charged at full speed. It shouted that it wouldn't let him act freely. But that's when the fierce and stunning Sword Empress stepped between them, declaring that she would be the one to fight him. Cheolsu thought that if they could sever the monster's connection to the spell, Sword Empress might be able to handle it. Clutching the hand, he figured there was no other way. The spell's control was difficult to block, and for no visible reason, Cheolsu collapsed to the ground. Sword Empress, alarmed, called out to him. But there was no time to pause. The clash with the monster was intensifying. Sword Empress gained some distance and glanced over, wondering if the boy was all right, especially after blacking out repeatedly. The creature lunged at her again, but she dodged. She noticed that ever since Cheolsu passed out, the monster's attacks had become less refined. She slashed across its body and wondered if the boy's strategy had actually worked. She recalled his words, that he was the successor of the Sword Emperor. If that was true, then he must have had a plan. Encouraged by that thought, she pressed forward, determined to give her all. Meanwhile, deep within his mind, Cheolsu stirred back to consciousness. He got up, dazed, and questioned where he was. Looking around, he suspected he'd been pulled into an illusion. Had he entered the spell's core himself? That's when a voice echoed around him, the voice of the blood cult's leader, who suddenly appeared before him. He asked who he was, and in response, the figure exploded with demonic energy, shouting that only he was allowed to ask questions here. Cheolsu wondered how a master brimming with such heaven-defying mental energy could exist in this world. Smiling ear to ear, the leader called him a brat. He mocked how willingly the boy had walked into his illusion. To himself, Cheolsu noted that this was no ordinary illusion, it was on an entirely different level than the one they had used before. Even a mystical realm master wouldn't escape unscathed. The leader said he felt an energy that defied the heavens radiating from the boy. He then declared that he had challenged fate itself, taking Cheolsu by surprise. The reincarnation technique used in his past life was a forbidden martial art of the blood cult, one that defied the heavens. Only one person had ever seen through that heaven-defying nature, the Sword Emperor himself, which meant that the person standing before the cult leader now had to be at least on par with the Emperor. Within the blood cult, only one had power equal to the Sword Emperor. That was the demon god of blood devouring. Looking at the cult leader, Cheolsu thought that just like him, this demon had used some high-level reincarnation technique. But he questioned why such a being would be hiding in the shadows. Why would the demon god of blood devouring act from the dark? The cult leader roared, demanding to know who he really was. Cheolsu replied that he has nothing to say to a mere illusion. His defiance brought a twisted smile to the cult leader's face. He said he was genuinely being challenged. In a state of manic excitement, the leader asked if he really believed he could survive. Cheolsu, piecing things together, concluded that the cult leader still had a physical body. If he had to guess, the demon god had been killed by the Sword Emperor in the past. And although he had reincarnated, the process was likely incomplete, leaving him unable to move freely. Standing face to face with the cult leader, he told himself that now everything made sense. He then called the demon a coward who did nothing but run his mouth. With a grin stretching ear to ear, the cultist asked if they should have a real fight then. Lee Cheolsu noted that his opponent's aura was terrifying, clearly a master of life and death itself. But in a battle of minds, it wasn't impossible. He could also draw from his past life. Catching the cultist off guard, Lee Cheolsu's hair began to grow. His usual form faded away. In its place stood the greatest master of the imperial palace, the flamboyant and deadly eunuch, Lee Cheolsu. Graceful and fierce, the twink invited the cult leader to fight him if he had the guts. He challenged him to prove he was a real man. Enraged, the cult leader shouted that Lee Cheolsu was now neither man nor woman. He shouted, asking what kind of freak this even was. Then he hurled a wave of energy in his direction, but Cheolsu channeled his inner strength and managed to block the blow. That's when the demon's words echoed again. The man reminded him. He just claimed he wasn't a man or woman. Then he asked if his corneas had flipped inside out after reincarnating. He was furious. Visibly. Completely unhinged. He screamed that of course he was a man, and that the wretch standing before him was now dead. Cheolsu suddenly cast his gaze downward. He already sensed it, that hollow void pressing against his spirit. The demon supreme, radiating murderous intent, remarked that the aura he felt could only belong to the Manhwa manual, then asked if Cheolsu was a lackey of Princess Taping. Cheolsu coldly answered that it was none of his concern, his irritation rising. Even though he reminded himself this was only a spiritual realm, his patience had worn thin. He glared ahead, seething. Why force him back into this form? Without hesitation, Cheolsu unleashed his power and warned that the demon supreme had best be prepared to die. At once, glaciers erupted across the battlefield. The demon supreme widened his eyes in disbelief, stunned that such sorcery, reserved for masters of the mystic realm, could be wielded so freely. Cheolsu ground his teeth and muttered that he would annihilate this filthy blood sect scum. Excitement surged through the demon supreme as he exclaimed that Cheolsu was no ordinary foe and declared that they should settle life and death in one decisive battle. He charged forward with vicious speed. Their clash shook the void. The demon supreme struck violently while remarking in astonishment that a master of such caliber had hidden within the palace without his knowledge. He admitted the surprise, but boasted that Cheolsu's strength was still insufficient. With a single blow, he sent Cheolsu flying backward. Cheolsu crashed hard, coughing repeatedly and thinking bitterly that just one strike had left his insides rotting. Truly, this enemy was worthy of the title blood-eating demon. The demon supreme sneered and asked if this was Cheolsu's full power. Cheolsu clenched his jaw, calculating rapidly. In this spiritual realm he could release his pre-sword strength without limit, yet his opponent, merely an incomplete form born of sorcery, still wielded terrifying might. The demon supreme continued to mock him, declaring that a mere eunuch dared to stand in the way of his grand cause and would not be allowed to run wild any longer. Cheolsu snapped back in fury, demanding what he had just been called. The demon supreme smirked, saying he had only spoken the truth. Enraged, Cheolsu roared that he was no eunuch but a true man, a hero, before hurling himself forward. In the same instant, the demon supreme's strike slammed into Cheolsu's stomach. Blood spilled from his lips as he clutched his belly in agony. With gleeful malice, the demon supreme remarked that excitement only exposed openings. But Cheolsu caught his arm and countered with a crushing blow, retorting that underestimating an opponent only revealed one's weakness. He thought grimly that prolonging this fight would end in disaster. Retreating to advance, finishing it quickly, was his only option. The demon supreme grew suspicious, shouting whether Cheolsu was merely feigning anger. Cheolsu frowned and roared that his fury was real, vowing that one day he would find him and tear him into hundreds of pieces. He pressed his palm against the demon's forehead. In an instant, the enemy's head froze into solid ice. Shock filled the demon supreme's eyes. He had not anticipated such power. Yet the advantage was fleeting. Time favored the demon. The ice shattered. Far away, in the depths of a cavern, the Sword Empress leapt aside to dodge a strike from a blood-drenched demon. She forced out broken words as she regained her footing, realizing that, strangely, the enemy had ceased his assault. She noted that young Master Lee's method had taken effect. Without hesitation, she dashed forward and cut him down. The demon fell lifeless. The Sword Empress rushed to Cheolsu's side, shaking him frantically and shouting that he must wake. Cheolsu groaned in pain. She quickly assessed his condition, her heart sinking. His internal injuries were severe. Without medicine, they could not return to Mount Hansen in time. She had to improvise. Her eyes drifted toward a dark corner of the cave. Perhaps within the relics of Lord Bhikshu Shao lay something of use. She carried Cheolsu to a massive stone door, noting aloud that a blood sect spell had been carved into its surface. Once the relics were discovered, purification would be necessary. The Sword Empress lifted her sword decisively and struck. The door groaned open, revealing an expansive chamber. At its center hovered a radiant sword. The Sword Empress exclaimed in awe that it was the Heart Emperor sword. Around it lay scriptures. The asterisk one-word mantra, the Buddha light sword art, and the asterisk demon banishing wisdom sword. Each a long-lost treasure of demon-slaying lore. On a table sat a small vial. Lifting it carefully, she recognized the sky-cleansed crystal dew, a 1,000-year elixir distilled from the essence of heaven and earth. She glanced at Cheolsu. The dew could heal him, yet in his condition he could not drink. Only one method remained. Without hesitation, the Sword Empress swallowed the elixir herself, then leaned close to pass its power to him. She pressed her lips to his with flushed cheeks. Soon, Cheolsu stirred faintly and whispered broken words. The Sword Empress cried out in relief that he was awake. He blinked in confusion, addressing her as Sword Empress, then urgently asked what had become of the monster. She explained that after his fall its strength waned and she struck the final blow. Cheolsu exhaled heavily, remarking that his method had succeeded. Yet he asked where they were. The Sword Empress explained that this was the treasure cave of Lord Bhikshu Shao. Cheolsu smiled, declaring that they had uncovered the legacy of Hang Mountain sect. He congratulated her, but she turned and said it was thanks to him. Holding a letter, the Sword Empress explained that their ancestors' words confirmed everything young Master Lee had told her. She reflected aloud that their entry into this cave might have been fated. Cheolsu echoed the word, stunned. He read the letter, which contained the ancestors' final wish. To see the transcendent, even from afar, one last time. The Sword Empress gazed at him softly, recognizing him as the heir of the mixed-origin Sword Emperor while she herself bore the lineage of great Bhikshu Shao. Cheolsu laughed heartily, declaring that their ancestors could now rest in peace. The Sword Empress smiled quietly, admitting to herself that she had never cared for any man before, but perhaps fate had arranged their meeting. She asked if she could call him benefactor. Cheolsu flushed, repeating the word nervously. Her cheeks also reddened as she explained that thanks to him, the sect's wish had been fulfilled, and that she would not hesitate even to give him the rare spirit stone elixir. He protested in shock that such a treasure, left for future generations, was far too valuable. But she countered firmly, saying that without him the blood sect would have stolen it long ago. Only if he accepted it would her heart be at ease. Reaching for the Sword Empress declared it was time to purge the remnants of the blood sect. Cheolsu exclaimed that she had already mastered the demon-resisting supreme art. She confirmed that while he slept she had read the secret manual and gained its essence. She admitted that the sect had been deceived, nearly losing its ancestral cave, but vowed the Hang Mountain sect would forever remember how Gong Dong had stood with them in hardship. She slashed fiercely with her sword. Energy roared outward, purifying the crimson taint of blood chi. The treasure cave of the Sword Queen was cleansed. Watching, Cheolsu finally understood. The blood sect feared this supreme art untouched by corruption. As they moved forward, a voice called out, addressing the Sword Empress as Sword Queen. Disciples rushed in, asking anxiously if she was unharmed. She raised her hand calmly, assuring them she was fine. A maiden pointed to two figures resting nearby and reported that the little Sword Queen and Lady Zio had been safely tended. Cheolsu supported Zio Haran by the shoulder, asking gently if his junior sister was all right. The Sword Empress approached Sobin and called her name with hesitation. Tears streamed down Sobin's face as she confessed that she felt utterly ashamed for being used by the blood sect, unable to lift her head before young Master and the Gong Dong brothers. She begged for forgiveness. Cheolsu placed a hand lightly on her shoulder, lifting her up. He told her softly that her apology was enough, that he knew she had not acted by choice, and that they were all safe now. His face bore cuts and bruises, yet his words shone like light. Truly, he showed the heart of a man who overlooked the small mistakes of others. Sobin stared at Cheolsu blankly, her heart softening with each word he spoke. She felt that as long as he remained safe, nothing else mattered. Afterward, the Sword Empress issued a command to her, instructing her to take Lady Shao back for treatment and await further orders. Sobin answered immediately that she would obey. At that moment, a loud shout broke through the air, making Cheolsu turn his head. Yu Jinhui rushed forward and embraced him tightly, asking with anxious urgency if his junior brother was unharmed. Cheolsu leaned back slightly in discomfort and answered awkwardly that he was fine. Inwardly, he muttered to himself that there was no need for so much worry, though he admitted reluctantly that he was beginning to grow accustomed to such manly embraces. When Yu Jinhui released him, he pressed again, asking whether Cheolsu was truly unharmed. His aura glowed so radiantly that Cheolsu thought it painful to the eyes, reflecting that the dazzling presence of such a handsome man was something he was still unprepared for. Catching sight of the bandages around Yu Jinhui's head, Cheolsu asked with concern why his senior brother was injured. Yu Jinhui scratched his head and explained that during the search for Lady Sayo, he had clashed with blood sect remnants in the mountains. Cheolsu widened his eyes in shock and muttered that the blood sect still lingered nearby. Suddenly, a deep laugh echoed from one Gook, who remarked mockingly that so the blood sect still persisted. Then his expression turned grim as though demanding an explanation. The Sword Empress bowed respectfully and asked permission to recount everything. The group gathered within a house, where the Sword Empress explained the full chain of events. After hearing the story, Jian Yang declared that so it was. The disciples had been forced into battle with the blood sect because of these circumstances. The Sword Empress's voice softened with guilt as she apologized once more, bowing her head lower and confessing that their failure to uncover hidden threats within the sect had left the Gongdong disciples gravely wounded. Jian Yang nodded, acknowledging that he understood, adding that as long as it had not been the will of the Sword Queen or Hang Mountain sect itself, he could accept it. One Gook sipped his tea and then burst out laughing, saying that the blood sect's revival was no small matter. The Sword Empress replied that their enemies must have been plotting within Hang Mountain sect for a long time, and surely their schemes had not ended. One Gook added that perhaps the blood sect's claws had already spread across the 9 provinces and 8 desolations. His face darkened as he declared that preparations must be made with the Martial Alliance leader to confront this threat. 2 weeks later, Cheolsu stood in the training yard, his movements flowing with streams of pale blue qi. He rejoiced inwardly, feeling his body brim with spiritual energy. He reflected with rising excitement that thanks to the spirit stone cultivation method, he had reached the peak realm. Drawing back his fists, he chuckled quietly to himself, imagining the glory of the Dragon Phoenix tournament and the day he would claim the title of Sword Dragon. He blushed at the thought, touching his nose and imagining countless maidens cheering for him. But suddenly a familiar voice called out, breaking his daydream. Startled, Cheolsu turned to see his senior brother approaching and softly acknowledged him. Annoyance flickered in his heart. He wondered why it was that whenever he indulged in pleasant fantasies, his senior brother always appeared to ruin the moment. Yu Jinhui walked forward with a forced smile and congratulated him on reaching the supreme realm, saying it with laughter. Cheolsu modestly bowed and replied that his own accomplishments still fell far short of his senior brother's. Yu Jinhui shook her head, closing her eyes with a sigh, admitting that she herself was still far from strong enough. Her heart ached as she thought of how helpless she had been when her junior brother had faced danger. Then her tone grew solemn as she revealed that she had come to say something important. Cheolsu rubbed his chin, curious since it was rare for Yu Jinhui to grow so serious. He asked what it was. Yu Jinhui's eyes brightened as she declared her decision. She would wander the martial world alone to temper herself through real combat until the Dragon Phoenix tournament. The words shocked Cheolsu, who exclaimed in disbelief and asked if she truly meant to train alone until then. Yu Jinhui nodded, confirming that she had already reported to their master and now wanted him to know as well. Though a tear clung to her eyelid, her spirit was alight with determination as she said that through this journey she would bring honor to their sect and grow strong enough not to shame herself as his senior brother. Cheolsu, still worried, asked if she was certain. Then, realizing his own reaction, he wondered why he was fussing so much over a grown man. He quickly justified his concern, reasoning that Yu Jinhui was too naive and easily deceived, and also his valuable partner in business. Therefore it was only natural to worry. Collecting himself, he clasped her hands and said that the martial world was ruthless, urging to accompany her. But Yu Jinhui gripped his hands firmly and refused, saying it was time she stood on her own. Cheolsu sighed and reminded her that if she had decided, he would respect it, but if danger arose, she must send word. Yu Jinhui smiled and nodded, thanking him. She shifted her feet and said it was time already. As she walked away, head bowed, she murmured that the cremation ceremony of the former sword maiden would soon begin. The scene shifted to the gathering. A crowd stood solemnly before a great fire. The Sword Empress bowed with clasped hands, praying for the departed to reincarnate into eternal bliss. Cheolsu watched quietly, reflecting that in his past life Bhikshu Shao's cremation had not carried this dignity but instead had been drowned in bloodshed among the righteous sects. Now, what stood before him was a solemn memorial. He looked down at his own hand and muttered whether fate had already shifted, wondering if it was he himself who had changed it. Ash scattered with the wind across his palm, stirring a thought that since the blood-sacrificed demon god had been confirmed, his destiny must change with it. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to become stronger. His gaze shifted to the Sword Empress with her eyes closed in prayer, then to Xiaoman Chenga, and finally to Miss Shu, promising in his heart to protect the women by his side and become a true man. The fire's heat seared his skin, igniting the flames of his determination. He murmured that he must rise beyond his past life, to the level of a peerless master. That night, beneath the moon and stars, lanterns flickered with their own light. In a pavilion, a eunuch reported to Princess Taepyeong about the meeting between Gongdong sect and Hang Mountain sect. He said that the Sword Empress's secret cave had been found and the long-lost techniques and sacred artifacts restored. In response, a clear, cheerful laugh rang out, startling him. She smiled faintly and remarked with amusement that no one would have expected Hang Mountain sect's legacy to be reclaimed now. The eunuch bowed and added that traces of the blood sect had also been discovered. Without turning, she ordered him to step down, praising his efforts. Elsewhere in Shanxi, a sly man sneered at Cheolsu, mocking that the young master looked pitiful. Cheolsu, irritated, told him to speak plainly and say what he had come for. Dropping his mocking tone, the man reported gravely on the matter Cheolsu had entrusted him with, investigating eunuch Zhang Aihian's movements. He said that he had been investigating for some time, but word had spread that Zhang Aihian had already hanged himself. Before his death, he had left a confession admitting to abducting children, castrating them, and selling them to the palace as eunuchs. Cheolsu's eyes stared blankly into the fire as he muttered at the news. Then his expression hardened. For he knew there was only one other person, besides himself, who truly understood Zhang Aihian. In his heart, Cheolsu was certain. Just like him, the Empress had returned, Princess Taepyeong. Rain hammered the forest as a man crawled through the mud, begging for help. Behind him, a cold-eyed raider closed in with a sword while the rest of his crew stuffed stolen goods into sacks. The leader lifted his blade and ordered that his men take everything of value and capture whoever was left. Before he could strike, a voice rang through the downpour telling him to stop. A lone figure stepped out of the shadows. When the villain demanded to know who she was, she introduced herself as Yu Jinwei and said that robbing the innocent and taking their lives was an unforgivable crime. She rushed forward without hesitation. Her clean, sharp movements cut through the bandits before they even understood what was happening. In moments, the entire group was down. Breathing out a tired sigh, Yu Jinwei sheathed her sword and returned the stolen silver to the terrified villagers. They bowed deeply and said that thanks to her, their lives had been spared. She answered that it was nothing and urged them to leave quickly. They ran off while she stood watching their retreating figures, exhaustion clear as she pulled off her hat and wiped the sweat from her face. Still, her mood lifted. Doing something right always steadied her heart. Thinking of her junior brother, she wondered aloud whether he was still doing well these days. The scene shifted to Hua County after a martial exchange with the joint mountain sect. A year has passed. In a tavern, two locals talked. One mentioned that the young master had appeared like a brilliant light, and both pictured Yu Jinwei's junior brother. Another explained excitedly that he had reclaimed the lost sword manual of the Gogong sect, and together with Yu Zhenjia had crushed the Black Dragon Gang. He had even forced the Seo clan to bow and later saved the joint mountain sect from disaster. The man opposite widened his eyes and said that he had heard people call him the twin-blade flash sword. A man in a purple robe nodded with pride and said that thanks to the young master, Hua County had been reborn. Those around them agreed with quiet admiration. Footsteps sounded as someone entered. Seo Wen Guang looked up to see his daughter, Seo Ha Rin, returning to the inn. She greeted him and asked after his health. Surprised by her sudden appearance, he asked why she had come back. She replied that she had business along the road and decided to stop by. He then asked about Lee Cheolsu. At his question, Seo Ha Rin's cheeks reddened. She said that her senior brother seemed taller lately. The scene moved to Hyangmi's tavern. Lee Cheolsu stepped inside and called out her name. Seeing him, the woman who loved him lit up with joy and welcomed him warmly. She quickly poured tea. Holding the letter she had gathered for him, Lee Cheolsu read and thought that it had already been a year since his senior brother had declared his independence and begun wandering the martial world. Because that man was reckless, he had asked Hyang Mi to collect news from everywhere. He noted that there was little information about the emperor, but believed the day of reunion would come. Meanwhile, Hyang Mi leaned close to him with obvious affection while his expression turned distant as he wondered why he had been feeling oddly empty since his senior brother left. He wondered if he had become more attached than he realized. Then the next line in the letter caught him off guard. It stated that his senior brother had fought Seo Ryan and won, and that he was now traveling from Sichuan toward Henan. Another detail surprised him: the repeated mention of a figure called the One-Sword Wanderer. He wondered who this person was. Every place his senior brother visited, that swordswoman appeared as well, punishing corrupt officials and demonic sects, distributing seized wealth to the poor, and gaining fame across the martial world. Seeing his curiosity, Hyang Mi teased him by asking whether young Master Yu might be in a relationship with the One-Sword Wanderer. Cheolsu's jaw dropped as he repeated the word "lovers" to himself. Rubbing his chin, he admitted that it did sound suspicious, almost as if Sword Saint Yu Jinwei's future had split into another person. His expression stiffened. He wondered aloud if his senior brother might have disguised himself as a woman. Before he could chase that idea further, his eyes bulged at the next line. His senior brother had befriended the mad doctor Dang Yong Naom. His face drained of color. When Hyang Mi asked why he looked as if he had seen a ghost, he wiped his sweat and mumbled that he had a reason. He refused to say that in his past life, Dang Yong Naom had once accidentally cut off his most precious part and told him to meditate so it would grow back, truly the greatest quack under heaven. The scene shifted again, this time to a quiet cave. Inside, Yu Jinwei had just finished bathing. Her expression was soft and thoughtful, her cheeks slightly warm as she reflected on the fact that she had finally rebuilt her body. Feeling both shy and proud, she told herself that with her current strength, she no longer needed anyone's protection. She could finally protect her junior brother herself. From a distance, Dang Yong Naom entered and asked if she was finished. Seeing Yu Jinwei restored, she exclaimed with delight that with just a small hint, Yu Jinwei had already reached the transformation realm. She called it incredible. Yu Jinwei smiled cheerfully and asked her to check her pulse. Dang Yong Naom examined her carefully, then sighed and said that Hyang Mi remained infertile, just as before. Yu Jinwei's expression dimmed as she said she had expected it. She still could not overcome the heavenly curse. Dang Yong Naom assured her not to worry. She reminded her that with the title of One-Sword Wanderer, she had already slain the notorious villain of Hunan, survived a grave wound that left her drifting to Daunting Lake, and recovered far beyond expectations. She added with a wink that there was always a solution, especially with the top physician in the land at her side. Yu Jinwei thanked her softly. Dang Yong Naom laughed and said there was no need for gratitude, explaining that she had only joined because she wanted to study Yu Jinwei's heavenly martial body, and that traveling together felt natural. She then mentioned that she had heard Yu Jinwei had no further destinations in mind. She suggested heading to Shaolin, since the Dragon Phoenix assembly would soon begin. She added mischievously that Yu Jinwei might meet the person she secretly admired if she hurried. Yu Jinwei flushed and quickly insisted that it was not like that. She said it was only because her senior brother would be there. Dang Yong Naom chuckled and said she understood, then suggested they depart for Shaolin at once. Back at Jumo Pavilion, Lee Cheolsu finished reading all the information gathered so far and frowned. He muttered that his senior brother was getting close to that quack Dang Yong Naom again. Although he found the man infuriating, he admitted to himself that the doctor had an eye for talent. Seeing his growing interest, Hyang Mi suggested that if both the Gongdong hero and the mad doctor were heading toward Mount Song in Hunan, they must be going to the Dragon Phoenix assembly. Hearing that, Lee Cheolsu smiled with satisfaction, gently touched her cheek, and told her that her intelligence work was exceptionally useful today. With a warm look, he added that the Dragon Phoenix assembly was about to begin. He told her that the journey might be long, and that while he was away, he would entrust Hua County to her care. Hearing this, Nangwal Hyang's eyes shone as she promised to follow his command without fail. Then Lee Cheolsu set off. From the upper floor, Nangwal Hyang watched his silhouette shrink along the road, longing softening her gaze. She admitted to herself that the more she saw him, the harder it became to steady her heart. Staring at his disappearing figure, she sighed and thought that a full year had already passed, and it still warmed her that he visited her so often. Those brief moments beside him made her genuinely happy, and she wished she could close the narrow gap between them. She grumbled to herself that at this rate, the pride of the woman once called the most beautiful in the world would crumble completely. Her face flushed as she nibbled her finger, torn between duty and desire. She still wanted to attend the Dragon Phoenix assembly, but he had entrusted her with the care of Hua County. Embarrassing thoughts slipped in. If she carried out the task flawlessly, perhaps he would reward her with something sweeter than a gentle pat on the head. Then she remembered Yun Xiaolan and muttered that the assembly had nothing to do with a woman with a ruined reputation like herself, yet that troublesome sword queen would surely be there. Jealousy flickered. She wondered why every woman around him seemed so young and dazzling. The envy gnawed at her. At that exact moment, a carrier bird swooped down and startled her. She removed the letter from its leg, muttering that Haiyu Gate was already sending its regular report. Something inside the message caught her eye. After reading it, she smiled slyly and murmured that the timing was perfect, as if heaven itself had just handed her an opportunity. The scene shifted to the Gongdong sect, where Jian Yang was lecturing his disciples. He reminded them that the Dragon Phoenix Assembly was for the sect's disciples alone, a chance to prepare for the day they would walk the martial world independently. He urged them to treat the journey as a rehearsal and to move with caution. Lee Cheolsu, Xiaoman Chenga, and Xiao Ha Rin answered as one that they understood and were ready to depart. Shaolin Temple, pillar of the righteous path, home of the greatest monks of the age, opened its gates wide to travelers from every direction. The mountain now swelled with guests gathering for the assembly. Xiaoman Chenga looked around and exclaimed that there were far more people than she expected. Lee Cheolsu agreed, thinking that the energy and excitement made the event feel like a true festival of youth. Suddenly a shout rose from the crowd, calling attention to him as the so-called Gongdong eccentric hero. Another voice eagerly searched for him. Lee Cheolsu tensed, recognizing the nickname. Two men behind him whispered that he was more of a lustful scoundrel and claimed he tore his opponent's clothes after every duel. Instead of anger, pride curled across his mouth as he thought that the long era of humiliation would end at this very assembly. Seeing that smug grin, Xiaoman sharply slapped his back and scolded him for smiling like an idiot while people mocked him. The stinging red mark made him wince. He asked what was wrong with smiling and wondered aloud if his smile was truly that bad. Watching them bicker, Xiao Ha Rin blushed and admitted softly that she found his smile rather charming. That made him beam, insisting that she understood him, but a loud complaint nearby interrupted them. Someone shouted in irritation, telling another person to stop following. The trio turned and noticed Sobin locked in an argument with a man. The suitor clung to her hand, insisting that she join him for a meal. He claimed that he, Namgung Cheng, had admired her for so long. Lee Cheolsu recognized him immediately as the shameless young master of the Namgung clan, a notorious flirt in both this life and the last. Sobin shook off his hand sharply and said she'd had enough. When she spotted Cheolsu, relief washed over her, and she declared to Namgung Cheng that she had urgent matters to attend. She marched toward Cheolsu and, without warning, threw herself into his arms. Still confused, he listened as she told him to play along. Namgung Cheng froze at the sight, stammering in disbelief. Xiaoman and Ha Rin shouted at the scene, unable to process what was happening. Lee Cheolsu tried pushing Sobin's face away, asking what she was doing, but she whispered that pretending was the only way to shake off that persistent pest. While Namgung Cheng stood stunned, Sobin raised her voice firmly and told him to go back. In desperation, he insisted on his sincerity and asked how she could betray him when she had never accepted any man before. Annoyed, she snapped back, demanding to know what gave him the right to decide that. He fell silent under the blow. Trying to regain composure, Namgung Cheng introduced himself to Lee Cheolsu and asked politely whether he and Sobin were truly bound by love. Cheolsu scratched his cheek nervously, searching for a safe answer. He reasoned that from Sobin's perspective, rejecting someone of Namgung Cheng's status outright was troublesome, but indulging him was equally pointless. He waved his hand and explained that Sobin had misunderstood. There was nothing serious between them. Namgung Cheng brightened instantly and asked if Cheolsu would then step aside so he could continue pursuing her. But Cheolsu calmly shut him down, saying that as long as he carried such arrogance, he would never win her affection. He told him he should stop here. Namgung Cheng shouted in frustration, demanding to know why. Behind Cheolsu, Sobin stepped in and said that compared to him, she far preferred her benefactor, young master Lee Cheolsu. Namgung Cheng tried to argue, pointing out that Cheolsu himself claimed it was a misunderstanding, so why interfere? Cheolsu answered that the man was making her uncomfortable, and he refused to simply watch. The argument had now drawn a crowd. Namgung Cheng stroked his chin and said he finally understood, then smirked with challenge. He declared that he wanted a duel at the banquet before the Dragon Phoenix Assembly to prove his devotion. Cheolsu rubbed his chin, thinking that it was perfect. He needed a chance to cleanse himself of the cursed nickname of perverted Kirin. He grinned darkly, inwardly calling Namgung Cheng a dead man for offering such a convenient opportunity. He accepted the challenge on the spot. Sobin looked startled by his quick agreement. Cheolsu added that if he won, Namgung Cheng must swear never to bother her again. Namgung Cheng agreed with arrogant confidence, promising to meet him at the banquet before walking away. Sobin's cheeks warmed as she bowed shyly, thanking him. Just then, a familiar voice clicked its tongue and praised Cheolsu's bold display. Yu Jinhui and Dang Yongyang appeared, leaving him momentarily stunned. After taking in the situation, Yu Jinhui frowned and asked why he had agreed to duel someone over a young lady, wanting to know what was going on. Dang Yongyang crossed her arms and teased that it had been ages since they met and that he certainly knew how to make an entrance. Cheolsu, confused by her casual tone, wondered why someone already at the age of heavenly destiny still called him junior. Seeing everyone's uncertainty, Yu Jinhui introduced Dang Yongyang as the #1 physician under heaven and explained that she had been her companion during her travels. Cheolsu bowed respectfully, greeting her with proper courtesy while wondering privately why the elder sister of Dang Qin, the Tang clan's leader, was sticking so closely to his senior. Amused by his politeness, Dang Yongyang urged him to clarify the situation before rumors spread. Cheolsu immediately shifted into his innocent mode and pointed at Sobin, explaining that she and Namgung Cheng had a dispute, and he had simply been dragged into it against his will. Hearing her junior's explanation, Yu Jinhui softened, her cheeks warming as she said she understood. Without warning, she rushed in and wrapped her arms around him, saying she had missed him dearly. Startled, Lee Cheolsu managed a stiff reply, admitting he had missed her as well. Satisfied, she leaned in and whispered that she had finally reached the transformation realm and asked him to keep it secret for now. Her words stunned him. He thought that reaching such a realm at 17 was faster than even Sword Saint Yu Jinhui in his previous life. They talked for a moment longer. Yu Jinhui said she had refined several of the sect's techniques over the past year and promised to teach him once they returned to the inn. Lee Cheolsu congratulated her sincerely. At that moment, the Sword Empress appeared, calling out brightly and drawing every eye. She looked shy as she turned to Cheolsu and said it had been a while, addressing him as her benefactor. Sobin immediately ran to her master's side, and Dang Yongyang shifted her gaze toward the Sword Empress with interest. Recognizing Dang Yongyang, the Sword Empress greeted her happily and asked why she was there. Dang Yongyang frowned and asked sharply who allowed her to call her sister. She insisted she was not related to the Sword Queen. She then turned to Yu Jinhui, almost tattling. Yu Jinhui scratched her head awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Seeing the awkward tension, the Sword Empress whispered nervously that perhaps she should stop teasing because young Master Yu seemed flustered. Dang Yongyang huffed and looked away, saying fine. The Sword Empress then returned her focus to Lee Cheolsu and asked if he was also attending the Dragon Phoenix Assembly. He answered yes and asked where the Sword Queen was staying. She explained she planned to rest at the Shaolin Temple guest hall. Cheolsu found it odd that Mount Hangzong's delegation was staying at Shaolin instead of their usual quarters, then reasoned that the sect had been reorganizing since last year. He clasped his hands respectfully and said it was an honor to stay near the Sword Queen. The Sword Empress blushed lightly and insisted that she was the one honored to be near her benefactor. She then departed with Sobin, saying she would see him atop the mountain. Cheolsu agreed. The scene shifted to Shaolin Temple's guest hall, where countless martial artists gathered to register. When their turn came, a senior monk greeted them politely and asked where they came from. Bowing, Lee Cheolsu introduced himself and his companions as disciples of the Gongdong sect. The monk stood in surprise, saying the abbot had instructed them to report immediately once the two young heroes of Gongdong sect arrived. Cheolsu blinked, wondering if he had heard correctly. Soon another monk appeared announcing that the Grand Master wished to meet them. Cheolsu turned to Yu Jinhui, telling her that Grandmaster Wanjik wanted to see them both. He remembered that in his past life, he had never met the great monk, who later handed over the title of foremost righteous master to Sword Saint Yu Jinhui before retiring into seclusion. They were led into a quiet cave where a monk announced their arrival. A deep voice invited them in. Yu Jinhui, visibly uneasy, asked her junior to hold her hand. Cheolsu sighed inwardly, feeling as though she really did see him as a child, but he obeyed. A faint light guided them to where a solemn high monk sat beside a tea table. He introduced himself calmly and invited them to sit. Both disciples bowed deeply. Yu Jinhui introduced herself with full respect, praising him as a guiding torch of the righteous path. Cheolsu followed with his name. The monk chuckled gently and said such grand titles meant little to him. He urged them to sit. As he poured tea, he explained that he had grown and picked the leaves himself and hoped the taste suited them. Yu Jinhui asked why he had summoned them. The monk replied that he wished to repay a debt owed to the Gongdong sect from 10 years ago. He then placed an old, worn book on the table. Yu Jinhui lifted it with shock. It was the primordial Wanji manual, though only half remained. Grandmaster Wanjik explained that when he reached the Gongdong sect a decade earlier, the demonic cult had already slaughtered everyone and plundered everything, leaving only this manual behind as if heaven had intervened. As Cheolsu looked at the scripture, he recalled that before the death of Bixian, the master of the current sect leader, a pact had been made with Grandmaster Wanjik. The manual would be kept safe by him until the sect regained its strength. Wanjik continued, saying he now believed the sect was strong enough to reclaim the art. He wished to return what he had safeguarded and finally settle the debt that had weighed on him. Yu Jinhui bowed deeply in gratitude. Cheolsu silently celebrated. Even if only half the manual remained, he believed his senior would fully restore it. Then he wondered why he himself had been summoned as well, if the matter concerned the sect alone. Once the formalities were done, Wanjik politely asked Yu Jinhui to step outside, saying he had private matters to discuss with Cheolsu. She looked confused at the request. The monk reassured her, saying it concerned the Sword Queen and that he merely wished to exchange a few words with the young master. Still uneasy, she agreed and stepped out, but sent Cheolsu a discreet voice transmission telling him to call her instantly if anything happened. Cheolsu sighed but found her concerns strangely comforting. Once she was gone, Wanjik spoke. He said the Sword Queen had told him that Cheolsu helped purge the blood cult from the Hangsheng sect. Cheolsu's expression stiffened. He forced a humble response, saying he had only lent minor help. The Grand Master lowered his teacup with a soft laugh and asked what Cheolsu's true identity was. The question struck him like lightning. Wanjik added that through his heaven-earth perception, he could see clearly that an aura defying the heavens clung to Cheolsu's very soul. He closed his eyes, voice resonant, and urged him to speak honestly. Then Grandmaster Wanjik opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, and asked once more who he truly was. He added that the Heaven and Earth Society was an esoteric group of masters unconcerned with righteousness or wickedness. They hide in the shadows of the Jianghu and rise only when the blood cult threatens the world. Lee Cheolsu understood why the monk was wary. He himself carried an aura that defied heaven, and Wanjik was not only the Orthodox world's foremost master but also the hidden leader of the Heaven and Earth Society. With that in mind, Cheolsu finally answered aloud, saying he was the successor of the Heaven-merging Sword Emperor. Wanjik frowned at that, repeating the title with disbelief and accusing him of arrogance for looking down on an old monk while carrying such an anti-heaven aura. Cheolsu's heart jolted. He realized with dread that he might have stepped into Vashui Vachung, the monk's mental world. Thanks to Wanchuk's heaven-piercing perception, he had peered into Cheolsu's past life and dragged him into a realm where thoughts themselves could be destroyed. Cheolsu muttered inwardly that he had not expected to witness this dangerous spiritual technique here. Wanchuk examined him gravely and said he now understood. Cheolsu truly possessed a power that defied the heavens. Something in Cheolsu hardened. He thought that the monk had forced this out of him, and that such insolence could not be forgiven. He unleashed the freezing heart technique and struck out. Wanchuk snorted and raised a hand, dismissing the attack as mere trickery. He countered with the divine finger sound, a legendary Buddhist art. Cheolsu felt tension race down his spine. He realized this monk had reached a realm even higher than his own had been in his previous lifetime, one of the 9-stage unified platforms. He had no choice but to retaliate. He struck again with Yin Ice Annihilation. Wanchuk's roar met the attack head-on. The two forces collided and burst apart, the shockwave throwing Cheolsu across the mental plane. Blood dripped from his hand as he cursed, lamenting that he hadn't even experienced proper worldly pleasures yet before dealing with this stubborn monk. Wanchuk pressed him again, demanding he reveal his true identity. Another attack flew toward him. Cheolsu gritted his teeth, knowing his soul would shatter at this rate. He had to do something. In that moment, fragments of an ancient mantra surfaced, the one hidden inside him since the Emperor's blessing. He realized it belonged to the Hanyuan Vyu Wadao, the supreme art of the heaven-merging Sword Emperor. The world shifted. The Sword Emperor's image appeared before him, telling him that now he finally understood. Even Wanchuk recoiled in shock at the apparition. A brilliant golden radiance surged forth as the Emperor stepped ahead of Cheolsu to block the incoming strike. He taunted him lightly, then urged him to watch closely. Two streams of yin-yang energy burst out, clashing with Wonchuk's force. The resulting backlash forced both Cheolsu and the monk to spit blood. Only then did Wonchuk concede. He said the claim was true. Cheolsu really was the Sword Emperor's successor. Ashamed, he admitted he had been rude and offered an apology. Cheolsu answered coldly, asking whether the monk thought such a simple apology could settle things. Wonchuk scratched his cheek awkwardly, realizing he needed to offer compensation. He suggested a great pill and 3 minor pills. Cheolsu evaluated the offer. A great pill was a peerless treasure that fortified vitality, and minor pills each restored inner strength. Valuable, but not enough. The resentment that Wonchuk's suspicion had stirred in him weighed heavily. He acted wounded, insisting that what the monk had done had left a scar no medicine could truly heal. He even lamented dramatically that such emotional trauma could disrupt his inner force and harm his future cultivation. Wonchuk listened to this shameless plea with a blank expression, covered in metaphorical spittle, then sighed that he genuinely pitied him. He asked what more Cheolsu wanted. Cheolsu demanded another great pill and a formal alliance between Shaolin and the Gongdong sect. Wonchuk paused, contemplating the request. Inside, Cheolsu smirked. If Shaolin, the pinnacle of the orthodox world, formed an alliance with Gongdong, his sect's reputation would rise beyond reproach. After a moment, Wonchuk agreed, but he added that the anti-heaven aura within Cheolsu still unsettled him. Cheolsu sat and explained calmly that the Sword Emperor had once told him a truth within the mental realm. To destroy the anti-heaven calamity, one had to confront it with paradox. Wonchuk's expression grew solemn as he listened. He lowered his head, pressed his palms together, and murmured Buddha's name before declaring that since Lee Cheolsu had been personally chosen by the heaven-merging Sword Emperor and had glimpsed the ultimate void path, he would no longer question his past. He then asked how much Cheolsu knew about the blood cult. Cheolsu answered seriously, explaining that the sect was led by the ancient monster Hyatt, a demonic tyrant who slaughtered innocents in pursuit of ascension and domination. He added that the cultists were fanatics who valued no life but their masters. Wonchuk confirmed this. He explained that Hyatt had lived for over a millennium and used the anti-heaven art to reincarnate repeatedly, trying to outrun his fate. But even if someone could evade destiny, heaven's punishment always followed. Each rebirth eroded his soul until all humanity was lost. Eventually Hyatt realized that if he conquered the world and stole heaven's mandate, he might escape the curse forever. Thus, to stop him and end the cycle of anti-heaven rebirths, the Heaven and Earth Society had formed in the shadows. Wonchuk said the only way to counter the blood demon's contradiction was with another contradiction, an anti-heaven soul capable of mastering immortal arts. Only someone who could carry both within one body could accomplish this, and he said that person was Cheolsu. The revelation struck Cheolsu deeply. He had understood the concept before but never truly accepted it. He realized he walked both the anti-heaven path and the immortal way, and therefore he alone could reconcile the paradox. Heaven, in its strange logic, had allowed him to defy fate. Wonchuk congratulated him gently on reaching enlightenment. Just then a frustrated voice drifted from outside, complaining about the suffocating atmosphere and declaring she would enter whether Wonchuk liked it or not. Cheolsu and the monk looked up as Jiok Sao Wall strode in. Cheolsu was bewildered. He hadn't expected her here. Not long ago, at Guanhua Pavilion, Jiok Sao Wall had rejoiced after receiving a summons from the Hao clan. She'd muttered that it had been ages since the Heaven and Earth Society last called her, and she took it as a sign of luck, eager to attend the long Phoenix Branch meeting. Now she appeared before them, as impatient as ever. Wonchuk teasingly remarked on her personality, while she snapped that monks were simply slow. Cheolsu recalled that the society did not distinguish orthodox from unorthodox. Anyone capable could join. That explained her presence. However, his own goal remained unchanged. Protect his emperor and realm, cut down the blood demon himself, and eventually live as a hero with glory, and a romantic entourage fit for his ambitions. If the Heaven and Earth Society could be used along the way, all the better. Jiok Sao Wall then asked Wonchuk how Cheolsu's test had gone. Cheolsu inwardly scoffed at her attempt to hide her secondary identity. Wonchuk poured tea and announced that Cheolsu had passed. Jiok Sao Wall doubted it and demanded to know how. Wonchuk simply said the details were a secret he had sworn to carry to his grave, which only irritated her further. She said she did not trust Cheolsu yet and would conduct her own test. Cheolsu replied casually, mentioning an elder sister he knew, sword successor Yan Yang, and asked if Jiok Sao Wall knew her. She flushed instantly and claimed ignorance. Cheolsu mentally snorted at her poor lies. He then asked what her test was. Jiok Sao Wall straightened, adopting a soft, almost teasing demeanor, and asked if he knew who she truly was. He stared blankly, internally noting that someone who lied this much didn't deserve flowery respect. He responded coolly, asking why it mattered. Her face twisted, but she declared proudly that she was Radiant Sovereign Jiok Sao Wall, head of the Unorthodox Alliance and supreme leader of the Hao clan. Cheolsu immediately saluted respectfully. She then explained her test. He simply had to hold her gaze and not look away. Cheolsu thought that no matter how many glances he took, her beauty remained overwhelming, almost dangerously so. After touching up her hair, she asked what he thought of her looks, urging honesty. He calmly answered that she truly deserved to be called the greatest beauty under heaven. Her eyes sparkled as she asked how he felt inside, saying she wouldn't scold him even if he admitted falling for her at first sight. Cheolsu replied flatly that he was only calculating how long the test would take because it was painfully dull. She froze in disbelief, unable to understand how anyone could call her boring. He kept a bored expression and asked whether he was required to swoon just to satisfy her ego. She stood there stunned. Wanchik finally announced that time was up and asked for the result. Jiok Sao Wall grudgingly declared that he had passed. Wanchik proceeded to state that the human order seat of the society would be filled. With the heavenly and earth order masters already recognizing him, Cheolsu was now officially part of the Heaven and Earth Society. Cheolsu expressed his thanks. Inwardly he noted that the titles were clearly divided into Heaven, Earth, and Human. So the human seat likely belonged to the unorthodox side. Wanchik then placed several items onto the table and handed Cheolsu one last object. Cheolsu picked it up, puzzled to be given a whistle. Wanchik explained that it was a token proving membership. At the crowded Long Phoenix gathering, if he found himself in danger or surrounded by suspicious individuals, he was to break it. Cheolsu accepted and put it away. As he rose to leave, Jiok Sao Wall sulked silently, still wounded by his blunt words. Wanchik tried to soothe her, remarking that he had never seen her so unsettled. She threw back her tea in one gulp, insisting a monk could never understand her difficulties. Wanchik pondered quietly as the tension settled around them. Even Jiok Sao Wall, long hailed as the unorthodox world's second greatest beauty, had lost her composure. Wanchik found himself wondering what on earth had happened between the young hero and that formidable woman. Jiok Sao Wall was a top master, someone of near Xuanzhong rank, a woman who had carried the title of unmatched beauty for over 40 years and who claimed to see straight through men's desires. Yet in front of Lee Cheolsu, she had been shaken. Amused, Wanchik remarked that perhaps she was fascinated simply because he was the first to pass her test. Jiok Sao Wall slammed the table in outrage, shouting that she'd never be interested in a hypocritical orthodox brat. The teaware shattered, but Wanchik remained unbothered. He advised her to be honest with herself so events could unfold naturally. She snapped that she was leaving and stormed out, muttering curses. Outside, she fumed that Lee Cheolsu should be grateful she hadn't punished him personally. She repeated his insult, boring, with disbelief, yet admitted he was different from other men. She complained that he made her feel emotions she didn't understand. She resolved that since she had seen his face, she wouldn't let fate waste her time. Inside the cave, Wanchik watched her go, strangely moved. He wondered aloud if that might truly be love. Then he reminded himself that an important guest was arriving. A royal carriage approached. The embroidery made it unmistakable, someone from the imperial clan. Princess Yuanhua descended with a bright smile, asking if the old monk was still well. Outside, Yu Jinhui spotted Lee Cheolsu and hurried toward him, saying she had worried because he'd been gone so long. She asked if anything had happened. Cheolsu replied that thanks to Master Wanchik's guidance, he had gained new insight. She pulled him into a warm hug and celebrated that his realm had deepened. Her scent brushed against him, and for a moment he felt disoriented. Then he pushed her away quickly, scolding himself, reminding himself that externally she was male and he needed to stay alert. Trying to distract himself, he announced the good news that Shaolin and the Gongdong sect would form an alliance, and that Wanchik would give them 2 large perfect pills and 3 small ones. Yu Jinhui's face lit up. She admitted she had been afraid he might be punished. He assured her it was only a misunderstanding. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying it was getting late and they should head back. They walked hand in hand through the crowded temple grounds. Suddenly, a voice slipped into Cheolsu's ear, calling for the young hero of the Gongdong sect. He recognized it as the soundless transmission used by the Eastern Workshop. The voice added that Her Highness the Princess wished to see him at the Great Hero Hall. Cheolsu sighed inwardly. Royal visits to temples were ordinary. Perhaps the workshop simply wanted to summon him. Yu Jinhui noticed his hesitation and asked what was wrong. Cheolsu said he had left something at the Dama cave and told her to return first. She wanted to follow, but he refused and disappeared into the crowd. At the Great Hero Hall, he paused at the doors, heart stirring. Behind them waited someone dear to this body. He remembered childhood, shared meals, shared struggles. Even when his body had lacked male attributes, she had treated him as family. It was the first time he had known true belonging, something he never had in his modern world life. A gentle voice called from inside, inviting him in. He stepped through the doorway and knelt, introducing himself formally. Princess Yuanhua turned, recognized him instantly, and rushed into his arms. She said she had missed him terribly. He embraced her in return, half teasing, half sincere. As they spoke, he thought privately that the rumors Nangwal Hyong spread must have been silenced by the emperor. Yuanhua confirmed that she had handled them to ease his burden. She asked if his life with the Gongdong sect was stable, if his restored male body had regained strength, and, embarrassingly, whether he had enjoyed the pleasures he once longed for. Cheolsu answered that he had not. She was surprised and asked why. He replied gently that he was not of age and that true closeness required more than physical impulse. It demanded two souls in harmony. Yuanhua's eyes widened with sudden understanding, repeating the idea of souls blending. Cheolsu then asked why she had undergone the Great Rebirth rite. She explained that after he disappeared, she waited decades for him to return. Then one day calamity struck. The heavens fell, the earth split, and countless died. When she realized the world was ending and there was nothing she could do, she performed the rite out of desperation to meet him again. She insisted such devastation must never occur again. Cheolsu held her to comfort her. She trembled with joy in his arms, saying she missed the way he held her, and that he had always been her lord, sometimes like a parent, sometimes like a senior brother, sometimes like a master. She confessed inwardly that she loved him deeply but said aloud that her current body was still too young to express everything. Her strange behavior made him ask what she was trying to say. She quickly denied having anything to confess, secretly vowing to grow into a stunning beauty one day and declare openly that she loved him more than anyone and would never leave him, not even in death. They eventually stepped outside. She said she would stay at Shaolin until the Long Phoenix Sub-Association concluded and might enter the main rounds. Cheolsu agreed, adding that he too would participate and would train harder to win for her sake. The princess silently repeated his intention to dedicate victory to her and felt warmth bloom inside. Before leaving, she handed him a gift, the core pill of the 10,000-year fire vase. Cheolsu was startled by how valuable it was. She laughed brightly and said she eagerly awaited his performance. At dawn, Yun Xiaolan appeared in the square, causing a stir. People whispered excitedly as the famed swordswoman passed. Yun Xiaolan glanced around, thinking longingly of Master Yun, wishing she could see him again. Just one more glimpse, but he is nowhere to be seen. A sudden voice rang in her head like a love-sick maiden, longing to see him, which caused her to pause walking beside her. Sobin sensed something off and asked if she was all right. Yun Xiaolan jolted, pretending nothing was wrong, and hurried toward the lodging hall. Her face burned as she thought, horrified, if the strange and shameless longing voice in her head had truly been her own.